Chapter 55, Battle in the Limbo, Part 01, Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. There's no other way to go but forward. Sabito, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Recap, in the last chapter, Eidolon and the rest dived on Limbo to search for Ileana. They explore this new place, eventually discovering that she already spent years on it. Now, they're on the way to Belasco's city to the final confrontation. Well. Web novel has a limit of 20k words by chapter. What a bummer. So this first part will have 13k. I stopped in a cliffhanger, to mess with your guys too. Anyway, this messed up my plan. But I will release the rest still this week. The problem is I have things to do, you know? So I don't know when. But I will release till Friday at least. I don't have time to edit. Other priorities. Fun fact, did you guys know that there's a demon in Limbo that idolizes Peter so much that he uses a symbiote to become Spider-Man? Keep this information in your mind. This and the connection between symbiotes and the Limbo. Eidolon POV. We are again on my flying Nimbus produced by Shirakumo's Kurogiri, original quirk. The mood is a little heavy now. The fact that Ileana spent 6 years here all alone left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. I, on the other hand, am pondering one more time about this multiverse where I ended up. Again, assumptions are dangerous. Even meta-knowledge can't be taken as a face of value anymore. Marvel, a big company that was active for over 80 years when I came here. One of the great names of entertainment. Passed some bad times during the 90s but survived. Where I want to go is existing for this long allows a variety of canon things and source material, creating some inconsistencies, contradictions, and other problems. The most common is the fluctuation of the power level of the characters. Discussions about who can defeat who are sometimes unsolved because of these inconsistencies. One time a character is fighting cosmic threats and in another moment is having a hard time against someone mid. But other things can differ too. Like origin stories as an example. Rogues was originally a villain, and she one time absorbed a little too much of Ms. Marvel, gaining her powers. Because of this, Rogue of the 90s cartoon could fly and had super strength in her base form. Did Peter's parents experiment on him to make him compatible with the spiders in this universe? Jean died like 7 times in the comics. But there are decades of time that allow the opportunity for these sagas to happen. In real life, how this will work? And Logan. Another rabbit hole. Origin stories are probably closely related to fate. This invisible force that I had no idea how powerful it is. Is Ileana now being protected by it? I remember reading once that Ileana disappeared for months to the X-Men before returning. But on another time I read that they haven't even noticed her disappearance. It was like a second. Did fate adapt the time dilatation to this place, to give her time to grow into what she should be? Did fate take into consideration my existence and interference? Or this is all a coincidence? I tested fate when I killed the Green Goblin. Still waiting to see if he returns. But should I go out of my way to impede someone's origin story just to see what happens? What the consequences will be? Testing is essential to me to understand this world. This is a big deal, it's my life after all. I want to know if higher forces are toying with our destinies. With who can I test it? Recently I heard a report of General Ross spending a lot of time in a hidden military facility. And I bet that he is becoming the Red Hulk right now. I would be worried if I didn't know that the Red Hulk has a weakness to the negative zone energy and for some reason bladed weapons. I'm lucky that I read it in the wiki on my former life. But Betty Ross becomes a Hulk too, right? Should I constantly work against her to become a Hulk just to see if fate will be forceful to turn her? Well, this is all just speculation. I just need to remember to keep an eye open to all possibilities and my mind open to unpredictable things. I decide to turn to my temporary team and start some small talk to alleviate the mood. Well, Scott, it appears that you're not that wrong in coming. Considering the time dilation, when we come back, not even a second will have passed then. I comment. He only grunts in acknowledgement at my words. Is he still mad that I called him out about his overprotectiveness of Jean when we first met? Or is it about the talk I gave him earlier? You are a little petty, my dude. I'm trying so hard to not let my distaste for your fictional representation get on me, but I have to say, you're not making it easier. I'm not blind to the motives. It is his little jealousy that becomes even uglier when amplified by whatever conditioning Sinister did to him. After my talk with Jean, apparently she really listened to some of my advice and started act more independently. She also told me that she connected more with the girls. Previously she was closer with Scott. The two of them are the first students and bonded over the fact that they couldn't turn off their powers. Now, they are more distant. And for some reason is my fault. Like I did something to the girls get together. Meh, probably they talked about me in a good way and he doesn't like it. Whatever, don't care. I will be civil. At least. Let's talk about the rescue plan. I said, attracting everyone's attention again. Let's be sneaky and kidnap Ileana. I say sneaky. Kitty asks kidnap. Piotr raises eyebrow. I go to answer them in order. We still don't want a war. I say, looking at Kitty, even after we know that this guy has Ileana under custody. Scott asks, Belasco threat level increased several-fold after our discovery of the time dilation. I say calmly, he is here for 7 centuries to our time. I see their eyes widening in realization. One night being 6 years. He must be alive for hundreds of thousands of years. Jean says, a little shocked. Yeah. And this is the thing about sorcerers. They fight by preparing themselves. With this much of a time, and the resources of this dimension. I left the rest unsaid. After some time, I decide to relax them a little. Well, he must have reached a power roof after some time, if not he would have escaped using his own strength. I comment, so the best way is still to rescue Ileana stealthily. Mikhail says, are we really not gonna talk with the guy before? Kitty asks, unsure, maybe we could solve this peacefully. She says optimistically, no. And we are gonna kidnap her. I say determinedly, there you go again with kidnapping. Kitty says we need to consider all the possibilities. Ileana was brought here at a young age. High chances of a brainwash. I say, shocking them again, even if not slowly. Maybe she was enslaved though magic. So we couldn't just go there, find her and say, Ileana, we came to rescued you. Maybe she would snitch on us, think that we are the enemies and putting everything to lose. I explain and watch they face change in a large array of emotions. We kidnap her first and ask questions later. I conclude and then wait them to nod. What is the plan? Psycho asks, simple. We will create an escape teleportation route with 3 steps. First I will invade, take her and teleport her to Mikhail, which will be a little farther. Then Mikhail will teleport again to Kurt. And then you guys alternate in teleportation to move as far away as possible. The other will wait in certain positions to prevent ambushes and will be joined by the 2 that will continue to teleport away. I will stay behind to create a distraction, clones and bait whoever is in the Belasco's castle in the opposite direction, and then I will join you all. After this, when we arrive far enough, we will stop and examine Ileana. Examine. Who know how her body is right now? I shrug my shoulder. Maybe she has a tracking spell, a magical high infectious disease, a curse, or other thing that connects her with Belasco. We will not be taking her to our world without checking that first. I say. You really is cautious. Jean comments. Again I shrug. I say something similar to the Avengers, but I will say to you all now. We are strong. And we can affect many people easily. And I'm not talking about powers only. Every decision you make can have big consequences. I take my time to look at everyone to convey my seriousness. In the worst case scenario, we could facilitate Belasco escape and subsequent invasion of our dimension. An invasion much worse than the Battle of New York. Are we gonna allow this when everything that takes to avoid it is being cautious? I let them think about my words. We will plan the details after seeing the layout of the place where Ileana is located. I say and go back to look at my hand. Is not like my hand is interesting, but there's a change. I noticed that you're looking at your hand constantly since we arrived in Limbo. Is there a problem? Jean voice interrupt my thoughts. I look at her. Everyone is also looking at me with various level of interest. Well, no harm in telling. Is just one of my many powers. Do you know that I can turn into animals, right? I say, and for some reason Kitty giggles. There's some sort of inside joke. About me? Whatever. After Jean nod, while admonishing Kitty with her look, I continue. Well, is more complicated than that. I start. Apparently, my animal shape-shifting in truth connects with the biosphere of the place I am. I then raise my hand. My fingers elongated, nasty claws grew and some spikes appear in my knuckles. So my power connected with the biosphere of the Limbo when I came here. So you can turn in the demonic animals from here now? Kitty asks, interested. Yes. I was testing and is much harder. Probably because I don't know the animals from here and because I just arrived. I say I noticed that I feel like I'm slowly losing connection with my home dimension and is become harder and harder to transform in normal animals. But is not a big problem because I have other powers to transform into animals from Earth. The thing is that after I leave Limbo I will probably lose the ability to transform into the demonic animals from here. I think the crux of the question is that the Beast Boy card I absorbed is from him as an inexperienced teenager. Should I dedicate a good time to train his ability? Or should I use some power boost cards? I feel that I can gain the ability to save the files of animals that I encounter if I improve this ability. When I use the next travel ticket I will train this ability. So you can transform in those things that we saw on the market. Kitty asks when poking my hand. Yes. So, can you gain their abilities like? I don't know. You said that they're fantasy-like universes out there. So you can become a dragon if you go there? Or a unicorn? She asks with her eyes twinkling. I already can transform into a dragon. And animal transformation is useful when you try to take only the advantages, but is rare for an animal to have a power that I don't have already. I say calmly. Wait. You can transform in a dragon? Can I ride you? She asks excitedly. I look at her phrasing. Please. Oh realization slowly hit her and she blushes a little. It is not just anyone that can ride me. But if you are good girl I can allow you one day. I put my face closer to hers and tease. Her face goes even redder. Why is so fun to make girls blush? Now the mood is better. I will let them concentrate for now, while I focus on an interesting discovery. Has CY, the nice demon lady, gave me the currency of this world for me to play. No, she is not my sugar mama. I initially thought that I could cheat and produce a lot of currency and buy a lot of things without a care. But is not possible to make a perfect copy. Between my fingers rest the currency. Is a thin black rock metal thing with strange proprieties. The literal translation of this would be shard of the black heart in the language here. This little rock/metal thingy has a lot of energy stored inside and darkness properties. Is used as a reagent, ingredient, and even in a way to empower the demons from here. Dude, this place is a fucking cultivation world? This is like those spirit stones that are currency and can help with cultivation. Makes sense that this is the currency. If we humans had something that we should just eat to live a little longer and grow a little stronger, it would be the most valuable thing in the world to us. Gold is simply the best option because there's really no need to change and our ancestors liked the thing. I use my all-seeing eyes to look at the ground and I can detect reservoirs and veins of this metal. And the deeper I look, the strongest this energy signature gets. So maybe the core of this planet is full of these things. Observing a little more carefully, I notice that the place where we are going, Velasco's city fortress, is resting in a huge vein of this black metal. So this thing should be really precious. Seriously, this black metal is just a little worse than Stark's arc reactor when the question is energy. But the process to transform the energy inside into something usable to humans can be a little complicated. My American side is getting antsy seeing all these resources sitting here. Maybe I should bring freedom to this dimension and liberate these guys from this. Well, let's focus on Ileana's rescue now. In the future, I will come back here. Would be nice to gain a demonic summon to put on this place. Oh Raven, when you will come to me. I can only dream for now. I turn my face abruptly to look at the distance. What? My action didn't go unnoticed by Jean. Ileana's position changed. I comment while focusing on the horizon. Beyond the trackers that I put on Ileana's plushie that I gave her, and the nano trackers that I put inside her, I also registered her on my search power. Search is such a good power that even all for one wanted it. Seeing a person one time you can always reactivate the power and see the light of this person from miles away. Coupled with my super senses I can locate anyone on a planet with this. Search can even point to weak points in a person's body. It is what that wild pussycat used to train classes 1A and 1B. Like inform me this person has low stamina, that one has a bad knee and other things. Is another power on the list of upgrades. She is moving? To where? Piotr asks while I continue to observe. I raise from my sitting position without taking the eyes of Ileana's position. She is being pursued. I say, making them gasp in shock and worry, but I continue calmly. Sometimes the unpredictable can be good news. I comment, I'm going ahead. The cloud will follow me. So, It's true that we wouldn't find Ilyana in a castle or as a prisoner. Without waiting for a response, I move. I become intangible just to ignore air resistance and fly faster and without a sound. A little trick of mine. Is cool to do sonic booms, but I can be stealthy when I want. I move fast, to save Ilyana. In no time I'm above the plains wasteland where she is running. She sometimes blinks in a blue light, using her teleportation, to move dozen meters away. But her pursuers are relentless. 17 demons, being led by a robed and hooded figure. A woman, for the shape of her body. I could wait for the eventual cliché moment where Ilyana would trip and the pursuers would get close and I would save her in the nick of a time. Is not a bad approach. Wait would allow me to hear them talk. And discover more of the situation. But, meh. Clichés. I shrug my shoulders and release my conqueror's haki on the 18 pursuers. The world trembles a little. The red clouds churn and look like the sky is pressing against the earth. The demonic pursuers fall on all fours while foaming, their consciousness holding by a thread in the face of my controlled haki. The robed woman also falls, but she is in a better state. Ilyana notices the situation after turning back to check on the people pursuing her. She is the only one not affected by me. I slowly descend between her and the others. When my feet touch the ground, I use my powers to make the earth envelop the demonic ones in a tight prison. The robed woman is enveloped by my lasso of truth in an equally tight way. I squeeze the golden lasso in my hand, making it glow, ready to extract some answers. Don't hurt her. Ilyana suddenly appears in a flash of blue light between us, protecting the woman. Stockholm much? Well, I can understand a little because I know the face below the hood. Ilyana, do you remember me? I came with your brothers to save you. I say calmly. I watch her patiently. Yep, 12 years probably. Her hair is longer now, a straight blonde hair that reaches her waist. A cute face with hits of sharpness show that she passed for some challenges here. She is skinny but doesn't look malnourished. I don't see signs of abuse either. Recent ones, at least. Her brows furrowed a little. You're that friend of my brother. Eidolon. You gave me a plushie. She says, remembering. Yes, we came as fast as we could. Only here we discovered that time passed differently. Only one day passed to us. I say with a sad voice. I don't want her to think that her brothers abandoned her. To my words, a single tear slowly slid down her cheek. The fact that her face remains mostly unchanged is another indicator that she is used to acting strong and has some good willpower. They are coming to this place right now. I came ahead. Because I'm faster. I explain and she sniffs a little. She turns around to hide her face. I can only see her hand wiping her eyes. You must have passed some hard times. You're so strong. We are all proud of you. I say, going to give her my characteristic head pats. Don't worry, no one will hit you anymore. I'm here. She starts bawling her eyes and turns around to bury her face in my mantle. After some minutes, holding Ilyana's small trembling shoulders, she recovers herself. She is really resilient. So, I start and look at the robed woman. When I used foresight, I said that I saw 3 surprises. I only talked about 2. The third one is this alternative universe. I ask telekinetically, removing the hood of Aurora Monroe. An older Aurora Monroe, in the late 30s at least. There are other small differences here and there. But yeah, is one of the many storms. It's too early to multiverse bullshit. X-Men. Always with the crazy adventures of time travel, other universes, aliens. Yes. Ms. Aurora was my caretaker here. Ilyana answers me while Aurora looks at me silently. Oh, is that so? Let me first dash. I was interrupted by the distant sound of my cloud approaching. They're here. I say before grabbing my cloud telekinetically and yanking it to us much faster. Jean Grey POV. Okay. I know that Eidolon said that surprises are common. And we should let any preconceptions at home before coming here. But this is starting to get ridiculous. First, this place. Limbo is not like I expected. The demons. People here are much more civil than I expected. I totally thought that we would have to fight hordes of demons to release Ilyana from a cage hanging high on a tower of a demonic wizard or something. Then we discovered that 6 years has passed here and Ilyana was the apprentice of the guy. We change plans and suddenly she makes our job easy by coming to us. And then another surprise. There's an Aurora here. Taking my eyes away from the wholesome reunion of the 3 siblings, I look at the other Aurora. She is like 95% similar to our Ororo. She is older, okay, but there are some other differences too. Small, you wouldn't notice if you don't pay attention. It is like twin sisters that lived in different places and these differences molded them differently too. By the way, why did you tie her like you're into some BDSM play? I ask Idolin at my side with a raised eyebrow. It is called cacao shibari, the turtle bondage rope. Kitty says while nodding masterfully applied. Good job. She gave Idolin a thumbs up. I'm not even surprised that she knows these things. I shake my head before looking at Idolin again, waiting for an answer. What? It is efficient, he says calmly with a shrug of shoulders. The alternative Ororo still glaring at him. Violence and sex is the human race's favorite things. This knot is years of evolution and research have given form. He explains. I'm surprised that he can convince me with his bullshit. I can't release her before we discover if she is not an evil version. Idolin says she is not bad. Ileana suddenly says from between her brothers. The 12 years old Ileana still amazed me a little. Yesterday she is a cute child and now she is a pre-adolescent. For you, I will give her the benefit of the doubt. Idolin says this lasso compels the one bound by it to tell the truth. He declares before squeezing the lasso. Did you take care of her? He asks Ororo in robes. Yes. She answers without even thinking. Her eyes widen after the word leaves her mouth. Did you do it by Belasco orders? Why yes. This too. Are you genuinely good to her? Idolin asks after the ambiguous answer yes. Any hidden motive? She is a child. There's a need for a motive to help her. But the Ororo struggles a little. I was still hopeful that one she would help me go back to my universe. She confesses. What are you to her really? He asks her caretaker, babysitter, whatever. I took care of her between Belasco lessons and protected her of abuse and other things. I couldn't defy Belasco. He has cat. Kitty pride and Kurt under his spell. She confesses, giving Kitty and Kurt a look. Kitty and Kurt gasps are at my side. There's another Kitty and Kurt here too. It appears that you are not that bad. The last question before I release you. Idolin pauses and looks at the demons that are enveloped in the earth-like statues. Are these guys of any importance? He asks. His eyes grow cold. Ororo looks at him. No. Very well. He takes the lasso back and puts it away in some place. Then, he turns to the demons. In his hand appears a huge sword? No, a chainsaw? A chainsaw. Sword. That thing looks impractical. At least 6 feet in length and thick as my torso. Fur. The thing turns on. Idolin's arm blurs and in the next moment the upper body of all the demons disappear in a rain of gore that was taken far away from us by the wind. I notice Idolin eyes in Ileana. Because of that, I look at her too. Her eyes show neither shock nor disgust. My heart clenches a little, imagining everything she has been through. Is the chainsaw sword really necessary? You could have ended them more cleanly. Murasaki asks with some mirth in her voice. I feel a weird emotion come from her, something I can't put my finger on it. Well, I have a chainsaw sword, so I need to use the chainsaw sword. Idolin answers like is obvious. Kitty is nodding at my side for some reason, even with her face a little pale from the display of blood. Why do you even have a chainsaw sword? I can't help but ask, why didn't you have a chainsaw sword? He asks back. I have a chainsaw sword for the same reason anyone would have a chainsaw sword if they could. He says a lot and nothing at all. But Kitty is still nodding like he said the obvious. He is right. I wish I had a chainsaw sword. She comments wistfully. Here. Take the kid's version. Idolin says and pulls from who knows where a small version of his chainsaw sword, only 3 feet in length. Kid's version. I ask slowly. My mouth twitched a little when I see Kitty all giddy holding the thing. Yeah, this one doesn't have the flamethrower imbued. He says again like is something completely normal while teaching Kitty how to use the monstrosity. For some reason, the mental image of Idolin taking his child to a hell dimension to kill demons as a father-son's bonding time appears in my head. Hehe. I pity the mother of that family. So, Magic Ororo, can you tell us more about the whole situation? Ileana, come here, let me examine you. I will need some samples by the way. Idolin says, urging Ileana to get close. I watch Idolin take a little saliva and blood from Ileana. Then his arm opens like he is a cyborg and he puts the sample there. Seriously. Does this guy have a power to everything? I will not even ask. I know the answer. Yes. Magic Ororo, as how Eidolon calls her, starts telling the story. She ended up here in limbo years before Ileana. Only you and your kitty and Kurt. Kitty asks yes. The three of us are sucked into a dimensional fissure. Magic Ororo says later we discovered that this was no accident at all. We are purposefully brought here by Belasco. Magic Ororo says but why? Kurt asks. Eidolon answers this without taking his eyes from his open cybernetic arm. Kurt can teleport, probably using some hell dimension as a medium. Kitty can phase matter and energy. Ororo has a connection with an elder god. Seeing your clothes make me think that you are much more attuned to your magic potential than our storm, right? Eidolon glances at Magic Ororo briefly. She nods slowly. From what I talked with Ileana, it appears that my universe is a little more magical connected than yours. She says. Eidolon nods and goes back to his examinations. He wants to escape. He concludes. He wants to use your guy's powers to escape. Let me guess again. There's no Ileana in your universe? Eidolon asks without even looking. There's no Rasputin family in our universe. Ororo says. What? What happened to them? Scott asks. Magic Ororo shrugs. Who knows? Never heard of them before. Maybe they simply never existed. Maybe they died. I can't know from here either. She says. Did you know of a Belasco from your universe? Eidolon asks. No. Interesting. He is from our universe. But Limbo appears to be connected with other parallel universes too. One Limbo to multiple alternative realities. How this works in the spacetime continuum. Don't mind me. Just thinking. Go on, please. Eidolon waves his hand and Magic Ororo continues. Belasco is too strong and put us under his power, using Kat's life to threaten me and Kat. He uses a spell on Kurt that made him more an animal than a human, so we would need to act obedient till we have a chance to escape. She says. To our horror. 6 years ago Ileana is brought to us. I'm horrified because she is so young and I could imagine what she would go through. I would teach Ileana common magic and Kat would teach her how to fight. Belasco himself would teach her other thing and do experiments and rituals with her. Esim, a subordinate of Belasco, was also a sadist that beat her in disguise as a test several times. I tried to protect her the best I could through the years. She says calmly, but I can feel my anger boiling. Everyone is angry. In the beginning, she thought that Belasco was not that bad of a guy. Her young mind thought that he would help her get back to her family. But with time this innocence was carved out of her. She says heavily. Piotr hugs Ileana tightly. 2 years ago Ileana got a good grasp on her power and starts escaping. She did several attempts. All of them were unsuccessful and she would be punished by Esim every time. But Belasco never appeared to care too much. He has Ileana under control too. She never stopped trying to escape. I sometimes bring her back to try to alleviate her punishment. I tried to say to her to be more patient. But in this, she doesn't listen to me. She sighs. This time we are found by you. Magic Ororo finishes looking at Eidolon. Eidolon doesn't even look at her, while he ponders. Well, the situation changed again. But not by much. We still need to invade Belasco's place. He finally says. His arms are back to normal. He continues. First, let me share what I discovered about Ileana's situation. We pay attention to his words. There's a problem with her. Mikhail asks. Yes. First, she doesn't have any disease or anything dangerous to other people on her body. But he pauses. She is not totally human anymore. He reveals she looks pretty human to me. Rogue comments while we look at Ileana. Yet, even this will not be a problem. She is a part demon now. Not a problem really. I think will bring more advantage than disadvantages. Long life, strength, better magic affinity. She is even less demonic than Kurt. No offense, dude. He says a little jokingly to alleviate our worries. None taken. Kurt says. Good-naturedly she is more or less 10% demon now, but as she grows this could change. Can also change if she decides to accept this heritage and use it. We must watch her attentively from now on. Eidolon says this is the good news. He says immediately a little more seriously. He turns to Magic Ororo. Could you explain to us why her soul is not complete? He asks and Ororo sighs. I would get there. She says heavily. When she was younger, Belasco convinced her to do a ritual that put a piece of her soul on a bloodstone. Bloodstone. I ask. Bloodstones are what Belasco used to connect with extra-dimensional demons and open a portal for them to come to our dimension. My acquaintance told me about them. Eidolon says there were 5 bloodstones. I thought all of them are destroyed. Magic Aurora scoffs, not all of them. I know for sure that Belasco has 2 in his possession. Anyway, he tricked Ileana saying that if she put her soul there would make her stronger to go back to her family faster. At that time, she still believed that he was a good guy that cared for her. Well, he didn't lie about making her stronger, but also bound her to him. While he holds the bloodstone, he has some sort of control over her. I don't know how much, he never used it. Magic Aurora says so we need to retrieve Ileana's soul. Scott says and rescue my and Kit's alternative version. Kitty adds, making all of us nod. Eidolon is motionless, his chin resting between his fingers while his eyes bore into Ileana, the characteristic patterns of the all-seeing eyes rotating. 3 holographic circles even appear in front of his face while he stares at her. The little girl squirms a little under his gaze, before recovering her bearings and staring back at him defiantly with her chin high. She is strong. There's another problem. Eidolon says softly, there's something extra on Ileana. Something demonic and foreigner. He says, what do you mean? Piotr asks. Worriedly, isn't this Ileana demonic powers? Kitty asks, no. This signature. These glyphs. They mean. He says slowly, I see. A Trojan horse. He concludes and starts looking in the direction of Belasco's residence. His words jolted us. Even Magic Aurora was surprised. Do you mean? I start Belasco didn't care about her escaping because he is hoping for it. Eidolon says slowly, or maybe even that we rescued her. He wants her to grow strong. He lets this SM guy beat her to encourage her in running away, and made her create bonds with Aurora, Kitty, and Kurt to make her want to save them. Also that she escaped this place. And consequently, him following after her. Either in some sort of magical piggybacking by using the piece of her soul on the bloodstone or another method. This Belasco guy, what an asshole. Kitty exteriorizes my thoughts, old sorcerers. Always annoying. Eidolon comments, paranoia saves the day again. He adds in a low voice afterward, there's a way to help her. Piotr asks, there's always a way. Eidolon says, to our relief first, there's a chance of Ileana herself solving the issue if she recovers her lost piece of soul. I can see this spell latching on her fractured soul. Eidolon says while looking at Ileana with his eyes. Second, if this spell is stronger than what I think, I will change my plan from distracting Belasco to defeating him. I will go through his research or whatever. I and Ileana will stay here in limbo for months or even years if necessary to break the spell. You guys return before us. He says like is no big deal. But damn, these are one of these moments that you can't help but respect the guy. He continues, the third method would be a lot more invasive. He says, taking out his famous sword of actuation. The creepy blade glowed in a blood-red light. I don't want to do this. Could damage her soul. Is not like I go around dissecting souls to practice, you know, but is an alternative. He comments before putting the sword away. All this time, I noticed that Ileana's eyes never left Eidolon. I can only barely hear her thoughts. Whatever change happened to her, made her mind more robust. But I can deduce that she has some sort of admiration and respect for the black-clad hero. Sincerely, I was expecting a little fear when he talked about the dissection of her soul. But this works. So, the objective now is to rescue Kitty and Kit's alternative version and recover the bloodstone with Ileana's soul. Eidolon declares. I can somewhat feel where the bloodstone is located. Ileana says suddenly, good, this makes things easier. Eidolon says before trailing off and looking somewhere else. What now? Murasaki asks, you can show yourself now. His eyes focus. In an empty place we have company. Scott asks, going to combat mode, everyone following suit. Eidolon continues to stare before raising his hand and releasing a burst of air, strong enough to uproot trees. In an empty spot, the sand and dirt taken away by the wind are stopped by an invisible barrier. There's really a hidden enemy out there. We move to stay around Eidolon, prepared to battle. Then, a blue screen appears in our field of view, and after some time it is lowered, revealing 2 women to us. I don't recognize them, but Kurt shouts, Mommy. Gee, now what? How many surprises this day is guarding to us. Third-person POV. Eidolon holds off the urge to massage his eyes. What now? He thinks while watching the opposite party. Who the heck are those people now? And Mommy? My meta-knowledge is freaking out that I have no idea what is happening. The group consisting of Eidolon, Murasaki, Shadow, Mikhail, Piotr, Jean, Scott, Kitty, Rogue, Kurt and now Ileana, is facing the two newcomers. They are two women. Hector doesn't know because there's a limit how much a casual fan of Marvel can know about the lore of the world. But these people are Margulie Sardos and her daughter Jemaine Sardos. In the old X-Men comics, it was Margulie that raised Kurt after he was abandoned by Mystique. In this universe, Kurt's origins are a little mixed. He was abandoned in a church and despite his appearance, the priest raised him with love. Obviously, in a way similar to the Hunchback of Notre Dame, the priest never allowed Kurt to show his face to others. But this was for Kurt's own protection. When Kurt grew a little and become aware of his own situation, he run away to don't cause trouble to the priest. With his powers, there's no one that could hold him against his will. As a side note, Kurt's heritage allowed him to use his power since he is a baby. He ended up being found by a circus where he is adopted by Margulie Sardos. Margulie has a gypsy heritage, learning magic from her mother and knowing about demonology and other related things. He didn't find Kurt such an anomaly. She deduced that he was an offspring of a demon with a human and was abandoned because of his appearance. Kurt was raised with Margulie's two other children till an incident made them fall apart. Her daughter, who right now is by her side, is Jemaine Sardos. She doesn't have much of the looks of her mom. She is blonde with blue eyes while her mother has dark curly, almost bushy, hair with brown eyes. Someone more knowledgeable about the comics would know that Kurt and Jemaine are recurrent lovers through the years. Right now, Eidolon is analyzing the mother and daughter duo. He can feel the mother radiating hostility while the daughter looks a little hesitant. What is the story behind all this? He thinks Kurt. Margulie shouts, gripping her staff tightly. I swore the day that I met you again would be your last. Okay, what is happening here now? Scott asks around. Is complicated. Kurt says a little down apparently. Margulie is not waiting to solve things peacefully, because she raises her staff and points to Eidolon's group and forms a huge sphere of magical blue energy that she wastes no time releasing in the hero's direction. The ball of energy, which must have 1 meter of diameter, moves incredibly fast. Incoming! Mikhail exclaims while everyone prepares to defend, move away or counterattack depending on their own capabilities. Eidolon keeps his calm and even signals Psycho that she doesn't need to move. She is already pulling a sword from the scabbard. Taking a step forward, Eidolon contemptuously bitch slaps the magical energy to the side, diverting it a little far away from the two groups where it makes a big explosion. An explosion big enough to engulf city blocks and raise them. Eidolon looks at the explosion with a side glance before turning his eyes to the mother-daughter duo ahead. Margulie is equally looking at him more seriously now. The two narrow their eyes at each other while taking their own measures against their opponents, using only brute strength to divert that. Margulie thinks while scrutinizing Eidolon that's some destructive power to a casual spell. This would make her an Avengers-level threat, if we ignore Hulk and Thor. Eidolon takes his own conclusions. What is with these obscure and strong characters? Is she one of these strong ones that appear in one issue to never again? He sighs mentally. Eidolon is not totally wrong. Margulie Sardos is not weak by any means. She was even a sorcerer supreme for some years to substitute Doctor Strange. In the comics, she even transformed herself into a demon to acquire more power. So, as a sorcerer supreme candidate, she is obviously very strong. Is safe to say that she should be as strong as Strange during his early years as sorcerer supreme. Should I take her down now, and talk from a superior position? Eidolon considers. Even if a strong sorcerer appears, that doesn't mean that he is afraid. He is wary of magic. But he is wary of what he calls bullshit illogical magical things that can warp reality, attack the soul, banish or seal someone. And all the great array of possibilities that magic provides, the unpredictable type of trouble. If all that a magic user can do is control elements or use energy projection, this makes them no different from a meta. And he can take them as easily as any meta. Woman. Did you know that I'm an advocate of true gender equality? He says plainly while giving some steps forward. Oh, here we go. Kitty whispers behind them. I'm the type FO guy that always retributes what is given to me. Eidolon says before raising his hand and swinging forward casually. The shiny sparks in his palm are the only warning of what is coming. Boom! He releases a big explosion in a cone at Margulie and Jemaine. Everyone shields their eyes or ears from the dust or the sound. Are they dead? Rogue asks. No. Eidolon is the one that answers even before the dust settles. He waves his hand again, but this time only to create a huge gust of wind to clean the place. The group is welcomed by the sight of charred earth that expands till their eyes can see. But in the middle, the duo of sorcerers is still alive and healthy. Apparently, Margalie raised a shield to protect herself and her daughter. No, not a shield. 2 screens of protection that formed a V in front of them. Well, they are not dumb. Eidolon thinks seeing the efficient way to divert the explosion blast. Margalie continues to stare at the black-clad hero silently for some time. Are you gonna stay between a mother and her revenge? She exclaims at him. Her Romani accent is more prominent now that she is not shouting. I'm not one to deny someone their revenge. But I have the feeling that this is all misunderstanding. You will be surprised how common misunderstandings are in this world, always provoking unnecessary fights. Eidolon says in a carefree way, I also don't believe that Kurt, one of the most soft-hearted of the X-Men, did something that warrants such hatred. He looks at her and then crosses his arms. So yeah, till I'm sure what is going on. No one is killing anyone here, he declares. Margalie grits her teeth. Sincerely, all-out fights are not something that anyone wants to partake in, especially against an unknown strong enemy like Eidolon. And she is also outnumbered. But she can't just let Kurt go like that. Eidolon decides to take control of the situation. Why didn't you start with your accusation? And then Kurt will defend himself? Did you guys even have a proper talk about whatever problems exist between you two? Eidolon hits the head of the nail. Kurt. Who are those two? Eidolon turns to ask Margalie Sardos and Jermaine Sardos. They took care of me during a good part of my childhood. Kurt says a little down. Took care? I saved and raised you like mine own son? And how did you repay me? Huh. Margalie shouts from her position. These names ring no fucking bells. The same thing with Mikhail when I met him. Seriously, I will find a world where Marvel Comics exists just to read the wiki. Wait. Would still be the same Marvel. Hector thinks while watching the drama and pondering if his plan is feasible. What happened then? Eidolon asks. Trying to make the conversation progress. He killed my son? And many other kids. Margalie points her trembling finger at Kurt. While everyone was surprised by the reveal, even Eidolon is, and looking at Kurt, Eidolon observes other things. Like the fact that Jermaine, the daughter, doesn't appear to hate Kurt. She looks a little lost. Like that awkward family member that wants to stop the fights but doesn't know how. Eidolon also observes Kurt. His heart is beating fast after the reveal, and continues to do so. Normally, a liar when accused of something that he is guilty would have a rise in his heart rate for some time and then come down. But a man that is falsely accused is always nervous because of the thoughts that no one would believe in him. Kurt was strange. He is a little in the between. He didn't calm down but he looks resigned. Did you see him doing it? Eidolon asks. No, but he confessed. Margalie says to his surprise, did you do it? Eidolon turns to Kurt. He hears the heart of the blue meta spiking even more. Is an accident? I never wanted it. But. He lowers his head and doesn't speak anymore. Accident? As if. Margalie says slowly in anger. That's weird, Kurt. Eidolon says, attracting the attention. You know, I'm very good at spotting lies. You didn't lie when you said that you did it. I believe that it was an accident or the circumstances are special, but. Eidolon turns to bore his eyes into Kurt's yellow ones. You're hiding something. He says, making Kurt lose his head even more. Normally people hide shameful things. Mistakes. But you confessed that you killed someone. What is worse than that? Eidolon tilts his head. He is making the people around him accompany his logic. Maybe you're not lying for your sake. Eidolon guesses slowly and watches Kurt act like he was electrocuted. Who are you protecting, Kurt? Kurt doesn't answer. He raises his hands to his face and cries. The X-Men go around Kurt to console him. Eidolon observes some changes in Margalie. She didn't look so sure of her vengeance now. What do you think about all of this? Eidolon asks, but not Margalie. He asks Jermaine, the daughter that was silent all this time. She stutters. Do you think Kurt is guilty? No. She says fast. I mean, he said that he is, but must there be a good reason, right? Kurt is not like that. She says slowly. Jermaine. Margalie mutters, looking at her daughter. I'm sorry, Mommy. I've been looking for Kurt secretly all these years. I want to solve this without you. You are so full of anger and She tries to articulate, but she is apparently very nervous. You said that you raised him. Idolin addresses Margali. Why didn't you ask your own memories if the Kurt that you raised was capable of killing someone for no reason? His stepbrother nonetheless. Idolin says. Margali eyes shake with confusion and conflict, a swarm of emotions on them. Time to the last push. Idolin thinks while going close to Kurt. I will start charge for the pep talks. Kurt, no matter how painful it is, you need to face your past now. Idolin says and then turns to address Margali while showing the lasso. This is the lasso of truth. Anyone touching it will only say the truth. This can clear all misunderstandings. If you want to test. Idolin observes Jermaine looking at her mother, and the mother's expression changes a little. Are they communicating with magic telepathy? I see. The daughter is more in tune with the mundane world and knows about me. She must be the one that stopped the mother from continuing fighting. Idolin guessed correctly. Margali initially doesn't want to go with Idolin's suggestion, afraid of some trick. But Jermaine convinces her eventually. It appears that Idolin's good rep can be useful even in these places. After a minute of Margali trying to lie while holding the lasso, she is convinced enough and Idolin moves to Kurt. The truth can be liberating, he says, extending the golden rope to the blue meta. Kurt looks at it for a moment before grabbing it with some hesitation. What follows is Kurt telling everything about his story with Margali's biological son, Stefan. Stefan and Kurt are good friends. In truth, Stefan was the first to discover Kurt's teleportation powers. Kurt hid it. His appearance was enough to make people scared. During the time that this family of four was traveling with a circus, Stefan discovers Kurt's secret power, and in return, he revealed that his family is also special, with his mother capable of using magic, and talked about how he and his sister would eventually be capable too. The family used the circus to hide from hunters or something. Stefan also revealed that the family had connections with demonic powers and confessed that he was afraid of becoming a bad person if used demonic magic. He even asked Kurt to kill him if he become a bad person. Kurt says that with time he noticed changes in Stefan. He was angry with him, jealous of the attention that his mother gives to Kurt. He becomes distant and started saying mean things to him. With time, Kurt noticed that his hatred grew, and also he started behaving strangely. On the fated day, Kurt found Stefan after he had killed the children. Mutant children. He confronted his stepbrother. The two fought, and because of bad luck and a lack of control, Kurt ended up causing his death. That's when Kurt was found by some people from the circus and some visitors. Now, is not hard to imagine how it went. A demon all bloodied over the body of dead children. No surprise that they pulled their torches and pitchforks without asking questions. From there, the misunderstandings piled up and snowballed beyond control, and the relationship of the family was destroyed. Everyone has different levels of shock hearing Kurt's tale. The mother-daughter is kneeling and hugging each other. Knowing that Stefan committed heinous things like killing children shocked the two. While the mood is sad, Idolin thinks about only one thing: irrational hate of mutants. This smell at sublime. He side glances the mother and daughter duo crying over the dead children, Stefan, and the others. They don't know what to feel. For some reason, his heart aches a little and he sighs. This is a little character, but whatever. Creating another enemy to Sublime can be useful in the future. Mrs. Sardos, he called her. When she looks up at him with her tear-stained face, he decides to really go with it. There's a chance that Stefan was not himself. What do you mean? She asks. The exchange attracts the attention of the others. There's an enemy of the metas, or mutants if you're not entirely into the situation, that is secretly and discreetly turning the world against the metas. Idolin explains it is old and can affect people's minds and emotions. And he does everything that he can to make us the enemy of the world, creating this irrational phobia. Wait. There's someone really doing it? But why? Is he a mutant too? He has powers, right? Scott asks. He is not human. I don't want to reveal too much because he is a slimy bastard, but let's say that he wants to dominate the world, and we, the metas, are a thorn in his side because we are immune to his methods. He is not directly strong. He can only use these underhand methods. Idolin turns to Margali again. He affects people's minds like these. Maybe when Kurt and Stefan are children they stumbled upon something of him and he affected Stefan. Kurt being immune didn't notice a thing. Kurt, did you and Stefan went? I don't know, exploring just the two of you guys. Idolin asks. Kurt slowly nods, his mind racing. We always went around in the rivers, forests, abandoned houses. Anything that looked interesting where the circus passed. He says in one of these adventures Stefan was contaminated, probably. Eidolon comments. How did you never hear of this guy? Kitty asks. He is old. Very old. He is ingrained in society already. What he can't control with his powers he used of propaganda and influence to make the world hate metas. Because he is so old and his number of proxies is hard to trace him. Eidolon sighs. Do you know how many incidents are registered by the media about the metas? He asks and people frown. 4. In all history of humanity, there are only 4 moments where the metas are truly exposed by the media. In World War I, a certain massacre that was related with Wolverine and Sabretooth, Kennedy assassination, and the 2 times Magneto attacked. The last 3 are relatively recent. But the world hates metas for a longer time and appears that everyone forgets the why, or doesn't care. It is all this guy. He is probably one of the greatest if not the greatest force anti-meta in the world. Many of our enemies in governments are influenced by him and they don't even know that. Eidolon describes this invisible enemy. Needless to say, everyone was shocked by the revelation. Wouldn't be better for the world to know about that? Kitty asks. No. This is something that I need to say to you all. Don't speak of this out there. Seriously, this guy is a hard bastard to track. I'm almost getting him and I don't him to escape. If he escapes, he will remain hidden and impossible to track for maybe 1,000 of years. A hidden blade forever on our backs. Eidolon says, but he is not much hopeful about them keeping their mouth shut. He already located Sublime. And he even started devising a cure for the sentient virus. In the worst case scenario, he will spray the world with it. So you are saying that someone affected my boy's mind and make Kurt have to kill him? Margalie says slowly and with a dangerous tone. 70% of chance. The symptoms check, but can be another motive. Or you boy is simply a psychopath. Eidolon says bluntly. Eidolon. Jean says in horror, but I don't know him. You are the one to judge that. He continues without a care. Now, unless you have time-based powers you can't change the past. But you can start improving the future in the present. He said before moving away a little and pointing at Kurt with his thumb. Later, the group waits for the family trio of Margalie, Jermaine, and Kurt to talk in private, a little far from them. The other family trio, the Rasputins, are talking between each other too. Eidolon is planning the next step when Jean elbows his side. Aren't you good with these things? She teases with a smile while looking at the family hugging each other. I was thinking the same. Maybe I should quit of being a hero and become a therapist. He jokes, making her chuckle at this moment. Kitty, Magic Ororo, Scott, and Rogue approach. Murasaki and Shadow are already close to Eidolon from the beginning. So Captain, what is the next move? Kitty asks, making a salute. I distract Belasco and you guys recuperate the Bloodstone and the yours from another universe. Now, let me ask you, Magic Ororo. Eidolon turns to the woman beyond Belasco. Who should we be worried for? We need to separate them and chose who will be their opponents. Tell us everything. Magic Ororo nods and starts speaking. Beyond Belasco, there's his captain of guard Necrosis, and then his 2 main henchmen, Esim and Enister. They are the strongest. How strong precisely? Use comparative with the heroes and villains. He asks. I never saw Necrosis fight. He is a centaur in armor that has 6 arms. Apparently he uses all type of medieval weapons. Swords, shields, maces, spears. She says Esim and Enister are strong. Enister is a sorcerer, never seen him fight, but he should be at least equal with Esim. And Esim is a physical powerhouse. Maybe strong as the Hulk, but faster. Magic Ororo says I doubt it. Eidolon comments he must be strong as casual enraged Hulk. He puts his chin on his fingers and starts thinking about the match. UPS. Seeing his silence, Kitty decides to ask Magic Ororo. How is your world, Ororo? I don't know how to explain without knowing about your world. She smiles. There's the X-Men, the Avengers, and other superhero groups. By the little we talked, my world must be some years ahead of yours. Whoa. So you know the future. In what I should invest? Kitty starts asking but is interrupted by Eidolon. Is useless to try to cheat like that. Her universe is not like ours. Even a small difference can make everything different. You will just end up too tied with what you think will happen and suffering in some way. He advises party pooper. Kitty pouts but she suddenly smiles and turns to Ororo. How is the Eidolon from your world? No, never heard of an Eidolon. Or nothing similar. Magic Ororo reveals. Kitty's eyes widen. So, about the Metas, the Battle of New York. Metas, huh? We call ourselves mutants. And yet, a terrible affair that battle, many died. Magic Ororo says. Jean frowns. How is the mutant situation there? She asks. Bad. Ororo says like she is accustomed. How many years ago the Battle of New York happened? Eidolon asks, but he appears uninterested. 8 years ago. Magic Ororo answers. So is useless to talk, many disasters should have happened. Your world is very ahead of yours. With is a little worrying. Worrying. Rogue asks. That means that the heroes and villains there are stronger, more experienced, and in more quantity than us. If there's universal war, we would lose. He says we don't want wars. Ororo says, don't need to be your universe. Statically half of the multiverse is with a timeline more advanced than us. Maybe just 1 second, maybe 100 years. I don't like it. Eidolon frowns. It is good that I don't exist in your universe. With luck, I died in all other universes. He says casually. Jean stares at him. She remembers the time that he is subjected to Danielle Moonstar's power. His fear. Himself. It is not only about him going crazy or being mind-controlled. He is worried about an alternative evil version of him coming here. She thinks Hector is worried about that truly. But his way of having a meta-power was not conventional. And he doesn't think all of his alternative versions have the essence either. The multiverse would be broken. With luck, I'm the only Hector with powers in all multiverse. He thinks, but why do I feel like I will not be so lucky? He sighs internally. He even prepared an excuse for this during the interview. His fabricated origin story is based on Dr. Manhattan, where his power is too strong and he died. For all senses and purpose, if the other Hectors don't have his powers, he can say that they didn't awaken in the same way. And if he doesn't exist, that means that they died. Eidolon then claps loudly, making everyone look at him. Okay, everyone. The break is over. Let's move to the Belasco fortress. I will say the plan along the way. He exclaims while producing the cloud again. Flying in the cloud again. Everyone is sitting in a circle while Eidolon starts to explain everyone's task. But what are you two doing here again? He pauses to look at the sorcerer duo sitting calmly. Kurt told me the gist of it. I want to help. Margalie said simply, like is natural. Eidolon stare at her. And you three solved your issues? He asks. Margalie frowns. It is hard to simply forget years of hate, but I understand that is unfair to blame Kurt. I just need time, she says, and her 2 children put hands on her shoulder to comfort her. It is really complicated. Even if Eidolon gave her someone to blame, must be hard to sort out her feeling in so little time. Well, these things take time. Just keep in touch. Eidolon comments. But are you here for the goodness of your heart or do you want something? He asks suddenly, not knowing the person by their fictional character. He will keep his distance. Margalie doesn't answer immediately. Are you sure that you want to fight Belasco? He is not an enemy that anyone wants to make so easily. The Ancient One already told me many things about him. Eidolon interrupts. It is not that I want to make him an enemy. He is my enemy now. Tell me what you want already. He says. Eidolon. Kurt starts saying, but Margalie raises her hand. So you met the Ancient One? She says with a strange gaze. You're right. Sincerely, I just care about Kurt and Jermaine. Margalie says. I would accompany you guys just to keep him safe. If you want my help. I want something from Belasco too. Such an old sorcerer. He must have a mountain of useful things. She says. An hour ago we are almost fighting and now we are planning a raid together. Kitty comments. There are no eternal enemies, only interests. Eidolon quotes from somewhere. Margalie smiles at his words. You look like a smart fella. Eidolon doesn't react to her patronizing words. Anything in particular that you want? He asks. Sometimes is good to give someone the chance to make a choice. This will reveal their objective and ambition, and help you make a good map of their character and intentions. Margalie narrows her eyes a little at Eidolon. I want Belasco sword. The two stare at each other. Ororo and Illyana's reaction of surprise didn't go unnoticed by Eidolon, even if his eyes never left the older sorcerer. But in the end, he shrugs and says in a carefree way, oh, just this? Okay. He accepts easily. Ororo tried to catch his attention with her eyes, but he didn't look at her. I just want you to hold off one of Belasco's followers and the sword is yours. If I get my hands on her, with my plan will be easy to kill the guy. Eidolon says, as if I'm giving anything that you want to you. He thinks to himself, if this limbo looks like a Walmart cultivation world, I will act like Wang Lin. If you want the sword, fight him yourself. Nothing is revealed on his face, but now he has the plan that if even Belasco's invulnerability is too much, he wants to at least take his weapon and cripple him beyond recovery. Okay, now that this is settled, let me explain the plan. It is incredibly simple, Eidolon says before outstretching his hand, making a hologram appear. Using the power chart and hologram together with other abilities, a perfect 3D image of Belasco City appears in the middle. Oh, everyone, is this Belasco's place? Kitty asks. Yes, I mapped it earlier, Eidolon says when Jean asks during our 2 wholesome family reunions. I don't like wasting time, it is all he says. He didn't explain his use of clones and other powers to scout ahead. Belasco's fortress city looks nothing out of the ordinary when compared with a feudal city. A huge castle surrounded by all types of buildings. The only thing that sticks UPS is some incredible tall towers all over the place. So, Magic Aurora, where normally does our target stay in this place? Eidolon asks. Necrosis normally stays here, in the barracks or in patrol. She points to an isolated place close to the wall. Belasco and Enarster vary a little. Enarster normally stays holed up in his tower. This one, she points to the specific tower, Esim, is completely unpredictable. She shrugs. Where the bloodstone could be. In Belasco's study probably. But there's a chance that is with him? In this case, I will need to take it myself. And before he discovers that he can use it to threaten us with Illyana's life. Eidolon comments darkly, we will divide ourselves. First, there will be a group with Illyana that will await from my signal and the confirmation that the bloodstone is not with Belasco before invading sneakily. He makes a light shine on the back of the castle. The faces of everyone appear on the hologram and he moved them around the map. This will be everyone's initial position. Illyana, Nightcrawler, Shadowcat, Shadow, Mikhail, and Magic Aurora will wait here to go retrieve the bloodstone and rescue the other Kurt and Kitty. He shows the position. Murasaki, Marvel Girl, Cyclops, and Colossus will attack Necrosis and the guards. Murasaki will take care of Necrosis and I want the 3 X-Men to go crazy. I want chaos, he says, showing the place. There are civilians in this city. Jean asks a little worriedly. No, all of them are Belasco subordinates, but there are some slaves through. Magic Aurora says just attack the ones that hold weapons and attack you. I will leave this to your judgment, Eidolon says, seeing Jean's uneasy face. After she nods he continues. Mrs. Sardos, do you know how to set traps? He asks. Yes, if you give me some time. Then you, your daughter, and Rogue will wait here, a little far away from the city. I will throw Enarster to you guys. Eidolon says just hold him there if he prove himself too dangerous. Sorcerers are unpredictable. She nods. I will attack from the front. Attract attention and keep Belasco busy, Eidolon says, pointing to the front gate. Any doubts or suggestions? Isn't the group of Illyana a little fragile to the dangerous task? They had a great chance of finding that Esim guy, that is strong as Enarster. Jean asks. I thought about this. I will give some useful things to Mikhail and Shadow later. But there's no need for them to be super strong. They need to be capable of running away fast. I don't want too many people to put a burden on Kitty and Kat's powers. Eidolon turns to Illyana's group. If you guys meet Esim or any other enemies, you guys have Aurora, Shadow and Mikhail to leave behind and continue forward with the task. He tries to convey the seriousness. Your guys' mission is literally the most important, in the moment you guys complete it and we are getting out here. But no need to risk your lives, remember it. He says. Any other question? We don't need any help, Margalie says, signaling at Rogue. Maybe better safe than sorry, and I want you guys to defeat Enarster fast. The fastest anyone defeats an enemy, the fastest they can move to help, and we will snowball on them. We have the surprise element. If we go well, we can end everything in less than half of an hour, Eidolon says. And this girl will be of any help? She asks with a raised eyebrow. Mommy Kurt tried to mediate the situation. She will. Eidolon answers with hesitation. Rogue, come here. He then raises his arm. His suit retracts from his wrist to his shoulder. I will allow you to take a lot this time, he says. Rogue eyes widen and she gulps before nodding, sucking him in broad light. So bold, Kitty jokes while making a show of spying on them between her fingers that are trying to cover her face. This only makes Rogue, that is taking off her gloves, blush more. Later, They are high in the air looking down on the fortress city. Yes, Enister is in that tower, but is hard to see inside the fortress itself. Wards maybe, but there are 2 high signatures there and there. No barrier surrounding the city, a little arrogant. Eidolon points that's the throne room and the dungeons. Belasco should be in the throne room. Magic Aurora says Esim should be underground. Good. Shadow. Use those. Eidolon says taking off Beowulf of his sky poison pearl, just channel your energy and you will know how to use it. He says Shadow put the pair of gauntlets and greaves. The devil arm adjusts to her size and she tests it a little. Mikhail. Put this. Eidolon takes off the almost forgotten EDI biomech suit. This looks like Thor armor. Kitty comments it's inspired in it. A prototype. Eidolon says Eidolon has outgrown the item, but that can't be useful. Together with Cortana, he is working on making a variety of power suits. He is combining Spartan armor with this biomech suit. In truth, this piece of armor and belt shouldn't even work. The armor would need the battery that is contained in the hammer. But thanks to the Gatcha, it works without it. But don't give the user flight of electricity projection. And because Mikhail is not a summon, he doesn't give powers to him for now. This will give you a good level of durability and strength. Give me back later with a report of the use. Eidolon says like Mikhail is gonna test it. Now go to your positions. When everyone is ready I will start. Rogue, take this. It is an anti-magic weapon. Eidolon gives her the nth metal mace. She takes it and tries the weight, her moves precise now that she absorbed Eidolon again. Margali that is giving a long stare at Shadow's Beowulf and Rogue's mace turns to him. Belasco is a strong individual, killed all that challenged him. She comments as a good-natured warning. He never fought me. Eidolon says this is his world. She continues. Good. Very good. He looks down on the city. I don't need to hold back then. His eyes started glowing dangerously red and the X-Men that know of his fight against Thor shuddered a little. Against Thor, he is in the middle of New York. And don't want to kill Thor. Now, Jean thinks to himself, remember that we are still down there. Kitty half jokes. Later, Eidolon is floating alone now. He took off his mantle, waiting for Margali to be ready. While waiting he pulls the sword of actuation from his inventory and looks at it. Better be safe than sorry. And he slowly starts to take off power boost cards and use them on the sword. Hector is a little stingy with his power boost cards. Even if they are the consolation prize of the Gatcha, because of his limited rolls, he can't waste them. He has a list of powers to upgrade, like New Order or even Erasure, the power that he is keeping a secret to use against Apocalypse and make the eventual confrontation last 1 second. But powers can be trained, can be improved by an increase in strength. So he is holding it for now. But items. It is not simple to upgrade items. So is not a waste to use power boost cards on it. He uses cards 101. And no apparent changes occur. He feels like he is filling a reservoir that he doesn't know the volume of. Obviously, he can feel the slight increase in the power of the sword with each card, but he is waiting for the breakthrough or evolution. In the 8th card, it finally comes. The sword shines and trembles a little. Last time the blade changed from blue to red and I gained the ability to shift between hurting only physical or astral things. I used 2 cards, this time I use 8. If this continues in a geometric progression. He frowns thinking about the huge amount of cards needed in the future. 32 in the next and 128 after it. After the light subsided he inspected the changes in the sword. Appearance-wise, there's only one. The thorny vines that composed the guard and handle changed from green to purple. The sword looks even more alive now, pulsating. Oh, I see. He instinctively knows the new abilities and he tries one. The thorny vines move around wildly before latching around his hand. But hey, not stop there. The vines envelop his hand and continue to grow till they are covering his whole arm. In a makeshift thorn arm guard that ends on his shoulder. Some vines still dance slowly at the end of it, above his shoulder. An anti-astral armor? And only the arm for now, huh? Hector counts his body parts and feels a little headache knowing how much more upgrades are needed. Well, at least shows that this sword has great potential. He puts the sword away and makes his preparations. BZZT in position. Rogue reports to him in his earpiece. Copy that. He says before floating down slowly. As he approaches the wall, some guards look at him and pointed but he ignored them. The one for all users said that named moves are stronger. And weirdly they really get out a little stronger. Must be the adrenaline. He muses to himself while taking position. How should I do it? Some guards with wings fly to him. First comes Rock. He mutters no. Maybe a United States of Smash. He muses again. Nah. Talking about this, maybe I should accompany my moves with a word like smash. Yuvajin uses impact. Maybe strike. I should stick with the basic and go with a serious punch. The guards finally arrived and surrounded him, shouting something about trespassing and going to kill him. Well, this cheap cultivation world deserves a palm attack. He raises his hand, flexing many of his energy sources. The sky darkens a little and the world starts trembling. Taking the perfect angle, he attacks. From his palm, the force, and his telekinetic powers coupled with Nani emit a giant's turbid palm that flies to the city. The attack raises 25% of the giant's city as a collateral, because the real target is the tower where Enister dwells. It is a testament to the protective wards, the fact that the tower is not disintegrated, but it is uprooted and sent flying at a distance. To Margali, Jermaine and Rogue, whom I will call it cultivation bullshit palm strike. He nods to himself. Well, that is our signal. Jean comments, seeing the uprooted buildings and rubbles flying crazily on the other side of the city. She, Psycho, Cyclops, and Colossus are on the roof of a building looking where can only be the barracks of the soldiers. After the commotion, demonic people start pouring out of the buildings like ants. Colossus rises from his crouched position while covering his body in metal. He steps out the roof and loudly lands on the path of the soldiers. While this, huge icebergs fall from the sky around them, conveniently blocking other escape routes. Eidolon doing trapped most of the soldiers in that part of the city. Some demonic soldiers could fly, but they're hit by Cyclops blasts. Jean helps attack the mind of the ones flooding Colossus and throwing what she can to the ones flying. Murasaki is completely still even if the fight already started. She wants to join already, but she held herself back. Her eyes focused on the buildings. At some point, a centaur knight steps out of one of the buildings shouting something, maybe orders. Psycho smiles under the mask before disappearing from her spot. She steps on Colossus's shoulder before moving forward so fast that she appears to be teleporting. Where she passes, demons receive cuts and fall. She finally arrives at the back. Mist. Necrosis, the huge centaur with 6 arms, looks around before hastily raising his shield. The blow makes him slides a little before he steadies himself to look at his opponent. Wench, you will pay for your cheap tricks, he exclaims while taking a variety of weapons. Psycho raises his sword. I'm gonna enjoy it. She licks her lips. Outside the city, good control, Margali praises. While watching the tower flying in her overall direction, Jermaine and Rogue at her side. When the tower falls and starts sliding in the ground, she times perfectly and hit her Wando F power on the ground. Blue glyphs shine on the ground and converge where the tower falls. Then a huge explosion and a pillar of blue light emerge with enough strength to reach the clouds. A sky beam. Typical, Rogue thinks, but is more like Eidolon than her. She shakes her head to focus again. She absorbed a lot, really a lot this time. Eidolon controlled what powers she would absorb this time, focusing on the quality of powers, but in the quantity of energy. She is almost glowing with strength. After the light subsided, a creature that looks like a humanoid pterodactyl with a horse face emerges from the rubble. He is very hurt and enraged. Looking around, he spotted his 3 enemies. I'm gonna make you 3 wish that you never existed. He starts saying before receiving an attack from Rogue Mace. He is sent flying to the ground. She doesn't hesitate before dropping down on his chest with her knee, and then taking a deep breath she releases a sonic scream close to his skull, and then drops the mace on his chest again. Margali watches this unfold. Are we really necessary here? Jermaine asks, unsure while starting to float, her hands glowing ready to give support. Back to Eidolon, he continues to rain down the destruction on the site, in a controlled way, targeting especially the towers, the place that Magic Ororo said are the core of the wards. He disturbs everything with the goal of making Ileana's group travel unnoticed. At some point, he notices someone appearing from the balcony of a high part of the castle. Finally, Belasco looks exactly like someone would imagine a demon. Red skin, yellow eyes, and horns. He is using regal clothes, also red, but some with some jewelry. In his waist was a sword. He looks around unfazed by the destruction. Then he finally Looks at Eidolon. I was already bored without suicidal people like you. He drawls complacently. Eidolon doesn't answer him. Belasco is on the balcony of the largest building. He mutters into his earpiece. With Ileana group. They received the message and looks at Ileana. She closes her eyes in concentration. It was not with him, she says after some time. Everyone nods. We are invading right now, Eidolon. If the Bloodstone is not with Belasco, Eidolon only needs to take the guy away now. Eidolon raises his hand and releases a high-concentrated blast of air cannon at Belasco. The upper part of the castle is destroyed, but Belasco is unaffected after he raised a shield. You're not bad. We'll make a nice puppet. Belasco comments to keep his focus on himself. Eidolon emits his Nen and other energies. Ready to go all out. Oh, are you a demigod? It's always these heroic types born with a golden spoon in their mouths. He says condescendingly. Eidolon punches the air. But before his motion is finished, a small portal appears in front of his fist. His arm disappears and reappears close to Belasco, already giving him an uppercut to the sky. A convenient power that he took on the world of the Incredibles. Eidolon doesn't stop there. It is not in his style to give enemies chances. He continues to punch the air like he is shadowboxing. His first disappeared and reappeared in different positions close to Belasco. He punches almost every inch of his body. Face, stomach, crotch, liver, ribs, back. Belasco is treated as a ragdoll for some time. Throw around in the air by the force enough. Belasco screams, stabilizing himself in the air with a burst of magical energy. He is panting in fury, but he looks just a little hurt. Eidolon appears above, his arm already pulled back in a huge motion. His first is shining in a blinding light. All this time he is not simply punching Belasco to accumulate damage. He is using Fajin, accumulating the kinetic energy of dozens of punches to multiply this one attack. First comes rock, he says before burying his arm in Belasco's torso. Belasco is shot at the ground like a bullet, Eidolon still connected with him while he caved his heart. I really wanted to end the arc with this chapter, but the characters talked by themselves. They talk too much, I swear. Bye. This week I end this arc. I will even add the epilogue as a apology. Till someday. Chapter 56, Battle in the Limbo, Part Final. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them, only you. Rip and tear, until it is done. King Navik. Recap, in the last chapter, Eidolon's group find Ileana and surprisingly a Aurora from another dimension. Now the plan changed and they will attack Belasco to recover the piece of Ileana's soul and save the X-Men from the other universe. While chaos is happening outside, inside the castle Ileana's group advances. This way, Ileana points out in a direction. She and Aurora are the guide in the maze-like interior of the castle. Sometimes they use Kitty, Mikhail, and Kit's powers to take shortcuts. This way they avoid conflicts most of the time. The unlucky demons that crossed paths with them, however, are easily deal with it. So it is really in his study room. Aurora comments at this time, everything shooks, making them stop for a moment. Things are heating up out there. Kitty comments, let's hurry. Aurora advises. They continue to move steadily and carefully. If their task is completed, everything is over. The group eventually finds themselves in a huge hall, where they meet with a battalion of demons. Before anyone in the group could act, Aurora raises her hand and summons a strong but controlled hurricane. In this closed space, her hand shines azure while she makes the demon soldiers hit each other constantly till all of them are out of combat. Then she let them fall on the ground. Huff, I always wanted to do that with these bastards. Aurora sighs satisfied. Damn, that's some fine control. Kitty exclaims, can our Aurora do magic too? Almost everyone can do magic. Some are better than others. I have a connection with Gia, the Mother Earth. I'm luckier than most. You can ask your Aurora when you go back. She explains calmly. What? I never heard of that. Is Ms. Aurora that special? She never talked about it. Kitty exclaims, wait. She is always taking care of her garden. Maybe. She puts a pensive expression, thinking if Aurora knew about this connection, and if she choose to ignore. Anyway, she is gonna tell her when she go back. She could be missing a great opportunity. They continued in their way, taking the demons as discreetly as possible. Suddenly Shadow acts fast and pulls Ileana back. The ground where she was before explodes and a huge figure emerges from it. I smelled you from far away, little girl. Is this commotion your last attempt? I'm almost impressed. A pink and muscular demon with a cocky smirk says, while looking down at them. Oh, aren't you guys pets the last time I saw you? He asks with a condescending smirk while looking at Kurt and Kitty. Esim. Ileana says between gritted teeth. This makes Mikhail's face change. So you are the one. He says looking at the demon furiously while pulling his short adamantium sword from the scabbard. Shadow raises her hands in a stance. This is exactly what Eidolon predicted. His orders are to divide if met with a powerful enemy, but Ileana needs to keep going for the bloodstone. Without a word the rest get close to Kurt and with a bamf they disappear. Esim looks around surprised. Oh yeah, he could do that trick. Well, I will follow them after killing you too, he said, scratching his chin. You're dying here, bastard. Mikhail points his sword at him. Beneath. It is all that Shadow says before she punches the ground, making the three of them fall to change the battlefield. The place where Ileana and the others are going is in the upper parts of the castle. Keeping Esim far away from them was the smart move. Esim contemptuously doesn't care and lets himself fall with them. Enister is in a pinch, being pressed down. In close quarters and from distance, he can hardly breathe and much less fight back. Of all the people that are attacked on Belasco's side, he is the one in the worst situation. He is moved from far away, and ambushed with his pants down practically. He raises a shield to defend himself from Rogue, just to have his defense smashed like a common brick wall by her mace. Rogue swings Eidolon's nth metal mace once more, don't giving him a chance to rest. Dodging is the only way against this girl, he noticed. Trying to keep his distance from Rogue, and the damned mace, he opens his wings and propels himself high in the air. With another clap of his wings, magic missiles are ejected at Rogue to keep her away, but she expertly dodges them. As she fights she becomes better and better, even using aerial movements more fluidly. He tries to fly higher, but he hits a barrier. Margali trapped the four of them in this place. He makes another barrier to defend himself from more magic attacks coming from Jermaine. To where he dodged, he met Rogue Mace with his face, with enough strength to throw him on the ground. Still floating she extends one hand and a big explosion is emitted from it, hitting Enister. The demon sorcerer groans in pain, but suddenly he forces his body to move. Blue chains emerged from the ground, trying to trap him. He moves away from them with great difficulty, throwing some items and concoctions at the chains that try to encircle him like snakes. Halting them. He tries another something that makes him blink of existence before reappearing in the same place when a lightning bolt hits him. Damn that woman! He mutters looking at Margali, who just raised her wand of power to stop him from teleporting away. She already is prepared for the too common power of teleportation between sorcerers. He tries to stabilize himself after the attack, but Rogue intercepts him again. She is simply too fast. And she is not giving him any chance to approach the tower. Whatever items, potions, scrolls, weapons, or anything else he held there, it is now useless. He was really caught with his pants down. Now bleeding all over his body, his senses are slowly failing him. He is trying to keep his concentration at the highest levels against Rogue, but he also has to keep an eye on the other two. Be aware of Jermaine that is constantly throwing magic beams at him. And at Margali that stays still all the time, observing and only attacking when the opportunity presents itself. But a sheathed blade is equally dangerous. The constant mental pressure strains his nerves while he is afraid of her next move. Finally, he makes a mistake. A blue chain latches on his feet and pulls him to the ground. Dragging him for some meters, Rogue then ruthlessly steps on his back and grabs his wings, before ripping them off in a show of brutality that is strange to herself. Without thinking too much she takes the mace from her belt and raises high on the air, surprising even herself on how come her heart is when she smashed the demon head on the ground. Boom! After the dust settle, the mother-daughter duo approaches. Well, that's surprisingly easy, Margali comments, and it really is. Enister, the strongest native sorcerer of the Limbo, dies just like that. Bullied like a little children. Overwhelmed in numbers, power, and strategy. Someone strong as him shouldn't have gone down like that. If was a fair fight he would at least escape. Alas, he met prepared enemies. Margalie looks at the mason rogue's hand, a anti-magic weapon. What scary fella, she thinks. Boom! Suddenly rogue attack Anister again with even more strength. The legs of the corpse even raise a little before lying motionless again. The mother and daughter duo looks at her strangely, always double tap. She answer the non-asked question in a non-nonsense voice similar of what they heard from Eidolon. Margalie watches her, she is almost a completely different person. Gone is the girl that is happy to be on the background till is absolutely necessary. Rogue puts the mace away, one of the reason things went so smoothly, on her belt, and says I'm going help the others. Her tone is different from the shy way she talked before. More confident, even her posture changed. Go ahead. I'm gonna check his tower first. Margalie says, in truth, beyond looting whatever Anister has, she wants to keep a healthy distance from Eidolon. She wants to observe him from afar a little. Like Eidolon, Rogue didn't even look at her. She nods and then with a flex of her body, takes off flying at supersonic speeds to the city. Sparks fly with every clash between Psycho and Necrosis. She must go beyond to keep up with the great number of weapons her enemy wields. She defends up, right, left and then counterattacks with a stab. Necrosis tries to cut her legs, but she jumps while delivering another strike. Necrosis parries with his shield before lifting himself a little in his hind legs and advancing with great momentum against Psycho. She parries with her sword but is pushed back. She concludes that Necrosis is stronger than her physically. She looks up and is surprised to see that he is already on her. His axe cleaves her face, passing right through her widened eyes, before she collapses in mist. Appearing above and behind him, she spins and goes for his neck, but he moves a little and she can only cut his shoulder. One of his arms now hanging by a thread of skin and meat. His lower horse body gave him an explosive acceleration, but he had a hard time turning around. If not, he would defend or counterattack such open attack. She analyzes. You're not weak. I respect you a little now. Necrosis comments a little haughtily but with a tinge of respect in his tone. His words make Psycho's eyes widen, but not for the reason that one would think. She sighs and straightens up before sheathing her sword. Necrosis looks confused. I'm sorry. I was having fun at your expense. She says, bowing a little. He chose such a nice opponent and I was just treating you like a dummy. She sighs again, but you're a warrior. She adjusts her other sword on her waist. The adamantium katana. I will not toy with you and kill you in the next move. She says more seriously now. Huh? Bold words. Necrosis exclaims before raising himself in his hind legs again and preparing for an explosive charge. Hey, Psycho exhales deeply while closing her eyes. When she opened her eyes again she can see more, much more. The transparent world. She can see her enemy's muscles, blood flow, and air currents around him. Everything is in slow motion to her. The dust rises with each time his hooves touch the ground. In this slowed world, Psycho lowers herself in an III stance. Her right hand hovering over her sword. It is not possible to see because of the clothes and the mask, but from Psycho's collarbone to her left cheek a purple mark appears, expanding till it's just below her left eye. The mark looks like mist but is sharp in some way. Haki and Nen are concentrated on her blade. Kazumi no Kokyu. Shi no Kata. Iraiagiri. Mist breathing. Fourth form, shifting flow. Slash. She then disappears from her spot, leaving only an afterimage behind. The world falls silent for an instant. She appears behind Necrosis, her sword unsheathed. He continues to charge for some time before noticing something is wrong. When he goes to turn, his body is divided in two perfectly from the top of his head till his crotch. He falls without another word in two puddles of gore. I barely felt resistance. Psycho admires the blade in her hand. He really spoils me. She says, indeed. Cortana's voice speaks to her while she turns around from all of his people. I think you're the one he spoils more. Don't tell Lady Jade though. She adds, Fufu. Psycho giggles before turning to the vision of her defeated foe. A shudder flows through her spine and she moans. Even if didn't have the full satisfaction of feeling her sword cutting through her opponent, because of how good the blade is, she can still admire her own deed, her own strength. Psycho is strong. Much more than one would expect from her. She could probably solo the Avengers right now, with the exception of Thor and Hulk. She is really an anime character that can move at sonic speed and has a blade that can cut everything. Would be one hit kill in everyone if they don't prepare. That's bad. I almost cummed a little. She thinks while rubbing her thighs together, I can't allow myself to do this here. Only at home. Thinking about him. She centers herself and gave a last look at her opponent before she goes have fun with the small fries. Now using the normal sword. Esim, Shadow, and Mikhail ended up falling for a long time till they reach an open space that looks like an old subterranean cave. It looks like an abandoned mine, probably from the Prometheum. The place is dimly lit by brilliant rocks. After the fall, Shadow took a bunch of devices and threw them around in all possible directions. The devices activate in the air and start spinning and spraying black paint everywhere. The paint cover even more of the light, letting the place darker. Shadow activate the night vision of her futuristic glasses, while Mikhail put his own. Trying to beautify your tomb. Esim mocks Shadow didn't answer and goes for a direct attack. She is always one of few words. Esim laughs and punches the incoming Shadow with blinding speed. But she expertly ducks and kicks his ribs. He would have dodged, but he is too conceited and didn't think that this little girl could hurt him. He wants to see her face of despair when her attacks are ineffective. Slowly destroying his enemy's hopes is a hobby of him, but gosh, he is thrown at the wall with his side hurting a lot. What? He removes himself from the wall in a hurry. After checking his ribs, he noticed a ugly scorching mark. And worse, his regeneration is not kicking in. Devil Arm, Beowulf. A set of gauntlets and greaves blessed with sacred light. Highly effective against demons. In the past, Hector noticed something about the Gatcha. It always gives things at his power level, varying depending of his luck. But there's a loophole. Maybe can't even be called a loophole, but he gains certain things that are obviously above what he would deserve based on his power level. It's about the items. The fact that they're external help and don't increase Hector 1 power, opens the possibility of very strong items being gained through the Gatcha. Because it's not simple to use strong items. Not all weapons in the Omniverse is like the Mjolnir that boosts the user's power. It's the opposite, the user needs to be strong to unleash the full potential of the item. Beowulf comes from a very high-level universe and is something that can damage universal-level demons. When Shadow used it, left a scorch mark in Esim. To make a comparison, if was Hector kicking the guy with the comparative percentage of his power while wearing Beowulf, Esim would be dust now. Shadow pulled her arm back, concentrating her aura on it and then punching the demon from distance. The white veins on Beowulf shine brightly before a white beam of light is shot at Esim. Now, wary of her attacks, Esim dodges hastily to the side. He steps forward at an amazing speed and sweeps with his clawed hand at Shadow, trying to cleave her torso in two. But she saw that a second ago. Thanks to her upbringing, her observation haki is extremely advanced. She twists her body backward to dodge, her hands touch the ground and she goes for a backflip. But while she was doing that, her right leg struck and she releases a huge Rankyaku at Esim from close range. This 3-meter-long Rankyaku, different from normal, is completely white. The thing about the Beowulf is that it can add holy properties to all attacks from the user. Since the attack was powered by Nen or Haki, to the shockwaves or even the wind moved by the pressure of the blows. All of this will have a holy light. All of this will be effective against demons. Esim puts his arm to protect himself, but the holy Rankyaku makes a huge scar on his torso, arms, and legs. You little. He gnashes his teeth. I'm not letting you have an easy death, he exclaims and tries to tackle her, using his huge physique as an advantage. Halfway through he needs to stop and hastily dodges a swing of Mikhail's sword. Now he is more cautious of their attacks, and rightly so. Esim backs off, but Mikhail presses forward elbowing the demon. Esim once again is surprised by the physical strength of this human. Mikhail, who is using the EDI suit, doesn't try to take distance and goes for a punch in the chin. His first glowing with his powers, but this time Esim dodges. You're the one that will be having an ugly death, demon. I need to repay you for 6 years of my sister's suffering. Mikhail says, snarling. They exchange attacks at high speed, but Mikhail is slower. At some point, he is disarmed of his sword, but he didn't let that hinder him too much and switches up fast to a fist fight. After some blows, their two first clash at the same time and they go to a stalemate. A stalemate that doesn't last long when Shadow intervenes with a roundhouse kick. Esim needs to back off. Shadow follows with a sorrow and connects a punch in his calf. The demon groans in pain. And he fell on his knees when Shadow combos her punch with another on the back of his knee. Mikhail doesn't waste time. Recovering his sword, he raises it in the air while teleporting directly above Esim. Swing down, his blade meets the demon's left arm that he used to defend himself, and cut his arm relatively easily. Esim eyes go wide as saucers. Adamantium, the short sword that Eidolon gifted Mikhail before entering Limbo. This metal doesn't have incredible properties. It can't absorb kinetic energy like vibranium, or be an excellent magic conductor like you, or even disrupt magic like the nth metal. Adamantium is durable. Simple as that. Nigh indestructible, and its molecular integrity is as such that it can be forged in a pico proportion, and become the sharpest blade in the world. Cutting between molecules. In the comics, Wolverine cut the Hulk in many moments with his claws. Hector tested the blade in himself, and his arm is cleaved neatly with effort, and adamantium becomes one of the highest dangers to him because his main weakness is his neck and nervous system. But he already devised a way to counter it, and would be necessary for a strong person to use against him to adamantium become effective again, someone at least at his level. But Esim is not Hector. He can't control his body and the molecular structure of his skin to make it impenetrable. And once again, Esim is surprised by the capabilities of the weapons of his enemies to hurt him. Not giving time to him to think, Shadow swipes his leg to destabilize him. But before falling, Esim goes berserk and with an animalistic roar punches the ground with all his strength. Dust and rocks fly everywhere, the castle trembles, and the wall and ceiling cracks. Esim utilizes the opportunity to run. The pink demon is a bully, and bullies target the weak. The situation is becoming dire to Esim, and he is not so dumb that haven't he noticed it. These people are prepared, he thinks. He will run from now and take revenge later. He just needs to find Enister to heal his wounds. Then he will use hit and run tactics to deal with these pests. Maybe even take Ilyana as a hostage. Yeah, that should work. When he is crossing the exit, using the dust as cover, Shadow's eyes never left him. Again, her observation haki is extremely good. So good that she naturally had the empathic vision and mind's eye ability that Fujitora, the Marine Admiral, had. Above the exit, she emerges from a huge ink stain that she previously put there. Letting gravity do her job, she falls on Esim back. Her two arms are outstretched, her fists closed while she places them on the demon's skin. The Beowulf's white veins shine brightly because of the aura concentrated there. Rokuagan, she spoke in a soft voice. Boom, it is like a flashbang just exploded. The culmination of the Rokushiki is used with the Beowulf to deliver a devastating blow. The shockwave ravages Esim internal organs with the holy attribute. The demon screams in pain like never before. Shadow releases a breath and rolls her shoulders. Thankfully she has hyper regeneration, so in a few seconds, she is good as new. She slowly approaches her opponent. After the dust settles again, is possible to see Esim's state. He is whimpering on the ground, has cracks all over his body, bleeding everywhere. It is a signal of the demon tenacity and durability that he is still conscious, and in one piece, and he still has the strength to one last move. Desperately, he propels himself from the ground, surprising Shadow, and makes a run for his life again. The burst of strength didn't last long. He slowed down a little, but he didn't stop running. He is very attached to his life. As one of the strongest residents from Limbo, he can't just die like that. Naive girl. He thinks that he really could escape, till a blue light flash at his side and he only has time to widen his eyes before his other arm is cut by Mikhail again. Run, run. I'm letting you die as you lived. In disgrace. Mikhail says with an angry expression. Arg? You bastard. Esim shouts, but he can't even punch. Now that he doesn't have arms, Esim flexes his legs, maybe to jump, maybe to kick Mikhail. His intentions will continue unknown because Mikhail chops one of his legs too. The demon fells face first on the ground. Crawl like the worm you are, Mikhail says, looking down on him, before raising his sword. That's for Ilyana, and Esim is no more. Eidolon POV. Okay, this is the magic bullshit that I was talking about. I think while dodging attacks from all directions. After I punched Velasco in the ground, it didn't take a second for the guy to trap us together in something that can only be the mirror dimension. I felt and saw the space shift and reality be flipped, but I let him use his BFR, battlefield removal, trick. Works for me. My task of keeping him occupied is completed. But damn, this is annoying. He has full control of this battlefield. I'm feeling in the Inception movie. There are parts of the castle and city in the sky. The up and down are all relative. Gravity is working strangely. I think he is controlling this too. Some places that are really far away appear close and vice versa. The ground where I stepped opened like a mouth to devours me and I jump to dodge. Magic circles appear above me and a rain of magical beams attacks me. I make my body as thin as thread and dodged with some difficult the heavy assault, but not even one touches me. My body, now like a thread, advances to Belasco position, piercing the air at hypersonic speeds. He hastily raises a shield to defend himself, but it only delays me a little before I pierce his forehead. Emerging behind him, I shake off his dirty dark blood from my thin barrier or protection. You know, gross right? Penetrate brain matter. Even more from a guy like that. Turning around, I swipe address my leg to deliver a Rankyaku at him. But he teleports away. That's another annoying thing. His teleportation is flawless. Maybe is his connection with Limbo, but there are no ripples or fluctuations when he teleports. I can only follow him by seeing the future. He reappears at some distance. The hole I made in his brain appears to not be a trouble to him. He is just staring at me. Oi, why are you dodging? Shouldn't you be invulnerable? I taunt. I starting to think that I overestimated you. I advance again. He raises his hand and from his fingertips, green fireballs the size of someone's head start to be shot like a machine gun. The fireballs go in all directions, but then they appear to sink into the air and start appearing from impossible positions. Imitating me, huh? His control over the battlefield is really annoying. I would need the Sherry Non to see all this shit. Unlucky to him I have good substitutes. Using my well-trained 3D maneuvering I dodge all little fireballs that has the destructive power to destroy a city block. In the end, my biggest strength is still evading. And speed. The most op of the stats. It is not for nothing that in my former life when there was a discussion about fictional characters with similar strengths they put a note of speed equalized. Being faster than your opponent, even if just a little, is a huge advantage in a fight of this level. Some fireballs come very close to comfort. It appears that he can control their direction too, and I have to slap them away. Maybe if I do things like Garu, I can gain his card. I advance while dodging, but he disappears again. The all-seeing eyes of God working a full throttle to keep up with his moves, he blends with the surroundings simply too well. In this mirror dimension, that right now looks like something that Escher would have painted, suddenly dozens of Belascos appear in many places. Small tricks. I act confused, making him think that this work on me, while I pinpoint his location. Doing some dodges that appear to be a whim, I move closer to his real location. While he continues to rain hell on me, when I see the opportunity, I turn fast and deliver a punch in the real Belasco. My punch powered by the advanced Conqueror Haki connected with a crimson barrier. The barrier is destroyed and my fist met another barrier. And destroying that, it met with another barrier. And finally stops, after making the third barrier distort. How do you know that I'm the real one? He asks when our eyes met. Your stench. I says. He frowns in displeasure. You have fallen into my trap anyway, he comments while red demonic glyphs appear under him, and then walls appear in all directions. Trapping me. He teleports away and the walls start closing. Trying to seal me. Huh? As if. I comment casually before crouching in the air and releasing an omnidirectional force blast. The two forces, one trying to enclose and one trying to escape, clash, causing a huge explosion. I and he are affected by it. The shockwaves make some of my bones crack, and blood spills from his open wounds. I think I figured out his invulnerability. First, he is really durable, even more durable than Thor when I fought him. My punch empowered by Fajin was literally my strongest attack till now. It's not my limit by the way, and he hadn't his torso blown away like the Deep Sea King against Saitama. I have planned to make him a donut, but my fist just went halfway through, and the wound is slowly regenerating. That is the second part of his immortality. He has a healing factor, not as fast as Wolverine or Deadpool, but he has it. I can see his dark red blood coalescing to restore him. And now the main concept behind his invulnerability/immortality. It appears that his body means jack shit to him. His heart was crushed, his brain pierced, and he just continued to go on like nothing happened. I destroyed his parietal lobes and nothing changed. It looks like his body is like a puppet to his soul. Like how I would control a robot with my technopathy, what happens with the robot body wouldn't affect me. I check again with the all-seeing eyes of God. No, it's really him. He is not remotely controlling from far away that body. So, is this like in D&D where some sorcerers have patrons that give them power, and when the sorcerers die their souls go to the patrons? If I kill him, I would need to trap his soul. If not, the extra-dimensional demons would retrieve it and all be for naught. Well, the plan is holding him anyway. You know, to a guy that sold his soul to become some demon's little pet, I would expect you to be stronger. I mock. In truth, I'm lying. He is very strong and resourceful. The guy has a range of abilities as big as mine. And I literally went to a world where 6 billion people have powers. His pursed lips are the only indicator that he is displeased. Why should I be content with this limited vessel when I can go much farther? I deserve to achieve great heights, he exclaims in a proud tone. Then he looks at me like I'm an insect. Someone like you that was born strong can't understand the power that you're gifted. I earned it, he shouts, raising his hands high in the air. Well, I can't argue. I would prefer to die powerless than be some demon's whore. You know that these deals never end well for the contractors, right? I say HMPF. Only if I don't have the competency, he says before finishing his next spell. Oh, I can't dodge that, I murmured while looking at the future. The red clouds in the sky rumble as a warning, and then in the next instant a storm of lightning is already on me. Faster than any lightning has the right to be, the huge AoE attack hits where I am. The red lightning engulfs almost all of this mirror dimension, leaving no room to dodge. Choosing to not try to test my magic resistance, which must be as weak as Superman's one, I extend both of my arms to use Reflect, empowered by One for All. After the onslaught, I bet that he is surprised to see me still standing. Thanks for the gift, take it back, I say, returning the attack. Reflect is a trump card that I haven't shown the world, something that I guarding to use in a crucial moment to turn the tides of a battle. Here, no one is watching. The huge attack hits him directly. And again, even after he is all burned up, he still acts chill. You're a slippery pest, he comments, slowly regenerating. Now I notice that he is absorbing energies from his surroundings to heal faster. Using the home advantage, he decided to change tactics and slowly take his sword from the scabbard. Oh, that is the thing that Margally wanted. Yep, looks nasty. There's really some high level of dark energy in that thing. He waved it at me, and a crescent-shaped bloody attack flies in my direction. Using one of my many powers, I turn my right hand into a blade and slash back. Kamusari. I use Roger's signature move, a black slash empowered by Conqueror's Haki meets Belasco's red one. The two annul each other, but I think his slash is stronger. Well, I was just testing the waters. Wait. No, his slash has some sort of corrosive propriety. A corrosive power that can even affect energies? That's interesting. But appears that Haki is efficient in resisting it a little. I remove Yon's katana from my sky poison pearl, so we are playing with swords now. Holding the material sword with one hand, I construct the immaterial sword with my spiritual power in the other hand. Let's dance then, Cortana. Put the only thing I know for real to play. Right way, master, it is her response. Cutting the distance in an instant, I attack with the sword in my left hand. He parries it, but I follow with the one in my right hand, while his sword is out of the way. He needs to teleport back some steps to dodge. Then, from the hand that is not holding a sword, he releases a magical attack. I twist my body back to dodge, then I pull one of my legs behind to create a stable stance and spin. A 360 slash is released from my attack. The slash goes far enough to destroy many buildings. But the annoying guy already teleported above. So this how it feels, huh? Belasco, you're starting to annoy me very, very much. Let's put a hold on the plan of simply keeping you occupied. I look at him from above and disappear. Appearing behind him, he teleports away again, but I follow by predicting where he will reappear. Odin Naitoriu. Tujan Shirataki using the same attack Odin used against that giant boar. I start cutting before he even appears. Totally red. Blood spills from his chest. No one knows this, but destiny and luck made me become a dual sword style Edge Ice-Guy MC. I comment just to confuse him before using the same attack downward. It's true though. Odin, Yon, Starkiller. Who is next? Kirito? Ugh. He chooses to parry this time, a bad move. My strength is simply too much superior to his. He is thrown at the ground like a rag doll. It's decided, Belasco. I'm gonna surrender to the cliché and cut you in many pieces and scatter you around to seal you. I decide before attacking again, dropping on him like a meteor. His durability is nothing to scoff at, so he raises the tip of his demonic sword and releases a beam of energy at me. While he is looking to the place where I was hit in the sky, I'm already with a stance at his side. Gah! I slash his side. Deciding that making big moves was not optimal, he goes to compete with me with sword play. Another bad move. He is good. Probably because of the years. He is not just a scholar. But I'm faster, stronger, and can see a little in the future. We exchange 100 of blows. Every second a new wound appears on his body. This remembers me of my fight against Thor. At that time I had the range advantage. Now using 2 swords I have more options. He tries to keep up with some spells thrown here and there, but he is being hard pressed. The thing is that he doesn't appears to be getting tired, so we will be at this for a long time. But I'm feeling myself improving, stretching the muscles and techniques that I don't use for the lack of opponents. It is good. And surprising fun. Which of my characters like fighting? Should be the ones from One Piece. I'm not particularly fond of battles, but I like improving. Let me use you as a stepstone. I say with a laugh, referencing those Chinese novels and annoying him further. Dude, you're too old to cough blood in anger like that when he makes a mistake. I end him. Jean Grey POV. Maybe I had a knack to multitask. Or is it simply a thing that I developed because of my powers? But I found it easy to attack the minds of some of these demons while simultaneously throwing debris at the others. Now I'm noticing that all that mental training and meditation really paid off. I got better in handle my powers. Before it was like handling a weapon with oily hands, always slipping out of control. Easily. Oh, look at me, using metaphors like Eidolon. A battalion of demon soldiers approaches and I reach with my telepathy. I'm not as good as the professor who can freeze people for some time and then when unfreezing them, they wouldn't have even noticed anything. But against demons I don't need to be careful, right? Brute force it is. They fall on the ground clutching their head or foaming through their mouth. I pull an already worn out building close with my telepathy and make it fall on them. I see another group approaching and I try to pull their weapons while Scott shot at them during the momentary confusion. Phew, I never pushed myself this hard. I'm sweating. I noticed after having to clean my forehead so that the sweat doesn't enter my eyes. Strange, my body is getting tired but my mind is as clear as ever. And I'm feeling even more mentally energized after every moment. Maybe this is my true Omega level potential. Sincerely, living with Bobby and Ororo, I was never awed by the Omega level. They are stronger than the rest, right? That's it. I never saw Ororo or Bobby go all out. Did they ever went all out in their lives? Eidolon in the interview said that an Omega level can at least affect continents with their powers. This is so weird to think about. I can't imagine myself affecting that many people. It's impossible. Eidolon said in our first encounter that sometimes ourselves are our greatest limiters. Something about mental blocks. I didn't think too much at that time. I can barely control my power. Imagine using all this potential. Sounded so distant in the past. But now, I put 2 fingers on my forehead, a little action that I conditioned myself to help my concentration, and started shutting down all the enemies I can. Their minds work differently from a human in many aspects. But in their core, they are not that different? Every word that I thought was punctuated with batches of demon soldiers falling. I exhale heavily. More. As instinct, the small tiredness that assaulted me after exerting that much power is recovered quickly. Damn, I think I am strong. I hear a cutting noise above me. The demons that are flying and are put to sleep by me while flying are attacked by a purple light. I see Murasaki approaching at distance, cutting even more demons in 2 with her sword. Hey, a flying sword slash. Kitty would love it. A sonic boom makes my focus goes in another direction, just in enough time to see Rogue dropping in the middle of a group of demons exactly like Eidolon does, but with less class. After she straightens herself, she blurs and blurs. I can barely accompany her speed with my eyes while she appears to slide onto the ground and attack the poor demons. With a boom, she appears close to me. Finished. Here too. She asks yes. I point to Murasaki turning the demons into Legos and where are Mrs. Sardos and her daughter. Stayed behind to take useful things from the tower. She shrugs her shoulder. I see. In hindsight, Didn't Eidolon give them that task already to reward them in that way? The guy really thought in everything, huh? And Eidolon won't give Belasco's sword to them. Right. I ask Rogue, I wouldn't do it. I notice some looks between Ileana and the other Ororo. That sword is dangerous. Even if Mrs. Sardos has no bad intentions. It could be like the dodecahedron in New York. Sincerely, I can't blame the guy. He at least gave the tower off as a consolation prize. Can you go and help Ileana's group? I ask. I'm worried about them now. Rogue looks at the castle. It is a huge castle. It's hard to locate them. Eidolon makes it look easy. She shakes her head. Now we are in a dilemma. Should Rogue continue here or give them reinforcements? Rogue looks around the battlefield for some time. I will go to Ileana, just to be safe. Things look in control here, she says before taking off at high speeds, almost pushing me with the wind. Pressure. Well, if Rogue with Eidolon mind said. I shrug and go back to assist Colossus that is being swarmed by demons. It's here. Ileana point to a huge double door, decorated in a fancy way. Shouldn't this have some ward or something? How do you will open it? Kitty asks to this. Ororo extends her hand and blasts the door with a gust of wind. Okay. Kitty says slowly this time is better to be fast. Ororo comments while Ileana already crosses the door and looks around the room. But suddenly she hears a hissing sound and she doesn't waste time to teleport a meter back. A clawed hand swiped on the place she just was standing. Cat. Aurora exclaims that. That is the other me. Kitty asks with her eyes wide before them. There is an anthropomorphic cat woman. Brown fur covering her whole body and using a blue leotard that is a little too skimpy for Kitty's tastes. She has been cursed by Belasco. A twisted way to teach Ileana a lesson. Ororo says Bamf. The well-known sound is heard behind them, but their nightcrawler was still standing at their side. Ororo acts fast and throws a lightning bolt from her fingertips at the other Kurt. He, on his side, teleports away fast and reappears at Cat's side. Ziz looks. Eidolon's dimension nightcrawler starts. Savage, Kitty guesses the other Kurt is shirtless and with a golden collar around his neck and chest. He looks like a beast, growling and salivating. So, we need to capture the most sneaky of the X-Men. Sounds easy. Kitty comments sarcastically. But then she hears something on her earpiece. Kitty, it's Rogue. Where are you? Are you hearing me? Is this on range? In one of the upper levels. Not so sure where exactly. She comments. Nothing comes from the other end. For some time. Can you scream for me? Rogue finally asks. That sounded wrong. Kitty answers unsure but okay. And then she shouts with hesitation. Rogue has a crush on Eidolon. Everyone looks at her. Strange. Some seconds later, boom, the ground explodes. Ileana groups shield their faces and when they open again there's a red-faced Rogue holding Cat and Savage Kurt by their necks. That's not what I mean. She half shouts with gritted teeth. Kitty shrugs her shoulders. I thought that the power of cringe would give you a boost. She says shamelessly. Let's not waste time. Ororo interrupts Ileana. Find the bloodstone. She turns to the girl. Ileana closes her eyes to concentrate. Are you with that? Rogue asks. Kitty pulls 2 syringes from a purse behind her. Here. She delivers the 2 syringes to Rogue and the Southern Belle Meta applies them expertly in the 2 unconscious metas. Now they will stay like that for half an hour at least. Rogue says. And when Ileana found the bloodstone I pressed this button. Kitty adds, holding a device that Eidolon gave to her. He said that will release a pulse that he will feel and he will end this mission. Now they went silent, to let Ileana concentrate. Eidolon and Belasco are still fighting in the mirror dimension. After this long, Eidolon has a good grasp of Belasco's abilities. Well, with the obvious exceptions being whatever trump cards the old sorcerer has under his sleeves. He is even fighting a little relaxed. No, is not like is being complacent. He is managing his advantage. In a battle of this level, mistakes can be fatal. And sometimes the only thing that can decide the result. In the manga and anime, Saint Seiya is said that if a battle between gold saints doesn't end in a second, will last 1,000 days. I want a gold saint card. Shaka if possible, my favorite. Hector thinks while exchanging dozens of blows and keeping close to Belasco. This fight can really last 1,000 days or more if this goes on, but he is not worried. Different from his fight against Thor, he didn't need to win, and making big moves give openings. He thinks while keeps pressing his opponent. Even in fight games, experienced players rarely use the ultimate moves, because the action/animation before is opening. It is all about combos and timing. This is the essential in a fight. Hector knows this, and he knows that the advantage is all his. No need to risk having the tables turning on him. He is not kidding when he said that he is using Velasco to train. He tried many powers, even making more arms at some point. But the moment finally arrives. The small trigger that can change the tide and the rhythm of the balanced fight. Velasco's face changes. A snarl grows in his feature, making him even more demonic. Ileana, he shouts before releasing a huge amount of magic to stop the fight and gain ground to breathe. This already proved a mistake before. He tried it during the fight to break Eidolon's rhyme, but the hero expertly predicted it and backed in the right time. Again, timing. Then he pressed after Velasco finished his big move, and then he was even more in advantage. Velasco is using this move again, even knowing that Eidolon wouldn't fall for this. It is because he didn't plan to continue to fight. He turns around and flies away. During his flight, he opens an exit and waves Hishin to the mirror dimension close around his foe. He is trying to seal Eidolon. Will not work. Turning the back against the enemy. Never thought that I would find someone really doing that. Eidolon murmurs, already in a stance. His two swords raised, his words give enough time to him to pump his body of Nen, Haki and other powers. His limbs grow a little thicker from the concentration of power. Yon and Odin Nitoriua, Fate Sealed and Tujan Tatsuka. He thinks while focusing on Velasco. He advances, so fast that the space appears to compress where he was before. Behind him, the ground explodes. Velasco feels the danger and turns around to raise his defenses and his sword. But he can't stop him. A dark energy clashes on his chest. The attack is so powerful that the X-shaped slash met the wall of the mirror dimension and shatters it, revealing the real limbo behind it. Eidolon and Velasco emerge in the real limbo and the mirror dimension slowly dissipates, starting from the X-shaped fissure. Eidolon is not done. His attack made Velasco fly even higher in the air uncontrollably, and he releases another attack on the defenseless sorcerer. Albeit weaker this time. Like a bullet, the demon falls to the ground, making a huge crater and lifting a huge cloud of dust. Eidolon spins around in the air a little before landing gracefully close to the Ileana group that is outside. He turns to look at them. Everyone is finished. Let's go then. He says like a father asking if everyone packed their things before returning to their home after a vacation. Ileana POV. Some minutes earlier it's close. I can feel it. It's in that cabinet. I exclaim after opening my eyes. My brother and that silent girl joined us while I was concentrating. I hurry to the cabinet, pushing some cauldrons and tables out the way. Velasco's study is full of weird things. Relics, books, body parts. I try to open the cabinet, but it's locked. I can't. I start, but my brother interrupts. Allow me, he says, pushing me gently to the side, then he uses his short sword to cut it open. The double doors of the cabinet are open wide after his attack, revealing their insides. There are a lot of things. A crystal ball, a gilded skull, some green candles, a staff that it's made of a bone, and I got it. I took the golden collar with a red stone in the middle. I can recognize it everywhere. Holding it I feel complete again. I didn't even notice that something is lacking before, but while the bloodstone is in my hands, I notice the difference immediately. Great, now we can go. The kitty of my dimension asks. Ororo turns to me. Can you absorb your soul back, Ileana? She asks. I frown while looking at the bloodstone. Maybe. I say unsure. Suddenly, I have an idea, brother. Take me to a garden in that direction. I point after situating myself. He raises an eyebrow but nods. Mrs. Ororo turns to me. Ileana, are you will help? I interrupt, afraid of her hesitation will make the others don't want to support me. After some teleportations, with the others following, we arrive in a small garden in a secluded part of the castle. The garden is simple, filled with purple grass and with a swirling red and black pool in the middle. The place is open because on some specific nights, when the moon appears, some rituals can be made here. I have seen Velasco create things from this pool. I read about it. It's like an eldritch furnace. I approach the pool holding the bloodstone necklace in my hand. Okay, tell me that you're not gonna enter this evil-looking water. Kitty says, looking at the in disgust. I'm not gonna enter. I say, totally, and before they can even argue I plunge my arm in the pool. Pain assaults my arm and continues through my whole body, but I grit my teeth to no scream. I let the cold feeling of the water go through my body, to my soul. I couldn't see inside the pool, but I can feel the necklace disintegrating between my fingers. The effects are better than I expected. Okay, remember when I said not totally? I turned to the others with a strained smile. I lied and I jump in the pool. I can use this thing to destroy whatever spell Belasco put on me and reattach this piece to my soul again. But is this the ideal? I can make my soul complete again and then what? This isn't an opportunity, right? I read on some of that books from Belasco that is possible to forge a strong and personal weapon using this pool and some part of you. Maybe only blood, maybe a limb, some assholes even used family members. I read that the greater the price, the stronger the weapon. Equivalent exchange or something like that. So if I use this piece of my soul, I can feel Belasco's spell being washed off. I feel free from the first time in a long time. The bloodstone, one of Belasco's most prized possessions, destroyed. But I can use the residual energy too, right? Everything can and must be used. It is one of that asshole lessons. The piece of soul in my hand absorbs everything that it can to become material. I see, it's easier than I thought. What weapon I should make? Well, I already thought about that. Belasco uses a sword, my brother uses a sword. Eidolon uses a sword. The piece of the soul starts stretching. When I feel that is completed, I finally allow myself to emerge from the pool. Pwa, cough cough. I wheeze. I haven't noticed that I was not breathing. Ileana. My brother carries me off easily, his face worried. What you did? It's done. I say slowly and I look at my hand. A blue flame-like sword in my hand, with no distinct feature. Don't look that impressive, but it's mine. It is my strength and power. Something to attack, to defend myself. To not be helpless anymore. Now I can do more than just run away. I was saved from giving an explanation by a super loud sound that echoes all over the place. It's like glass shattering mixed with other things. What the heck? Kitty exclaims, point at the sky. Above us, the sky was cut. There's a wound on it, in the shape of an X, the mirror dimension. Ms. Ororo says they're fighting there. She adds, and then she quickly explains what is the mirror dimension to the others. I already know that. So Eidolon and Belasco are there. Then, a figure flies off the huge X-shaped scar in the sky. Belasco. In a sorry state that I would not think possible before today. He is all bloodied and is not really flying. It appears that he has been thrown around by some force. Then Eidolon appears above him. I had only 1 second to register what I'm seeing before the sky is cut again and Belasco is plummeted into the ground. Eidolon does some backflips in the sky and lands perfectly beside us. He straightens himself calmly and asks casually, everyone is finished? Let's go then. He takes a look at my soul sword but he didn't comment. I look at him. I want to be as strong as him. Maybe I should have made 2 swords. Third-person POV. Eidolon checks Ileana with the all-seeing eyes of God. It appears that you broke the spell. Good job, he says, patting Ileana's head. She came down from Mikhail's arms. Because she doesn't want to be treated like a kid. So this is the soul sword, huh? She really did it. It looks like Kawabara spirit sword from Yu Yu Hakusho right now. Well, I think this thing evolves with the user. He thinks to himself. So, mission accomplished, guys. Eidolon comments before snapping his fingers. To his action, the air starts dripping with a black liquid and then Jean and the others far away appear from thin air. Everyone, but Margalie and Jermaine. Ugh, Gurk. That's unpleasant. Jean comments, wiping her mouth. Sorry, efficiency. Eidolon says calmly, so, we can go now? Jean asks, but a loud rumbling noise is emitted. Belasco emerges from the ground and rises high in the air to look down on them, fuming with anger. He literally looks like a walking corpse. In his torso an X-shaped open wound is exposed for all to see, some of his organs are even spilling out. His invulnerability is really impressive. Eidolon's attack only cut halfway through his body, and the fact that he can still operate at 100% with no regard with his injuries is a form of strength too. None of you are leaving this place alive, he says in a calm fury and points his sword to the ground. A huge amount of what appears to be blood get out of the sword. The waterfall of blood touches the ground and goes around, forming circles and writing itself in a strange language. Eidolon looks at all this with a frown. A summoning. He warns the others. The blood in the ground shines for a second before a pit appears where the magic circles were previously. The pit is full of dark red, liquid and completely still. Then a demonic arm emerges from the pit. The thing is, even if this arm wouldn't look out of place in someone with the Hulk's build, it's small when compared with the pit. Like an ant, another arm appears. And another, and another, another. Countless demons start crawling out of the pit. Eidolon relaxes. So, is not a boss fight, is a wave. He thinks. He exerts his conqueror haki to test the waters. Some demons fall, but most of them continue to advance without being affected. He checks them again, mindless puppets. He comments this must be the army that he was preparing to invade our dimension. During countless years. Eidolon comments these demons don't have free will. They don't even have base instincts. They are just like NPCs that will follow the command of their master till they be destroyed. The ones that Eidolon could affect with his haki were the ones made recently, that still held a lingering consciousness. Well, you guys run. I will hold them off for a bit. He comments nonchalantly. Puppets make for numbers, but without even base survival instincts. It means that their battle capabilities are subpar too. Are you sure? Jean looks at what now should be at least 1 million of demons filling the sky and the ground, circling them slowly. And there's more still appearing, no problem. Small fries. He says. Ileana. Belasco's voice is heard again. You belong to me? Now and always. He shouts in anger. What a creepy kitty, says Belasco. Ileana says, balling her fists and biting her lower lip in anger. Eidolon notices that she is trembling a little. He remembers one of the last Marvel movies that he watched in his former life. The one with the New Mutants, where Ileana appears to have some phobia and deep-rooted trauma. Maybe he can cut the root of it now. I will teleport you guys to Mrs. Sardo's. Eidolon says. The next move. Ileana, want to stay and help me fight Belasco? He suddenly asks. An unexpected question. What? This is too dangerous. Ileana stares at him without saying anything. Eidolon shrugs. You have issues with this guy. No better way to beat trauma than, literally beat trauma. He laughs a little. He continues. Remember what I said before coming here. Follow my instructions. I shouldn't even have to explain, but because Belasco is taking his sweet time to surround us, I will talk. Our win condition right now is everyone escaping. That guy has tunnel vision in Ileana now. You all escape while I and Ileana stay as bait. When you guys are far enough, the two of us will escape. The end. Everyone keeps silent, thinking about it. Before, we fought for Ileana. Let Ileana fight for you guys now, he says with a smile to the little girl in the end. This guy is simply too good at moving the heart of others. His words ignite Ileana's resolve. He looks at the others, that still don't appear to be on board with his idea. Don't worry, I will protect her. I will kill the demons and she delivers a good attack on Belasco as payback and we get out here and met you guys far away, he says. Everyone looks at each other, but no one has the moral or reason to contradict him. What do you think of my plan, Ileana? He asks the interested party, ignoring everyone else. She continues to stare at him for a while. I'm in, she says, and he laughs. You all heard the girl. Bye. He didn't give them time to argue back. Go to that mountain over there. He points before pushing through a portal, to where he is feeling the presence of Margalie and Jermaine. In the mountain everyone fall in front of the mother and daughter duo. What is this? Margalie asks. Eidolon and Ileana will buy time. Jean answers. Piotr and Mikhail are still worried, looking at Belasco's city. Mikhail puts his hand on his brother's shoulder. Let's trust the two, he says, and Piotr nods. After some time they hear a sonic boom and Eidolon drop close to them, pulling the flying nimbus. Hi, I'm a clone. Let's move away. It is all his explanation, before he urges everyone to climb the cloud. That guys is really prepared. Jermaine is the one taught comments now. Belasco's city, are you scared? Eidolon asks Ileana. No, she says, hiding her fears. It's okay to be scared. Being brave is pushing forward despite the fears. Eidolon advises gently. She slowly nods. Don't worry, you just have to move forward till you meet him and attack with all your strength. I take care of the rest. He moves behind her and extends his hand over her shoulder. The demons continue to enclose them. Eidolon's outstretched hand ignites with a blue flame. The heat increases, and his palm starts shining white. The heat is so great that the light bends, and is hard to distinguish his hand by the air distortion. Ileana surprisingly can't feel the heat. Eidolon is shielding her. Then, he releases the flames at Belasco, destroying and incinerating all demons and their path. The jet of flames looks more like a laser. See, I will open a path to you. Just move forward and leaves everything to me, he says to Ilyana. You can go in your time. He spoke softly. She nods and grips her sword tightly. She takes a huge breath and with a war cry, she teleports into the middle of the millions of demons. When she reappears, she is face to face with a fat pink demon with a hook as a hand. If someone pays attention, is possible to say that these demon bodies are full of enhancements and weapons. Truly a product of fleshcraft. Instinctively Ilyana raises her sword to attack the closer demons. But a flash of light later and the demon is cut to pieces. Continue forward, Ilyana. She hears Idolan's voice close to her side. These guys don't even deserve that. The only thing they fear is you, Ost. Idolan says more to himself then. All around her, sword flashes appears and all demons follow the same destiny of the first demon. With a renewed trust in Idolan, she teleports again. And the same scene repeats itself. Everywhere she goes, a sword flash appears and the demon becomes minced meat. The power of the wind pushes the ones further from her even further. She continues teleporting closer to Belasco, passing through this army with the same difficulty she would have taking a stroll in a garden. She advances, her eyes focused on Belasco with full concentration. Finally she does her last teleport, appearing less than 2 meters away from the reason for all her suffering. He was waiting for her, obviously. Holding his sword he goes for an attack. You are nothing without me. But his swords meet Idolan's 2 katanas. With a twist of his wrists, Idolan diverts Belasco's sword to above, leaving the demon exposed. Ilyana doesn't waste the opportunity. She is afraid. Conditioned all these years to fear this man, but gripping her sword tightly, she raises it high and delivers the strongest attack she can do, hitting Belasco square in the face. Her move didn't do much damage but made him wobble a little. Idolan then grabs Ilyana and takes off. Good job, he says while hugging her and flying away. Ilyana is looking at Belasco over Idolan's shoulder. Take that, you fucker. She surprises Idolan by screaming and showing her middle finger at Belasco. In your ugly face. Fuck you, you and your stupid small horns? What are you? A succubus? Maybe is this why you wear a skirt? Idolan turns to look at her slowly, his eyes wide. Then he burst out laughing. So she has a dirty mouth. Sincerely is not a surprise, she was literally living in a hell dimension. Your brothers would have an attack hearing you now, he teases. She freezes at his words. Don't tell them, she says a little worried. Idolan smiles seeing that there's still a little girl inside her, after all these hard years. He is doing something again. Ilyana warns Idolan. Yeah, I noticed, he says. His danger sense warned him. Belasco has raised his sword high in the air. Idolan can see the energies in limbo converging above him. A good chunk of the demons below him also explodes in a rain of gore that also converges above Belasco, in a huge crimson magic circle. The guy is pulling a Sid Kajana, trying to be atomic. I'm jealous now, Idolan chuckles in his mind. Ilyana Idolan attracts the girl attention. Here a lesson. Ultimate moves like that are only good at the beginning or at the end of a fight. You can start with it to grasp an advantage, or use it to finish your opponent, he says, using like that in despair. He shakes his head. Gives so many openings. Idolan turns to look at Belasco one last time before accelerating. Now is checkmate. But he was on check since the beginning, he comments without looking back. Ilyana once again moves her eyes to Belasco, just in time to see a second Idolan emerging from thin air just beside the demon, sword of actuation in hand, aiming at Belasco's neck. Yes, Idolan has divided himself. His ghostly bio-fission, which separates him into 2 bodies, was used even before he attacked Enister Tower. Yes, dividing himself like that reduces his power. But he couldn't trust a normal clone to do the job. Yes, he is fighting without the sword of actuation for this reason. And yes, he is fighting with only 80% of his total power all this time. Because of this he played safe and controlled the fight carefully. With Belasco, his eyes widen almost comically when he sees Idolan appearing at his side, with a horrifying-looking sword going to his neck. But the guy didn't live this long for nothing. With a crazy scream, he detonates the huge magic circle in the sky. The air becomes heavy with miasma and other dark energies. He desperately controls these energies to solidify the space to hold Idolan's attack. Idolin feels like he has fallen and a very viscous liquid, his movement becomes sluggish. He frowns before activating the new ability of the Sword of Actuation. He hadn't spent that 8 power boost card for nothing. The many eyes, mouths and noses in the blade start to act frantically, the eyes looking everywhere almost psychotically, and the mouths screaming, and the noses inhale all magic energy in the surroundings. The mouths joined them a little later. The air and space that was overcharged and dense with energies become thinner in an instant, and Idolin's sword continues its path. In the split second that all of this happened, Belasco moved away a little. The sword will not reach his neck. Zing, but blood flies in the air anyway, together with Belasco's right arm and prized demonic sword. 4 limbs, the head, and I cut the torso in 2. 7 parts to good luck. Idolin thinks before using many powers to stop his momentum and changed the sword's direction fast. Belasco can't allow this. He screams. No, is more than a scream. Idolin Omnilingualism notices that this is some sort of chant. His danger sense flare, the biggest this day. His eyes move to Belasco's unattached arm. There are demonic glyphs floating and surrounding the arm. The limb is pulsating grotesquely. Explosion. Corruption. Corrosion. Decay. Blood of gods. He read all of this from the glyphs Filho da Puta. He swears in Portuguese, before acting fast and kicking the air to move away. He grabs Belasco's sword telekinetically too. In the end, Hector is the cautious type. There's no need to risk his life to try to kill the guy. This is not a game. The arm explodes. Not only it explodes, but it also appears to use the dense magic atmosphere to empower itself, making the explosion even bigger. 1 kilometer. 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. The huge ball of destruction devours everything is a 100 kilometers radius. From afar, it looks even a little pretty. A black and red ball of energy, slowly expanding and looking like is swirling. With the X-Men what, in, the, actual, fuck. Kitty murmurs looking at the faraway nuke-like explosion. Do you think they're all right? Jean asks. They should be. An explosion like that is slow to Idolin. Rogue comments Ileana. Piotr says worriedly. Idolin and Ileana stopped a little far away to look at the explosion. That guy is a little resourceful, huh? Idolin comments calmly while putting Ileana down. Is he dead? She asks. Looking at the explosion. No. But he is very hurt and lost his sword, castle, trusted subordinates, and army. He looks at her. In some years, if you still hate his guts you can come here and take revenge on him. He says to her. The best case scenario would be sealing Belasco, but he is no specialist in sealing anyone. So who knows if would be effective. In the end, crippling the guy is good enough. Idolin plans to come here again, after some research and NA increase in strength. Ileana looks at him and nods slowly at his words. She doesn't know how to feel right now. Should she feel happy for escape? Sad that Belasco got away? Sincerely, everything appears a dream. She will need to live a normal life for some time till she get used to it. Her normal right now is weird. Now, Ileana, let's talk about something more serious. I want to talk with you alone about this. Idolin says in a serious tone. I imagine that you are mature beyond your years. So I will not treat you like a kid. He says after letting his words settle in. He continues. You have been here for 6 years, a little more. But you already know that to us, it has been less than a day since you disappeared. Everyone is the same, the world, your brothers, your friends. Where I'm trying to go is, I can turn you back. He says. Ileana's eyes widen. I can make your body return to your 6-year-old self. Keeping your memories, experiences, everything. Only your body will de-age. This can make things simpler for you, maybe for everyone. But it's your decision. He raises his hand, that is shining golden. I don't want you to be influenced by everyone else. I can understand that adults can be a little inconsiderate of the child's choice. But this is to normal kids. You're not a normal kid. I will support you choice. You can take your time thinking. He says. They maintain the silence for some time. Ileana staring at Idolin hand. I think this would make my brothers happy. She finally says, but it would be a lie. She takes her eyes off his hand to look at his face. I'm not a little girl anymore. Very well. He retracts his hand. If you regret you can simply call me. It is not like the opportunity went away. Go back, live a little, and think. Only you will know your future challenges. He says. She nods gratefully at him. Well, let's go back to your brothers. They must be worried sick, he says, but before catching her, he opens his left hand. There the sky poison pearl floats. And then he throws it at the distance like a professional baseball player. The other Eidolon is floating calmly in the sky, watching the wasteland created by Belasco's last desperate move. What is this? Magical radiation? Nasty, he comments, looking around. Even he felt a little dizzy before he willed the sword of actuation to eat all this. He looks around one last time before going away. The place is a mess. He can't locate where Belasco teleported off. He didn't believe Belasco died. But the magical explosion created storms and spatial distortions. And Belasco can teleport very stealthily in this world. So there's no way to follow the guy. In some years, he should become bold enough to amass power again. This will reveal him. Then I come back and deal with him. Maybe I should start practicing destroying souls, he thinks while raising his hand casually and catching the flying green streak of light that is the sky poison pearl. He puts the sword of actuation and Belasco's sword away, before stopping in a forest nearby. Come, he says to thin air, and shadow starts to close around him. His Shadowcon army appears, carrying all sorts of stuff. Beyond waiting for the chance to strike, there are other reasons that Eidolon divided himself in two. The most important is obviously keeping the others safe from the shadows. He was observing everyone fight, ready to intervene to save them. In the end, beyond thinning the number of demons around Jean's group a little, he didn't need to intervene. They grow so fast. He wipes an imaginary tear. The other reason is obviously to loot everything possible from Belasco. In his own words, if this is a Walmart cultivation world, I will channel my inner Menghao and steal everything I can. He couldn't take everything, but he get a lot of books and other things that he will need to sort of later. Right now, he can only check superficially the ones that look cursed or too much malevolent. I'm not taking this shit to my home dimension, he comments, while the Shadowcon separates the loot in two piles, especially you, he says, taking off Belasco's sword from the sky poison pearl. He tries to hold it for a bit, and his mind is assaulted by a million corruptive thoughts. Disgusting. He let go of the sword. Using creation, Eidolon makes a rectangular perfect adamantium container. And carefully using intangibility, he puts the sword there. He also creates a bigger container to put the other unknown, possibly problematic things. Then, he flies high in the air and looks around. Inside this big forest, has a promethium vein. That sword is something that he doesn't feel comfortable taking back to his world, even inside the sky poison pearl. He will use the energy of the promethium to hide the adamantium containers. There's even a cave here. Convenient. He goes to the cave, ready to dig deeper to hide the cursed things. He only needs to deal with the inhabitants. There's a group of demonic lions living there. He approaches without a care, and when the lions roared to him, he released his conqueror haki. That's better, he says after watching the effect of his power on the demonic beings. All of them cower in fear. One overly courageous lion attack him, but after being plummeted into the ground, he becomes meek like the others. You guys are pretty strong. Protect this place, he comments before going to hide the things very deep underground. After some minutes he returns is too close to Belasco's former castle. He asks himself, nah, sometimes the eye of the hurricane is the safest. He comments before starts flying to reunite with his other half that already caught up with the other group and is healing the other kitty. Some minutes earlier Jean's group was waiting close to the first city that they visited, Limbo, before they see Eidolon approaching. Ilyana, Piotr and Mikhail exclaim, relieved after seeing that their sister are okay. Psycho and Shadow go close to Eidolon to check on him. So is it all over now? Jean asks Eidolon, we saw a big explosion, what happened? Kitty adds, Belasco self-destruct a limb to stop me from hacking him to pieces. He then escaped. Eidolon gives the abridged version. He looks around. Everyone defeated their foe, except me. Feeling like a failure now, Eidolon jokes to light the mood. They laugh but don't buy Eidolon's self-deprecating joke. Shadow, Mikhail, and Rogue return the borrowed items to Eidolon. When Shadow returns the Beowulf, Eidolon noticed she is a little down. Is there a problem? He asks, hesitated. She says, looking down, he understands immediately. She hesitated to deliver the finishing blow. Esim would have escaped if not for Mikhail. Eidolon pats her head. It's okay, there are things that we are comfortable doing and things we are not. For this, We have companions to cover our weaknesses. You fought a strong dude, good job. He praises gently. For some reason, Ilyana is looking at this interaction strangely. Idolin turns to everyone. I bet everyone wants to go home, but there are things to do before it. He looks at the alternative universe trio. Magic Aurora is sitting beside the unconscious forms of Kurt and Kitty. What's their problem? Idolin asks while giving his own examination on the two. Kat's mind has been affected after a long time by an enslaving spell, and Kat has been transformed into a literal cat by Belasco's twisted sense of humor. Her mind also decreased to that of an animal. Magic Aurora says solvable. He comments easily solvable. Kitty asks, the word rolling weirdly on her tongue, is this a real word? She looks around. Jean nods at her. Do you want my help? Margali Sardos intervene from the side. Idolin looks at her. Sorry, Belasco's sword was lost during the explosion. He lies easily. She stares at him for a while, narrowing her eyes. In the end she shrugs. Nothing comes easy. But you don't keep your word and even throw towers at a dame's head. How do you make up for it? She asks with a small smile. What about everything inside the tower? Should be enough compensation. There's nothing of value inside the tower. She drawls. Idolin narrow his eyes at her. No one would believe that. He checked first too. You owe me one, my dear. She says to him. He snorts, not acknowledging any promise before crouching beside the two unconscious X-Men. There's a weird feeling in the air. Are they flirting? Kitty whispers to her fellow X-Men. Please, don't. Kurt groans. Well, with all due respect. Your mama is a MILF, Kurt. Kitty teases in a low voice. Rogue. Quickly? The Idolin inside you feels something about Kat's mama. Rogue rolls her eyes. She only blushes a little. And like Idolin, ignore the question. Idolin examines Kurt and Kitty a little. First. The easier one. He says after some time, extending his hand to Kat's stomach. His hand shone in a golden glow familiar to Ilyana. He will use rewind to revert the effect of the spell. Normally, would be more complicated than that. Superpower and magic are a little hard to mix, even if some have the same effect. But Belasco's spell on Kat is more cosmetic. Just a little above a prank. Something that you would see in Hogwarts. He tests the waters first. After some time he decides to go all out. In the end, magic resists. A single horn appears on the side of his forehead. The tip shines with the same golden glow of his hand. Even his eyes shine golden. Oh, a horn. Cool. Kitty says the golden light covers the unconscious cat. 2 minutes later Idolin retracts his hand and stands up. On the ground, now a human lies asleep. She is very similar to Kitty, the only difference being her age, and her hair that is longer. So that's the limits of my breasts. Kitty comments sadly, looking at the modest chest of her counterpart. And these clothes are too revealing. She says, looking at the bare legs. For some reason, she feels embarrassed. Some seconds later, Cat Eyes starts to flutter and she groans on the ground. Holding her head she sits. I had the weirdest of dreams. I was a cat and a hot guy healed me. She comments before being pulled in a hug by Aurora, and Ilyana joins them afterward. Idolin turns to unconscious Kurt. His problem is much harder to solve. His mind has been subjected to conditioning, brainwashing, suppression and all sort of other things. Normally, he would ask for the help of someone with a better understanding of the mystic arts. But he has something useful to this. He takes the lasso the truth out, making Kurt sit down. He wraps the blue meta on it. The lasso of truth. It is much more than a rope that can force people to tell the truth. Made by the gods of Olympus in the DC universe, and there they are big shots. The lasso has so many abilities that even Hector was surprised when he received it, confirming his theories of the loophole with items. But the ability that matters right can be read in the card. Like that, it can force those entrapped by it to face their own falsehood. Individuals who have been altered in a metaphysical manner are forced to undergo a biophysical reset when ensnared by the lasso, making the modified revert back to their base self. This can relieve an individual from the effects of toxins or poisons, as well as cease the effects of mind control. Taken from the wiki with slight alterations, Idolin holds the lasso enveloping Kurt. He willed it to show its power. The lasso shine and Idolin close his eyes. He can feel and see the lasso powers on Kurt from his mind's eye. The light of the lasso shining in Kurt's twisted mind, restoring it. Kurt trashes and screams in pain. The process is painful. Everyone looks uncomfortable watching the scene. Margalit, Scott and Ororo gave some steps forward to stop it. But Psycho steps in front of them and stares at them in a warning. Have some faith in him. Did he even fail till now? She says admonishing, her hand in the pommel of her katana. Thankfully, Kit's pains come and go fast. Like putting a dislocated bone in the right place. Eidolon retrieves the lasso, letting Kurt fall on the ground panting. Without a word, he steps back. Ugh, where I am. The ex-savage Kurt says, rubbing his forehead. Kurt. The older kitty hugs the blue meta strongly. Jean looks at Eidolon. Do you have a solution to everything? She can't help but ask. He turns to her. Yes, he says, and she rolls her eyes. But he continues, it is what I would like to say. But no, even if everything in the multiverse has an opposite, I don't have all answers. He looks ahead again. To the wholesome reunion of another trio. He chuckles. I'm simply an overthinker. Someone that likes to be prepared. I do my best and hope for the best. He sighs. For now it's working. While Ororo, Kitty, and Kit's counterparts talk a little about the situation. Mostly Ororo explaining everything. And the younger Kitty barging. Asking the older Kitty if she was married or something like that. The other half of Eidolon appears with a sonic boom. Dropping from the sky, he didn't even acknowledge anyone before using biofusion to turn one again. Eidolon stretches a little, glad to feel himself again at 100%. No signs of Belasco. He says like is something that his other half was investigating. He turns to the magic Ororo. And the others. Time to help you guys go back. But how? Kurt asks. You will use your sword again. Jean guesses. Eidolon shakes his head. Better to not open rifts between dimensions. That thoughtless. I have another way. I just need you guys to take me where you first appeared here. He says. I'm not even gonna say anything more. Jean shakes her head in amusement, making Eidolon laugh. Can't they come with us? Kitty asks hopefully. She wants to get to know herself better. Remember about the time dilatation. Eidolon says better not overcomplicate things. And I bet they want to go back earlier than later. Kitty nods. Goodbye other me. She says dramatically. Her counterpart does the same. Two kitties are too much anyway. Rogue says sarcastically. The two kitties glare at her at the same time and show her their middle finger. After this, Ororo and the other two thank the rest of the people for the help and say one last goodbye to Ileana. They stayed with her more than their counterparts in the Ileana universe. Even more than her own brother Mikhail. They are family to her. The multiverse is too big. Without a specific power or device, will be hard to meet again. It's here. Eidolon asks after he and the alternative trio arrive close to a chain of mountains around Belasco's former city. Yes. We appeared around here. Ororo answers. Jean and the rest are heading to the place where they enter limbo. In the meanwhile, Eidolon activates the all-seeing eyes of God and look around. He looks at everything. There are only small signs of a portal here. Some sort of summoning ritual. Probably what Belasco used to kidnap them. He moves a little, choosing a place calmly. He finally stops, staring at an empty clearing. He moves the earth to make a triangular tunnel and walks inside his creation. There, he activates his stand, D4C. Dirty Deeds Done. Dirt Cheap allows the user to travel the multiverse, at least to the parallel Earths. Hector's vision changes. He is presented with a kaleidoscope of options for him to choose. Lights dance in a dark background. These are worlds. He analyzes each one of them. All of them are different in some way. Some in minor things, some in big things. In truth, is possible to check if someone is an outsider in a universe. There's a different aura around them. Hector checked before when comparing Kitty and Kurt with their counterparts. He finally found what he is looking for. A world that has the same signature as the trio. Similar to his own, but at the same time, a little more mysterious. Like the laws of magic are as much present as the laws of science. Maybe even more. Come here, you three. He called them without losing sight of the world. First of all, I will not accompany you guys. I'm afraid a second in your world could be months. Here and I would let my group here alone. He starts so I would push you guys back. I think that I took the right world, but if I'm wrong, I will not be able to help you guys anymore. So, you trust me? Ready to risk? He asks. Better this than continue here on this place. Kitty says we can figure out something if we not ended up in our home universe. Kurt adds your help will be much appreciated, Eidolon. Ororo says very well. Close your eyes. He commands and they obey. Then, without going together, he pushes them between the gate and watches they fall into the other universe. He continues to watch even after some time. Master Cortana says softly, your vitals. She starts unsure. She felt Hector, unrest for some reason. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. It's nothing, Cortana. Don't fret over it. He says, turning back to fly again. It's just me rejecting the Rick Sanchez path. Back to Eidolon Universe, X-Men Mansion. The group starts reappearing in the hall of the mansion after Eidolon reopens the spatial fissure. We are back. Mission accomplished. Kitty shouts, striking a pose from the side. Margalie and Jermaine say their goodbyes to Kurt, promising that we'll keep in touch. They don't want to linger around for long. After a last hug, the mother and daughter duo teleports away. Eidolon looks around and is surprised to not see anyone. We are in limbo for 8 hours. He goes and contacts his people that are on guard outside Shago. How long we've been in limbo? He asks, using technopathy obviously. He let people watch over the mansion. Hello to you too. Shago's voice is heard. Some minutes. Why? Time is different there. She asks back, yes. And makes no sense. He answers, you can go back now, take Makia with you. He gave the orders. Isn't the time dilatation constant? His musings are interrupted by Aurora appearing. Back already? Did something happen? She asks, checking on them. Then her eyes stop on the 12-year-old Ileana. Ms. Aurora. Kitty throws herself in the older woman's arms. You wouldn't believe it. We found another you. She can use magic. And Kitty starts to lay out everything that happened in a confusing and too fast to understand way. Okay. Why didn't you take a breath and tell us what happened more calmly? Aurora says with an amused smile. At this time, Xavier and the rest appeared too. I'm glad that all of you came back safely. The professor says to them. Damn, I'm hungry. Kitty comments while everyone was talking with each other. Maybe I can cook something for you guys. Eidolon says with a pensive expression as a reward. What? You can cook? Kitty turns fast a little. More than a little. Psycho chuckles. Eidolon, there's something I need to do. Can I go back first? She asks him in a low voice. He looks at her for a second. Okay. And he opens a portal to her, deciding to not comment on what she will do. I don't believe you can cook. Jubilee says from Kitty's side, this is destroying the image I had of you in my mind. She jokes. He chuckles. Wait, till I put on an apron. He comments, before asking for permission to use the kitchen. Yeah, at the end of a mission, there's a banquet. It's the law. Kitty nods. Don't bring your enemies things to real life, Kitty. It's like happiness that you can eat. Kitty says between tears while eating Eidolon food. That's really good, Eidolon. You will make a good husband. Aurora jokes while eating elegantly. Is this a proposal? He flirts back and she laughs. Wait, I called dibs. Kitty jokes. Eidolon can only shake his head. He didn't have a passion for cooking, but he is enjoying having people like his food. Maybe this is the beginning of a hobby. After some time, everyone finishes eating. Ugh. I'm gonna die. That's it. I accept my fate. I'm going happy. Jubilee groans while caressing her stomach. You stuffed me. Kitty comments, phrasing. Eidolon warns with a sigh. Mikhail, you can stay as much as you want. Let's go, Shadow. He turns to his people. Shadow also like his food. He takes some to give to Psycho too. There's chocolate chips cookies baking. Take them out in 5 minutes. He says to them, these are my favorites. Jean comments, oh, glad I did them, there are ingredients around. He says, but in truth, he knows that is her favorite. I don't know who are Margalie and Jermaine, but I remember reading about the X-Men's favorite food on a geek site. Priorities past me, priorities. He thinks with a shake of his head. I like to do them sometimes. Jean explained the ingredients. After some more small talk. Well, I'm going now. I will come back, maybe tomorrow, maybe after tomorrow, to check on Ileana. He notifies before teleporting away. Eidolon POV, Camartage. Oh ho, good job there. The Ancient One says to me after I came here to return the books and ask some questions. I have some things to ask. I start go on. He says easily about Ileana's condition. She will have problems in the future. I ask maybe, maybe not. Only depends on her. He answers. I stare at this guy. Why did old people like to act cryptic? And he looks so amused. Forget about it. I sigh. Can I come to research on my own in the library here then? I ask. This is important. Oh, wants to become a disciple? You're more than welcome. We can start by shaving your head, he says with a smile. He obviously messing up with me. Not a disciple. There are some rules about simply coming here to read. I ignore his other words. He chuckles and caresses his huge goatee. Obviously, if you do not take part in our teachings, you can't go to some places, take some artifacts, or read some books. But everyone can come and learn by himself, he says like an outer disciple then. At least, there are no responsibilities. It is all I want. Self-study. No problem, I will talk with Master Wang about it. You can come at any time. He allows it easily. Good. This is a big step. Now that this door is already open and I contacted the Ancient One, there's no reason for me to not take advantage of that. Time to learn magic. By the way, changing the subject. I'm curious why the time dilatation in limbo makes no sense. I ask. Oh, a common doubt. How do you imagine the multiverse? He asks me back. Like an infinity number of 4D geometric objects overlapping each other. I say from different angles can show infinite forms. I answer. Oh. He looks at me interested. It appears that you know a little. The infinite dimensions are constantly moving inside the big multiverse. Like grains of sand inside a container that moves erratically. Sometimes spinning, sometimes shaking. He starts. I said before that limbo was in the center of the splinter realms, also known as the archipelago of anguish and redemption. The archipelago is connected with multiple universes like ours, but is not like their static neighbors. Watch this. He waves his hand and 3 illusory spheres appear in the air. 2 look like the planet Earth and another one is red. Let's simplify things a little too much. The spheres move around each other. They move erratically, going up and down, doing circles. There's no pattern there. Sometimes the red one, which could only be limbo, is close to one Earth, in another is close to another Earth. When they are close to one another, the 2 spheres move slowly, almost at the same speed. Depending on the position relative to our reality, the time dilatation varies. I guess exactly. He smiles. Is the same principle with black holes and gravity. I ask. This looks like some mystic interstellar and JoJo science. If you want the simplified version, gravity is one of the fundamentals force in the universe. But in the multiverse, it is more complicated than that. I look at the 3 planets moving in silence. Don't stare too much. And don't try to make sense of the pattern either. Our math can't calculate the moves of realities yet. If you are good, you can feel it, he says with a mysterious smile. Well, we are really only scratching the surface of science. Maybe all of our math is wrong. Heck, time. A constant. It is not a constant anymore. What type of equations can you use to calculate the multiverse movement? Rick Sanchez is really a monster, And read too. Multiversal travel with science is a great feat, even if I think that half of the portals that Reed opens are him beating rock together and hoping for a spark. Now, Rick's portal gun is more impressive. Much more impressive. Ileana is unlucky, I comment with a sigh. Maybe, maybe not. He says with the same cryptic answer. I can understand that maybe is a good thing for Ileana to grow fast, but I'm having my own spell used against me. I will trademark cryptic answers. He continues to look at me amused. Can I slap your head? I ask seriously. You can try, but can you bear the consequences? His smile didn't leave his face. Well, not a priority. One day. After saying goodbye with a promise of coming back tomorrow, I make a tactical retreat. Yes, I'm testing if he can take a joke. It's good to know the personality of multiversal powerhouses. Third-person POV. After Eidolon leaves the Camartage, the Ancient One is all alone and smile. A smile full of deep meanings. I don't think you have the time left to try to slap my head. He chuckles lightly. He then sends a telepathic message to Wang. If Eidolon comes, just let him enter whatever he wants. Is that wise? Wang asks, unsure in the telepathic link. Maybe, maybe not. Earth 8280. Apparently there's this super strong guy in the other universe. Like, the god of mutants. With hundreds of powers. The kitty of this dimension says to her fellow X-Men. The ones that are still alive in this reality. There are many faces here, that only a comic reader would recognize. Everyone is happy that they come back. To the people of this reality, only 3 weeks have passed. HMPF. Every time someone declares himself God or Savior or mutants, it never ends well. Hank McCoy says he didn't declare himself anything. I'm just saying. Kitty explains we don't have anyone like that here. Right. No Omega level with this much power was ever registered by the Cerebro. The professor says what about his true name? Scott asks he never revealed. Ororo says, he is like Spider-Man in secrecy. Kitty adds they talked about their experiences there. Not happy ones, so they decide to focus on the rescue and their counterparts. After some time, Xavier interrupts the talk. Everyone, I think they deserve to rest now. We can continue our talk tomorrow. Everyone disperses after that. Ororo and Kitty walk together to their rooms. It is good to be back. Kitty says while stretching, yes, it is. If one day I meet that Eidolon guy again, I need to repay him. Maybe fighting an extra-dimensional threat together. She says maybe in bed. He is hot. Ororo doesn't even comment, too accustomed with Kitty's antics. And is good to hear her again. I wish I had asked his name. To search his counterpart here. Kitty adds with a finger on her lips. To what? Would not be the same. Who knows? Maybe he is a normal guy, his mutations waiting to appear. She says maybe he already appeared and he is not the same. I think we would notice if someone like him appeared. Maybe. He is a little different. Kitty says you know whom I remembered seeing him? The Warlock. Ororo looks at her, pausing. There are no similarities between Eidolon and the Dark Warlock. Wait, is it simply because of the black mantle? Ororo laughs a little. Not at all. It is the vibe. Didn't you think so? You only met Eidolon and the Warlock one time each. What do you know about their vibes? They're chill. Talk in a similar calm way, even when what they're talking about are absurd things. Like killing us. Or open portal to new other realities. Kitty says with a frown the Warlock is a villain. A magic villain. He is not a mutant. The ages didn't match too. Oh, how do you know? The Warlock identity never went public. I was friends with the Fantastic Four. Remember? I fought the last battle against him with the Avengers. Ororo says, remembering that time Strange told me that the Warlock is young, like your age. Strange knows him. Yes, it appears that they are disciples together. Even if the Warlock was much younger, it appears he was equally talented. Almost became the Sorcerer Supreme. Kitty's eyes widen. Really? And he becomes a villain. Ororo shrugs. It is impossible to see someone's heart. But I remember Strange commenting that he failed in the last test. Ororo eyes look distant. What test? He couldn't let go. Ororo answers while Strange let go of his obsession in fixing his hands. The Warlock couldn't abandon his own obsession. The Warlock obsession. Kitty says slowly, what is that guy wanted so much again? Resuscitate someone. Ororo says, shocking Kitty. Wait. Kitty stops. Is this why he attacked us that time, targeting Jean? Ororo nods. He tried to enslave the Phoenix Force. Kitty's mouth is agape. Crazy motherfucker. He would never succeed. To this Ororo stops. He invaded Hell and enslaved Mephisto. She says, making Kitty's mouth fall. Apparently, something happened with the soul of the one that he wants to bring back. After that, he went even crazier. Ororo looks at Kitty. Our last fight. With the Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, Nova Force, Fantastic Four, many others, and even some villains. Do you know what we're stopping him from doing? Ororo asks. There's no problem revealing this now. I'm afraid to ask. He was stealing power from eternity. Kitty almost faints. Ororo continues something about reaching the center of the universe. Kitty whistle. You met him before he invaded Hell. Ororo says what happened in Hell changed him. He killed Doom, Stark, Thanos, Adam, Selene, Namor, T'Challa, Steve Rogers, Magneto, Wanda and many others. Ororo then declares, he is not like Eidolon. Okay. It's just. He didn't look that bad when he attacked us. Didn't even hurt any of us too much. He looked a little lonely. This was before he went to Hell. Ororo remembers, but Kitty's words bring back a memory on the day she fought against the Warlock after T'Challa's death. Her, Susan Storm, and the new Black Panther Shuri are in Wakanda to check on Susan's pregnancy when he attacked. It's not even a fight. Even when Bast possessed Shuri, the Warlock simply ripped the goddess of Shuri's body. Apparently, he wanted the powers of necromancy. She remembers very well the moment when he could have delivered the finishing blow in them. She was shielding Susan and Shuri on the ground. Beneath his black hood was possible to see his yellow demonic eyes staring at them with indifference. His face is covered with bandages, the consequences of his dwelling in dangerous magic. The warlock is dangerous because he can go that far. Right there, when Ororo thought that the three of them would die, his gaze fell on Susan and he stopped. Frubnal.com for a moment, she can swear that his eyes became a normal blue before he turns around. You should quit this hero bullshit, he said in a raspy voice. You're pregnant. And there are no happy endings, he says before teleporting away. Even he couldn't hurt a pregnant woman, is what Ororo thought. Ironically, months later Susan had a miscarriage. Completely unrelated to the warlock. She separated from Reed and the Fantastic Four broke off. After this, what happened with him? Kitty asks who killed him. To this, Ororo doesn't answer. No one that was present on that fight felt comfortable talking about what happened that day. 2 days later, still on Earth 8280 reality shifts and a woman appears close to the X-Mansion. She stops exactly where Ororo and the others reappeared. She examines her surroundings with her green eyes. They glow yellow with a demonic power after a while. This could be useful, she says before extending her hand to put something in the empty space. Anyone would recognize this woman's face. Red hair and green eyes. It's Jean's face, but she is so scantily clad that someone would not believe that is truly Jean Grey. Her smirks is something strange in that face too. They said something about Eidolon, I think. Madeline Pryor smirks before disappearing. In limbo, Belasco walks slowly into one of his many hideouts. Gnashing his teeth in anger, he tries to feel his lost arm. It's useless. He can't grow it back. Damn you all, he says in a slow voice. Years of effort wasted like that. But is okay, he tells himself. He has another card. His daughter already reincarnated back in his universe. She will deal with his enemies. No author note because it reached the limit of characters. Till next time. End of the volume. Chapter 57, You're a Sorcerer, Hector? And Slice of Life 2. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. When you're in high school you should be doing things about which you could never tell your parents. Isshin Kurosaki, Bleach. Recap, after defeating Belasco and his subordinates, Eidolon helped the alternative versions of the X-Men return to their home universe, ending everything they need to do in limbo and returning safe and sound with Ileana. There's an important note at the end of this chapter, please read. Enjoy. In an apartment in New York, Knight say that again. A dark shadowy form addresses Yuan Liebert. This shadow is obviously a projection of Hector, that came here to receive a report about the Kingpin. Right now he looks a little baffled, even in his featureless face. Vanessa convinced Fisk to put me in the position of the late James Wesley in helping him, being his proxy to many of his contacts. Yuan relates again with a small smile. Hector's projection remains a little speechless. A woman can really be the downfall of a man, he mutters. More to himself. But Yuan still comments, she already trusts me. My not so clean past helped too. I know many languages. She thinks I'm very qualified for the job, and she wants to help her man by relieving some burden. He accepted with a little reluctance. When you prepare enough, sometimes things just fall in place. Hector thinks to himself again. Yuan's little criminal background not only made he approach Vanessa more easily, but people tend to feel comfortable when they know someone big secret. But also helped Kingpin think that he has some dirt on Yuan, letting the man to his own devices. And now made Yuan the first candidate to occupy Wesley's spot. Now I need to ask for one thing, sir. Yuan says. Hector looks at him. You mean, holding back a little in pressing him, so that you look like you're doing a good job, he says while staring at Yuan intensely. Yes, but also will be good to give a slimmer of hope to him, before crushing everything he holds dear. Yuan stares back with an amicable smile. The stare down continues for a few seconds. Very well. I will tell Erwin. You have till next week. Make his loyal subordinates your loyal subordinates. His contacts your contacts. I want a change of power completely seamless. When I finally catch him, I will let you pry on his mind one last time. If you want to steal his identity as the Kingpin, I will give you the power to shapeshift. But my almost infinite patience is already running out. This month will not end with him breathing. Hector says with finality will be done. Yuan nods. The shadowy projection slowly begins to fade. I did everything possible to make sure my revenge will affect innocent lives the minimum possible. My conscience is clear. I'm happy that he is passing through hard times right now, but it's an empty feeling. Quickly fading. After he disappears, is still possible to hear his voice now. The only thing missing. It is discovering how I will feel when I have my hand around his neck. Hector P.O.V. Unknown location on Earth, on top of a mountain. A day later. I exhale deeply after exerting my new Omega level power in the world. Stealthily, of course. This power is a little flamboyant, maybe. Storm's Atmokinesis is full of fanfare, to say the least. Yes, obviously I copied their power when I tied the alternative version of Aurora Monroe. Duh. That's me. When I do bad things, most of the time is full of good reasons, and when I do good things I find a way to profit. Initially, I wanted Iceman cryokinesis. Because of this, I put him on the group while organizing who would go in the mission. A pity that Scott is Scott. I retract my control over the weather of the world and open my eyes. Yep, really strong. I already had the power to control the weather from the Villain 9, but this is another level. The whole world is at my mercy. I remember in the comics, after Civil War and at the beginning of New Asgard arc, that Stark went to try to make the recently resurrected Thor comply with the Super Registration Act and obey the government. Hey, it not went well for Iron Man, hee. Anyway, after beating Stark like a 2-year-old kid, Thor threatened to show what a god really is and put the world under his power. The god of thunder showed his domain, and images of floods, heavy rains, hurricanes, and huge lightning bolts appeared around the world. I can do that too now, to make the world hostage of this power. Man, this would mess with transport and communications. It's not an exaggeration to say that Storm can make humanity recede to the medieval age. Well, nothing like Iceman that can literally make the world go back to the Ice Age. Literally. Storm's power has some limitations. Like can only be used in places with, atmosphere. I don't know how this power would interact in a place that is too much alien. Tests are needed. But I watched the magic Aurora producing, from her own hands, weather-related powers like lightning bolts and wind. So she can do more than control, she can also produce on her own. Well, she is an Omega level, even if one of the weakest, so she needs to live up for the title. Her connection with Gaia can level the game too. But I still prefer Iceman. The guy froze hell. Well, there are substitutes from where I can acquire similar powers. Like Elsa from Frozen. It's like Iceman, but magical, and weaker. I ask myself the difference in using two powers that are the same but with different origins. Well, I will discover when I deepen my magic studies. Talking about magical things. I also copied Ilyana and Kit's powers. Ilyana's power is similar to Mikhail's. She can't do everything her elder brother can do, like control that energy. Her power allows her to open spatial discs that teleport her. She uses it very well, you almost can't see the disc when she teleports. The portal opens just enough for her to log in and closes without leaving a gap. She is good with her power. Very seamless teleportation. But for some reason, her power is connected with the limbo. So the discs open only to the limbo dimension. And she can use that dimension as a stopover to teleport to other place here on Earth. To illustrate that, I raise my hand and a blue portal appears. On the other end is possible to see the red sky of the limbo. Now, is unknown if her power is connected with the limbo from the beginning or if this is some sort of limitation because of the circumstances. Maybe is psychological. For now, I can't connect with any other universe. Not that I know any other dimension. Coincidentally, Kit's power works a little similarly. But he doesn't make portals, he just blinks in a different dimension. Using it as a medium. I close the portal disk to the limbo and go check on Kit's teleportation. First I take a deep breath and then I bring my concentration to the maximum. The world slows down to me. And the clouds in the sky seem to stop. With my eyes wide and looking at an empty spot ahead of me, bamf. In the microsecond that takes to use this blink teleportation, I found myself in another dimension. This one looks even more like hell than limbo, with rivers of lava, spiky red rocks and other generic hellish things. From afar I can see volcanoes and strange creatures. I'm floating in the air for this fraction of a second, bamf. And then I'm back to Earth. My supersense smelled the sulfur that is lingering in my body. Is that truly hell? The place where Mephisto lives? I know that Kut's father is, probably, Azazel. Did Azazel has his own pocket dimension to use, or he is sharing with others demons? I remember that Satan is more of a title in Marvel. All princes of hell call themselves that, or at least we call them like that in our history. Mephisto is the more active of these guys that mess with the humans. Apparently, there's a Lucifer in Marvel, but he is nothing like his DC counterpart. Weaker than Mephisto, apparently. Because Mephisto empowered himself with many human souls and has a bigger potion of hell. I will seal Kut's power for now, but I will create a note to research it. Could it be a good way of entering and escaping hell at will? Wouldn't that make me even more immortal? There are many types of immortality after all. Like the main man, Lobo, if I die and go to hell, I can escape. I have many ways of using teleport, but it's good to have options. We never know when someone can try to seal me. If they use some method like magic, I can escape with technology or meta powers. Well, talking about magic. Now that I tested the new editions of my collections, let's go to learn magic. For some reason, my invitation to Hogwarts never arrived when I was 11. Time to remedy that. Camartage, library. Some hours later. I think this is the library that I saw in my visions. Is it? I'm not sure. Now I don't know if it really is or is just a sense of déjà vu. Whatever. I'm reading the basics of mystic arts, trying to ignore my stalker. So, Master Wong, right. I'm not a master yet. The monk answers with a deadpan face. Really? I can swear the Ancient One called you master. I comment while taking some other books. He is only being kind. But you're not a simple apprentice either. Right? Being the librarian here. The keeper of the books is indeed a respectable position. He answers a little more proudly now. If you're worried that I would damage some of them, I can assure you that I'm not that clumsy or ill-intentioned. I address the crux of the question, finally turning to him. I give him a look before going to sit at a table with the books that I choose from the kids section and the ones more interesting too. There's also a section of the library with books in strange languages. No one goes there apparently. The languages are long lost or forbidden to learn. But me? I'm a cheater character. I will go there when Budget Kulilin leaves. Wong looks nothing like the actor. He is much younger, thinner, and with his head completely clean of any hair beyond his eyebrows. I'm gonna slap that head. He continues to stare at me like I will put fire on the books. But I'm good at ignoring people. And I can save the contents of the book by recording my vision and scanning them. But reading with a book in ends is much better. Now, about magic, or sorcery, or mystical arts, or arcane or whatever you want to call it. First, humans can do magic. It's not an inherent trait of our species, but we can do it. Using a metaphor is like singing. Everyone can do it, some better than others. And obviously with the exceptions of people without a voice. There are people that can't do magic in any way, but this is not the normal. Squibs. HMPF, my Slytherin heart despises them. Jokes aside, all of this makes Marvel different from DC. There's no homo magi here. But there are people naturally gifted, with bloodlines that help them. Probably because their ancestors meddle with their lineage, though some mean. Maybe consorting with demons, stealing power from another dimension, or whatever. The Sardos and Kurt step family are like that. And I believe that Wanda too, by her mother's part. I don't know, it is Magneto her father here? I think that was retconned. Anyway, people are not equal, no surprise there. The thing is, we humans don't normally have a fuel to use even the basic spells. Again, there are exceptions. This way, becoming a master is an arduous path that sometimes is not worth if your talent is ordinary. Let's see what is my talent without a magic user character card. I speedrun read the introductory books. Apparently, there are 4 sources of magic power. In other words, the energy that you need to empower your spells. First is the personal energies, a gamer would call it mana, but is literally every type of energy that we have. Chi, Ki, Shinix, Vitality. Yes, Vitality. Strange, huh? Normally you empower a spell with your mental and spiritual powers, but if these lack, you can use your Vitality. It is like using your HP or SP if you don't have mana. So magic really comes from the soul. I mutter to myself while reading. Wong looks at me in silence. Maybe I need to really start dissecting souls to research the subject. But it looks like a dick move even to the very bad criminals. I believe death is enough payment for their bad deeds. Because of that, I don't torture anyone too much. I need to find literally the scum of earth to feel comfortable about researching someone's soul. There's only so much the all-seeing eyes can help with it. Oh, if your spiritual power is lacking, is possible to use sacrifices to empower magic spells. This is starting to touch the area of the second source. The ambient. Good sorcerers can tap into the energy of the world to empower their spells. I think I've seen something similar in Isekai mangas. Borrowing the mana in the air or something like that. Most of the magic users go with that. Because again, we humans normally have small reserves of magical power. Well, small when compared with the other magic-oriented species like demons, Aesir, and others. We can't compete with them. The third source is shown in the Doctor Strange movie, extradimensional energy. The magic user can tap or siphon the energies of other dimensions. This is a little risky, but the gains could be great. It's not for me obviously. Other people could have no other way except to make contracts with higher beings, but I will not have a patron or something like that. As a side note, is possible to steal the energies without having to go through the Dimension Masters, but this is even more dangerous. I think. This is what the Ancient One of the MCU did. Well, taking the power of these high entities without their allowing is very badass. There's a book here of some sorcerers that tricked some of these guys, receiving many benefits without giving anything. Damn, imagine someone conning Dormammu as Strange did. A normal person doing that is very ballsy. The last source is boring. Items obviously can help sorcerers. As much a helping with specific spells or a container of magical power. That one that Margali Sardos used is like that, but she is already very gifted, so is more than a boost than an aid. The Eye of Agamotto must be the most famous of these items. And I have one of these in my inventory too. The Warlock's Eye is still in my possession. I found a book about it. Very useful to use mind spells, but not my cup of tea. Will continue to gather dust with me. My path is using my personal energy. When my knowledge deepens, maybe I can use the energies of the world or use items. Let's see if I can do this. I change my focus to a book with defensive basic spells. I have seen the apprentices doing this one earlier. Letting the book open on the table, I raised my two hands. I joined the two in opposite directions, rotating, moving the magic energy that I learned far back with the chakra books gained in my first Gatcha. Wait, I'm doing it wrong. I stop and correct myself. Let's see if is like this. I separate my hands, extending my right one forward. A gray construct that appears to be a magic circle appears on it. Oh, that was easy. I comment. Gray. Huh? Is this the color of my mana? Well, I have that perk that can change the visual effect of my powers anyway. Gray must be a reflection of my morality. I side glance at Wong's reaction. His face doesn't change much, but he squinted his eyes a little. I can feel some emotions for him, and thanks to that I know that what I did is somewhat impressive. So I have a talent for this. Who would have guessed? But moving my magic energy, it's not that complicated. I read that is the hardest part. How good someone is with the control and manifestation of their inner energies is a deciding factor to say if they're talented. I think I'm cheating. I am already accustomed to using many inner energies. And I don't feel tired at all. I have a lot of mental strength. Is this mana? Is all mana in the many work of fiction the same? So many things to test. Let's learn the basic of everything. When you said that you want to read our books, I didn't think that you would read all of them on the first day. The amused voice of the Ancient One says from my side. I remember the place of all books, I will put them in their place later. I comment on the pile of books on the table. I'm here for half a day. Wong finally left. Apparently, he has duties. It's not about that I'm worried. Don't try to hug the world, Eidolon. He advises. Oh, is this guy really worried about me? Relax, I will not try anything that goes into the dark path. I assure him. Would be dumb of me to do it anyway. No need to take risks for power when I receive upgrades monthly. But talking about these things, let me ask you a question. Go on. There are many spells that are born from high entities, extra-dimensional beings, and others. Is possible to use them without the need of selling my soul? I ask with a joking tone. He chuckles. Yes, it's possible. There are many paths in magic. All of them have risks in some ways. Making deals with these beings is dangerous in their way, but the other methods are not less arduous. He explained, then he gave a look at the book on my hand. The ox sense, huh? They're the source of power of many popular spells. He comments, yep, the ox sense. Like the name say, it's a group of 8 extra-dimensional entities that are in a perpetual rivalry with each other. I heard some of their names in my former life, but only now I'm discovering it. The members are Balthak, Farala, Icon, Kraken, Rogador, Valter, Watamand, Sidorak. Each of them governs an aspect. Sidorak is destruction, but there are things like wind or objects. There's no theme with them. I read that some of these entities like Watam are once mortal sorcerers. He ended up claiming a part of the splinter realms and ascended. These 8 guys are like kids competing to see who is better, but they don't go throw hands with each other in the mortal world. They use proxies, like their avatars. The Juggernaut is an example of this. There are many spells that come from them, like the famous Crimson Bands of Sidorak and the less-known Bolts of Balthak, Chains of Kraken, and Winds of Watam. My doubt is that if is really necessary to consort with these guys just to use the spells. Looks like a bad deal for me. The Ancient One continues to explain, while it's easy to go and make deals with the ox sense, even easier when compared with other entities, many sorcerers prefer to steal their power. Steal? Sounds risky. Not much. Would you care if someone stole a blade of grass from your yard? There are risks. You can't be too blatant or greedy, of course, but it's not a suicide mission. The problem is that you need to do it constantly. He makes a cup of water appears. You steal the energy of their dimension, and every time you use the spell you spend this energy. He says while emptying the cup little by little. To continue to use the spell you need to continue to go there and take more. I see. If you make the deal you have unlimited energy. Looks broken. Only as much the entity allows you to tap. And the quantity is equivalent to how much you give back in some way, I guess. Law of equivalent exchange. He nods. Some simply ask to complete some tasks, some ask for sacrifices, and others are happy with a little of respect and worship. He then continues, but if you're really good, you don't need to depend on the entity to use the spells, and not even needs to risk going to steal their energies constantly. He says, grabbing my attention, how you need to have a deep understanding of the spell and the energy of origin. Then, you can transform your own inner energy into equivalent and similar energy that can empower the spell, allowing you to use the spell without depending on anyone. He says, but would still be needed to take some risks to study the extra-dimensional energy. I say. He smiles. All the paths have risks. He repeats what he said in the beginning. This path looks more like me. To a normal person, it looks like a Herculean effort to just use a spell, and you would spend your energy while the others have their separate extra-dimensional reserves. The disadvantages are obvious, but it is this type of path that a cheater like me can take. The spell would be a copy. I comment, that can be as good as the original if you're talented enough. He says, I once come face to face with Sidorak, held the Crimson Gem and even went to his dimension and astral projection. I comment idly while caressing my chin with my fingers. Maybe I can do it. I look at the book explaining the spell, the way to move the energy, the hands movements to facilitate the process. Even the chant, cringe. It is easy for me to do the movements. I cheated watching the Crimson Cosmos, Sidorak dimension, with the all-seeing eyes, and I'm an user. I'm at least ahead of a complete novice. On the second try, the first one just to get everything right, I succeed. In the last movement where I separate my hands, red bands connect my hands like a cat's cradle. It looks a little too much illusory, but I did it. As expected. I hear the Ancient One expected. I ask. He looks at me for a moment, but he does not answer. Almost childish, he passes his hand through my spell, breaking the bands like spider's webs. Normal spider webs. Still weak. It should be something like this, he says, before raising his hand, his palm facing the ceiling. From it, dozens of crimson bands appear, much more real than mine. They move to all sides. They appear to just go wild initially, but then I notice them grabbing the books on the tables and putting them in the right places perfectly. The bands move as if each one has a mind of its own. I look at this guy, no one like a show-off. But this was dope, so I will allow it this time. I say. He chuckles, and the last band brings a book to his hand. He looks at it and says, the Neophem and Sheriffem. Studying history too? Well, this one I can understand why you are interested. He comments that book talks about Kit's father, Azazel. Investigating for a friend. I say. The Neophem was a group of demons led by Azazel. Do you know that they're mutants? Or how you call them? Metas. He says to me. Now this is a surprise, aren't they demons? Not initially. Their metapower made them similar to demons. Then, they took the path to become one. What the heck? A metapower that grants demon physiology shouldn't be the same as being a real demon. The meta would still be a human, he answers with a question on his own. If a meta has the power of an animal, how far did this influence him? Is he senses the same as the animal? Does he like the same things? Did he have the animal's instincts? This makes me think about the examples. Toad, Sabretooth, Wolverine, and others that I met with the Morlocks and in Mutant City. They really act a little animalistic. Do you know how the metas come to be? He asks an important question. I have my theories. The Celestials, but I let him talk on his own. He nods. You must know about the modifications in the genome back then, in the past. The deviants and other things, but I will not focus on this. He shakes his hand and continues. Imagine that the genome that makes you, the metagene. I say yes, imagine how it is in the past. Much more simple than nowadays, where there are powers that can connect a person with another dimension, right? Yeah, I think Scott's optic beams come from another dimension or something like that. And all of this is looking slightly similar to the BNHA/MHA world, where the powers become more complex with each generation. The crux of the question is, the metagene would awaken hidden, or recessive, heritages. He says and waits for me to connect the dots. So you mean that Azazel, as an example, would have an ancestor that bred some demon. After many generations, the demon blood was so thin that it was almost non-existent, till the metagene awakened this as a metapower. I conclude. He nods. Okay, this is interesting, and makes sense. And the animals? I say, a little uncomfortable. There are all types of alien species out there, maybe. He shrugs. Okay, I prefer to believe that some Wolverine ancestor tapped some beast girl ass than a real feline tail. So, back to the Neophem. They are metas that accepted a little too much of their heritage. They started acting like demons, going deeper and deeper till there's no difference between them and the original dot. The Seraphim is the opposite. They are metas with angelic, or holy, features. The two groups are enemies for a long time. I see. And here I thought that Azazel was always a demon, but this explains why the metapower of Kurt is the demonic power of the father. So from the mother, he only took the blue color. This is an interesting subject. I think I will write a thesis about this. How the metage can awaken hidden/slumbering heritages in the human genome. I comment. I remember that the quirk all for one fused with my metagene when I upgraded it. But what if my slumbering metagene was of the Trump classification already? So this is why it fused with all for one and not other power. And other questions are raised. If an alien has a child with a meta, does the alien inherent power become a metapower? A child of a Skrull becomes like Mystique. Heck, maybe Mystique has Skrull blood in her family tree. An Asgardian with a meta. Can the metapower work with inherent magic? Is this what happened with Wanda? Did Illyana's long exposure affect her metagene? So much to research. One of my blind spots is that I can't copy/steal inherent powers. But if I take the long path with a little genetic engineering, I can manufacture a meta-clone of an alien species, with a power set that I can copy. Loopholes, people? Abuse them? The Ancient One let me to my thoughts for a while before interrupting. Now, a little moral question. Who do you think is right between the Neophem and Seraphim? He asks with a mischievous smile. I look at the guy. What is this? A classroom? I don't know. I answer truthfully. Oh, he smiles, interested. If I need to guess, the right one should be the one formed last. I answer. Why this first? This looks like one of that tricky questions, but I'm old enough to know that not everything that shines is gold. I wouldn't say that the Seraphim is good because they look like angels or whatever. I can grow wings, too. And sincerely, these self-righteous people always got on my nerves. Imagine giving yourself a holy mission only because you shine in a golden light and has wings. A little arrogant, I would say. But if they create this group to stop whatever evil deed the Neophem committed, all good. I continue, but I know very well how humans can treat someone that is different. Imagine if you look like a demon. Should has been much worse thousands of years ago. If everyone treats me like a monster, I will act like one. I shrug my shoulders as I quote, in the end, I don't know the members, their motives, the backstory. Maybe the Neophem is a group of outcasts that want better lives. Maybe the Sheriffem are truly good guys that want to use their power for good. Maybe the two are right, maybe the two are wrong. I explain and stop. Looks like I talked too much to say depends. But I don't see the world as black and white. The Ancient One looks at me for some time. His gaze makes me frown a little. I can't decipher this guy's feelings. He hides it too well. My powers can't pierce whatever defenses he had. Then he laughs a little. This is so like you. He shakes his head and sighs. Now I frown. Is he observing me for a long time? Maybe saw a future or an alternative version of me. Dude, stop acting all cryptic. I sigh at him. And metaphors are my things, by the way. I add. He is stealing my character traits. For some reason, to my joke, he laughs out loud. Later, abusing of his goodwill, I speedrun a lot of questions. I ask for books to help Ileana and other things. Some important, others not. From how long you're the Sorcerer Supreme? 1,000 years. Didn't it get boring? You look has a lot of free time seeing that you're here with me. Ho ho, sometimes, and some of my responsibilities can last for years and my free time can last as long. But Sorcerer Supreme is a 24/7 job. Are you training a successor? Why? Want to candidate yourself? He asks jokingly. This would be interesting. He rubs his chin. You? Hell no. I show my disgust with the responsibilities. But what is the perks? None that you wouldn't have if you aren't the Sorcerer Supreme. The man makes the job. This job doesn't make the man. Cryptic again. Heh. Do you have an Infinity Stone? I ask if like is a casual thing. Yes. Is the Time Stone? No. The Soul Stone. Do you want it? If you give to me, I would throw it in a parallel universe. In truth, I would use a travel ticket to take the stone to another multiverse and let it be there. There it would be only a shiny rock and no more Infinity Gauntlet or Snap. You're not a greedy one, right? But you study with such fervor. Really contrasting actions. He looks at me. It looks like you're more complex than you show, Eidolon. The brimstone dimension of Azazel is part of hell. Sort of. A subsidiary backwater part of it. How many Sorcerer Supreme candidates are out there? More than one would expect. I can't tell you about them. Would be not ethic. There are ethics in this line of job. You would know if you take our classes. There are some unwritten rules. How are you so hard to read with my powers? Is there some trick about it? We are always emitting thoughts and emotions all the time, no matter how small. It's hard to completely shut it off without cutting your humanity. Don't try to rush it. With time you will get better. He raises his hand and some books fly to it. There's some mental exercises here. And self-defense spells to hide things like your life force, thoughts, feelings, and others. He said, giving me the books. Thank you. From how much you will keep the title? Less than necessary, more than I want. Cryptic again. Are you gonna keep living after that? Have a retirement plan, old man. Ho ho, maybe I can go back to farming. But no. When the duty ends, so does the man. He says with a calm smile. I thought that the man makes the job. Hi, I'm on this for so long, that I'm not myself anymore. For a long time, I'm the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Yao is long forgotten. He says with a melancholic smile. I can understand this a little. I know that you can. He looks at me mischievous again. It's like he knows a joke that I don't. You're creeping me out. And he only laughs. Weirdo. After some time I leave Camartage. Sincerely, the Ancient One is a little weird. He is treating me too well. Is he that nice? Or he is grooming me to some big play. Maybe I'm the key to solving some future crisis and I need to sacrifice myself. Well, it is my pessimism talking. No use thinking too hard about it. I will just continue to keep an eye open and learn magic. I'm profiting anyway. And about the Sorcerer Supreme position and the Soul Stone. Well, the stone is safe with him. And yes, not the Time Stone. This changes things a little. Maybe I should go to space and check that planet with the Power Stone. And when Thor visits, try to hint to him to take me when the convergence happens, so that I can check if the Reality Stone is embroidered with the Pluto. High movie. The Reality Stone is the one that I'm most wary. And about the Sorcerer Supreme position. Meh, Strange can have it. Till he mess up big with his big-brained friends. I don't want to myself, but maybe I can put a summon on it. Someone like Raven? Yes, I'm obsessed. But I accept Zedina, Dr. Fate, and Constantine. Heck, they're a bunch of magic users in anime that can fit the position. Fate is full of them. But I will not have thoughts while the Ancient One lives. Now, I will stop at the station for a little and go to the X-Men Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Idolin, tell Ms. Ororo that I'm responsible. I will not use the chainsaw sword in anyone. Kitty whines at my side. We are sitting in the living room, some of the X-Men are here. By the way, I also copied her power. It's like Mirio's quirk, but hers is much easier to use, so is a good addition to not waste effort. She is responsible and she will not use the chainsaw sword on anyone. I deadpan to Storm. Apparently, she apprehended my gift for being too dangerous. TCH, come on. Take it seriously. Kitty balances my shoulders, but my face remains impassive. I'm used to it. Sorry, Kitty. But she is your guardian. She has the right and responsibility to keep you safe. Trust in her judgment. I say, full of righteousness, use your power to take it back when you want. I whisper to her in a low voice after that. Her eyes widen and she nods at me conspiratorially. Our exchange didn't pass unnoticed by Ororo. I'm not trying to hide anyway, and she is staring sternly at us. Her hand crossed over her chest. A big chest, by the way. Gaia perk? What? I ask, acting confused. You shouldn't give something dangerous to them. She says with a small frown, relax. They live with something dangerous every day. If they are responsible with their powers, they can have a chainsaw sword. I argue this and that are two different things. She says, tapping her foot. Not really. Trust them a little more. I trust them, but they can make mistakes because of clumsiness. There's failsafe. It can't turn on by accident. At this, someone interrupts. You two look like a married couple arguing about their children. Ileana says with a weird look before plopping herself on the couch on my front. All of you as our children? Must be the reason for our white hair. I quip, making Ororo take her hand to her mouth to release a chuckle. I decide to change the subject and ask Ileana, how are you doing? She shrugs. Overall it is a little weird, but it is okay. I see. I visited an acquaintance that is well versed in magic and did a compilation of books that can be useful to you. I say, taking out some books that I wrote myself. This one here talks about soul weapons. This one, harmless demon magic. I explain. She holds them while I point, explaining the others. I thought that you probably are not used to using smartphones or tablets, so they are books. But I brought a smartphone to you too. I give her as a gift. Already has the number of your brother and one special to contact me. She looks at the smartphone for a while before finally nodding at me. Thank you. Her attitude is a little cold. Must be a rebellious phase. Well, that's all for today. Mikhail said that he is gonna visit more frequently now. We are having trouble with his documents. Russia, you know. I was saying before something caught my attention. I look at Rogue intently. What? She asks, a little nervous. I start to speed walk in circles around her like Kazuma with the sleeping Megaman in that movie. I'm messing with her a little because seeing her flustered is cute. But there's really an issue here. You have awakened Nen. I say, stopping in her front. Obviously, everyone looks at me confused. Well, a surprise. But makes sense. Normally, I wouldn't like someone gaining a power of mine like that. But is one of many, and I consider Rogue almost one of mine already. And in the future, I plan to spread the teachings of Nen to humanity anyway. It's a good discipline to delve into, like yoga. Not like all Nen users are fighters. This could be an opportunity to Nen. They ask confused. Let me explain. I say before sitting down. Nen is a power system that uses life force. Like chi or chi. I call it aura. Everyone has life force, but using Nen you can harness it and empower yourself in many, many ways. To illustrate that, I make a hologram of a person and steam around it. So like those power from anime? Kitty asks, and the people around roll their eyes, unaware of how right she is. Exactly like an anime. I smile. From what I can tell, Rogue awakened her aura when she absorbed my own. My huge life force was like a flood, opening her nodes. Now even when the effects of absorbing me wear off, she still will have her aura unlocked and ready to use. And what did this change to her? Ororo asks. There are many advantages. There's only one disadvantage, really. It is that you can waste your aura, shrinking your lifespan. As you woke your aura forcibly, and right now you're still under the effects of absorbing myself and my experiences. there's the danger that after the effect of your power wears off, your life force will leak uncontrollably without my experience to help you. I explain and see some eyes widening. I continue to calm them. Relax. In truth, with a basic control, you can keep your aura from escaping and slowing down your aging. I say, oh, it is because of that those Shaolin monks live like for 150 years. Kitty asks in sudden realization. Yeah, you can say that. We are constantly losing life force. With a good control you can increase your efficiency. I indulge her thoughts. She is not that far off. Makes sense. Jean comments, that means that I will live for a long time. Rogue asks, a little confused. Girl, you can be fucking scary now. You are a meta and an user. With the power to absorb people's life force / aura. You're the new Selene Gallio. If she could keep the maximum aura stolen, she could speedrun to Miruem level in a day. But she doesn't have a huge reservoir. Any aura stolen will dissipate eventually. You could probably live for thousands of years. Rogue, you can absorb life force. You're immortal from the beginning. If you want. I say to her, shocking everyone, you're simply more efficient now, with Nan. Oh, you guys never thought about that, huh? I say, looking around. No. Like thousands of years. Everyone here would be dead. Rogue comments with a distant look. Typical of her, thinking already on the dark side of this whole ordeal. I go to gain some brownie points. Relax, apparently, I'm immortal too. Hey, I say. Attracting her attention. Logan will live for a long time too, the Thing from the Fantastic Four, Thor, Kurt, even Colossus and Robert. We. Iceman asks in surprise, pointing to himself. You don't age in your ice form, if you stay like that eternally. If you want, obviously, I say, and this makes him think even Colossus with his metal form, giving up our meat bodies, we could achieve a life expectancy as big as the material in question. I explain. I remember that there's a dystopic future where Emma Frost is immortal because she is always in her diamond form. My little speech shocked them again. I think they didn't think that far ahead. But is a reality. In 100 years, 90% of the heroes and other people of interest will be dead. I gave a small glance to Jean. She is a smart girl. She immediately noticed that I include her in the list of long-lived people. But I didn't say out loud for a reason. She still hasn't talked about the Phoenix with the rest of the X-Men. I can respect that. Stop thinking about so far ahead. One of my mottos is, if you suffer for anticipation, you're suffering more than necessary. Just live your life right now. I give some advice. I will be alive in 100 of years too. If you feel bored, we can go on an adventure in another universe. There are infinite things to do after all. I offer with a playful smile. Hack. There are 2 trillion FO galaxies only in our universe. So much to see, visit. She gives me a half smile at my words, and blushes a little. Girl, your pale skin didn't help you in hiding your emotions. You need to improve your poker face. That puts things in perspective. Jean says with a sigh. After that, I give a small explanation about Nan and promise that I will be back to teach Rogue. A good way to steal her from the X-Men. While I say my goodbyes, I ignore Kitty elbowing her goth friend in the ribs with a mischievous grin. Mary Jane POV Midtown High School. Ugh, I was never a morning person, but trying to regulate my sleeping schedule is destroying me. Why did I listen to Hector about this again? Annoying know-it-all guy. Oh, there he is. Normally, I can only talk with him before the class start and after. We sit far from each other in class and at lunch. I approach him to do my daily routine of annoying him. Is he hurt? I accelerate my steps and arrive at his side while he puts some things in his locker. What happened? I go straight to the point. He moves his eyes to look at me and then takes his time to go through his locker and close it. This is an infuriating thing about him. He lets the silence stretch without a care. I mean, he is not like the other guys that are always talking, afraid of being forgotten. It's a nice change of pace, his confidence. But now is annoying me. Good morning to you. 2. When he finally makes a show of slowly closing the locker, he says to me with a sarcastic smile, ugh. Good morning. I roll my eyes. Now, what happened? I ask again, looking at the wounds on his face. A broken lip, a cut on his eyebrow, and a yellow mark that can only be a contusion, that was previously purple. These are fight wounds. Did someone hurt you? I ask, showing my worry. He chuckles. I fought a demon immortal sorcerer in hell. He makes a show of thinking, but he was weaker than I expected. Ugh, this guy is good at lying. I slap his shoulder to make him be serious. Ouch, ow. He touches his shoulder where I hit and makes a pained expression, even crouching down a little. Ah, sorry. Are you hurt there too? I ask, trying to, I don't know, caress his shoulder to relieve him from the pain in some way. But he suddenly stops and looks at me with a smirk. Completely fine, I'm touched by your worry about my well-being, MJ1. He says cockily. Gore. I hold back the urge to smack him. Be serious. Seeing my non-joking tone, he relents. Okay, relax, it was a small scuffle. Nothing serious, he says. I stare at him. This guy, acting all mysterious. Sigh, you probably will know what happened by the end of the day. A little out of character on my part. He adds and doesn't continue. I look again at his wounds. This was absolutely a fight, is hurting. What? Wanna kiss it better? He smirks and points to his broken lip. Yes. You wish. I huff and turn away and walk to class, leaving him behind. The guy is handsome even with wounds on his face. It even gives him a dangerous sexy air. God has his favorites. I discovered what happened during class, when I saw Flash entering the class with similar injuries, but worse. I thought that Hector and Flash ended up fighting. Well, I'm correct. In the wrong way. Flash fought with Hector, not against him. Hector saved Flash's ass from 4 guys that jumped him yesterday after school. Apparently, the other party is from another school, the one that our football team will face in the next game. Really, people? School rivalry? Man. Flash explained that is more common than I would think, especially if there are bets involved. Well, Flash is our ace. But ambush someone because of a high school game. I can only roll my eyes at these people. So childish. But let's focus on the present. Heh. Hee. I can't stop sending Hector a smug grin. Well, I remember someone saying something about never sitting at the popular table. I say to Hector at my side, sitting at the popular table. His groan makes me laugh even more. His annoyed face is a work of art to me. Flash dragged him to the table before Hector can't even react, acting like they are childhood friends, as if all the bad blood between them is gone. Then he swung his backpack at one face while kicking the other in the chest. Flash is telling the tale of the fight to the table exaggeratedly. Hector groans while nursing his food and listening to him. I make sure that he sees my amused face. Didn't you guys hate each other earlier? Sally Avril asks from her seat on the table. Everyone pauses and the mood gets strange. Ugh, this chick. Always annoying. Get some tact, girl. This is in the past. Hector says calmly, his words disperse the heavy mood easily. Yeah, I already apologized to him. So is all good. Flash adds, hooking Hector's shoulder with his arm. So this is all it takes? Liz Allen asks with a raised eyebrow. Men friendship. Hector says with a shrug, and the guys on the table nodding agreement. Like this is obvious. The talks go on, and Hector surprisingly fits well. He can be sociable when he wants. Damn Hector, I haven't noticed that you put some muscles. Liz comments, now at Hector's side. She took the opportunity when Flash stood up. Maybe you should go to an ophthalmologist. I can recommend one really good. Hector says seriously. Pfft. This guy. I hold back a chuckle by biting my lip. The sarcasm probably flew over Liz's head, because Hector really has a good poker face. She laughs, thinking that he is joking with her. Stop it, silly. Silly? You always use loose clothes, that's why, she says, feeling his biceps. Now I'm frowning. She is touching him with such intimacy. Hector doesn't like that. My bad. Mood evaporates a little seeing Hector's face. Pfft, haha. The way she looks down at her hand touching him. His face screamed, bitch, can you not? I started a healthy lifestyle last year, he says, and casually takes her hand off him, holding her watch with 2 fingers, like he is disgusted by it. Damn, compared to this, the way he annoys me is nice. I was taken off from watching Liz annoy Hector, in not a good way, by Harry Osborn. He is at my other side, trying to make a conversation. My birthday has already happened, but this weekend I will make a big party, he says, inviting me to the party. I already know about this, but he is inviting me personally. A little weird to make a party when his dad died not long ago, but people can grieve in different ways, right? I think. I'm trying to be nice to him because of his circumstances, but I think he is interpreting this as having a chance with me. Sorry, but no pity sex from me. You can count me there. I say to Harry with a plain face. Suddenly I think of something. Oh, Hector, what about coming to Harry's party too? I turn to him with a smile. He looks at me silently. Oh God, haha. His face. This guy is really an antisocial creature. But at this moment Flash returns and acting all friendly with Hector says that's an excellent idea. Just come, I will teach you how to have fun. He says animatedly. Hector puts on a thoughtful expression. Wait, is he really coming? Next semester I will finish high school. So this is the last opportunity. No prom to me, he says with his chin on his fingers. Okay, if is not a problem, I will go. Harry. Hector says turning to Harry. No problem at all, the more the merrier. Harry says with a strained smile. There are sparks flying between the two? Why? Wait. More important. Hector is really going? Why I'm a little uncomfortable with it now. I look at him again and watch as Liz continues to try small talk with him. I can't be jealous, right? Like Hector is some sort of thing that I discovered and I want to monopolize. I mean, she is acting too familiar with him. It's only that. Nothing more. Eidolon POV. Later that night a party? Haha, why don't you scream to the world already? I was a disappointment to my father, now I'm happy that he is dead. But okay. Like All for One said, everything can be a opportunity to gain some advantage. Let's play detective and take care of any goblin remnants in the Osborn Manor. This took the need to invade anyways. The whole thing with Flash was more of a chance encounter. Yesterday after class, when I on the parking lot ready to go home, I find the little ambush on the guy. I debated in helping only for a second, before deciding to act as a Hector. Obviously, I needed to receive some punches, and because of this the wounds. The way Shago laughed when she saw. Now Flash treats me very well. Meh, I don't have hard feelings at the guy. He is so small in the great scheme of things, I'm not that petty. And I remember that in the comics he has his redemption, going to the military, losing his legs to save a friend, and becoming Agent Venom. The guy is not evil, just immature. It is a thing of age. Children are pure evil. Children can be mean in a merciless way, teenagers are not that different. No need to demonize the guy because he gave me names and pushed me sometimes in the hallway. And Liz Allen, being handsome makes life so easy. The girl is interested in me. Not so much. Only 30% of her interest is because I'm a catch now. Another 3% is because she saw MJ being all friendly with me. Some sort of female competitive spirit. The other 40% is because I ignored her. Seriously, she is so used to having everyone's attention she can't handle me acting disinterested in her. She is craving my approval now. Sigh. This generation. I even saw her going to talk with some nerds of the school, just to have them gawk at her so to boost her confidence. She is so superficial. Now, focus on the present. I will be very happy if you all can go to the nearest police station and turn yourselves in. I say in my threatening Eidolon voice to the ATM robber group that I just captured. They all nod fearfully at my words. Remember, I can keep track of you guys from a distance. I death glare them if you guys stop. Take another route or lie. I will come back. Do you want to see me again? They all shake their head. Good boys. Criminals never stop, but I need to keep these guys on a tight leash. Crimes will never stop. But the violent crime rate dropped significantly because of me. People prefer to explode at an ATM than steal a woman's purse. Good, very good. Oh, she is nearby. Maybe I can stop by to have a little talk with her. I still have to gauge her character to decide how closer I will keep her. Emma Frost POV. In my limousine I look at my tablet to keep up with the news, still working even in my breaks. That's my life. I normally would not spend much time on the internet. But I think the internet is a goldmine. Those old-time CEOs underestimate the potential of this thing, thinking that other mainstream media will be strong forever and the internet is only a phase. I think I will fire all of my marketing team for a younger batch. I mutter to myself. Social media is growing strong. Going through the news, obviously, there's a focus on the heroes. There are no newspapers that don't report the deed of the costumed superpowered people. Eidolon is always the more present guy. He saved a bus from falling from a bridge. The guy really is everywhere. But now I know that he is not that pure-hearted good Samaritan that everyone thinks. Replaying our encounter in my mind is possible to see that he is cunning, deceitful even. He is not the stereotype of a musclehead hero. In hindsight, I gave too much information for free. He tired me mentally in his mind, but I couldn't call him out on this. It was my fault that I invaded his mind in the first place. He fucking played me? I fell too easy to his game of going away. Tisk. I can feel the frown grow on my face when I see him next time. What is disturbing your mind, Ms. Frost? I'm not proud to say that I jumped a little on my sit in fright. Fucking Eidolon is sitting calmly at my front. I look at the front seats, where my driver and guards are. None of them moved a muscle. They can't perceive what is happening here right now. A small trick with people's senses. You can do it with your telepathy too, he says calmly, watching my line of sight. Well, that is a scary use of powers, and this coming from a telepath. This doesn't mean that he can go anywhere unhindered. I mean, he can already do that. But him using brute force and him doing what he wants and no one noticing has a huge difference. This guy is really scary. What do you want, Eidolon? I ask with a hint of displeasure in my voice. I thought that someone like you would mind breaking your guards. I'm surprised. He comments, looking to the front seat. I'm not that much of a monster, I say, but I admit that I check almost every day the mind of the people close to me. I would be a fool to not use my best weapon, and most of them can be kept loyal with these. I joke, arching my back and showing my cleavage, trying to see his reaction. I'm only a little surprised that his eyes don't accompany my movement and are kept on my face. He snorts. Be safe then. He advises HMPF. No man in this world can touch me if I don't allow it. I say with a snort that's not true, but okay. He says calmly and doesn't pursue the matter. Changing the subject, I ask about something that he said earlier. So you can tell if someone has his mind tampered by someone. That's interesting. He looks at me. You probably didn't meet many skilled telepaths. Huh. Well, no. There's that bitch in my college years that gaslighted me, but she was just an ant. He continues, there's no perfect crime. Your mental energy leave traces, only in your wavelength, your signature, like psychic fingerprints. And is easy to spot something wrong with a person's mind. You should already know that. He says, yeah, it's not that easy to mess with people's memories. Like the body, a mind will try to heal. But I didn't know of psychic fingerprints or whatever. I will check it later. Now, I don't believe that you came here just for some small talk. We are both busy people, after all. I say, uncrossing my legs and crossing it again, now with my right leg over the left. Again, he didn't even spare a glance at my thighs or my panties. Are you a eunuch? I ask casually while taking something to drink and offering him too. He laughs and declines, with a raise of his hand. No need to have your self-esteem attacked, Ms. Frost. I'm just used to beautiful women and this kind of trap. He says playfully, and indeed, I came here to warn you. I already had a good idea of the hideouts and shady business of the people that you passed the information to me last time. He looks at me more seriously. As per our agreement, I'm here to warn you. Till the end of the next month, all these guys will be out of the picture, in one way or another. He says with dead eyes, and I hate to admit that I felt a shiver from them. So, it's time for you prepare whatever you're going to do. He finishes, so it's time to move the moles planted on the many businesses of those bastards. If everything goes well, I will take good employers, deals with governments, shares at a cheap price, and much more. I notice that he is staring at me while I'm thinking, try to not go overboard. He warns and I huff. I'm an upstanding citizen. I lie easily and he scoffs. And I'm not so dumb to do something that would make Eidolon go for me as much as he will go for those scum. I already figured out how to deal with Eidolon. It's very simple. It simply doesn't antagonize the guy. I even stop some of my more unsavory business because of that. No need to wake one day and have the guy hovering above my home, ready to take me to jail. It's simply not worth it. And be honest. I noticed that he surprisingly answers seriously when I asked something, even if it was a joke. He likes honesty. So let's try being upfront with the guy. What's your endgame, Eidolon? I ask seriously. I noticed the shift in his posture. Some people would think because of the fact that I'm a telepath, I don't know how to read people normally. But is the exact reason that I'm good at reading people. I can see what people are really thinking and comparing with their facial expressions and body language. With time you crack the code. He stares at me for a while, before letting out a chuckle and looking out the window. I think I know from where this question comes. He comments before turning to me again. After starting all this hero work, I noticed that people tend to project themselves in me and in the others' heroes. Not so good people think that I'm up to something, that I can't have all this power and be this saint. Hee. He laughs a little. Melancholic. The people that defend me are the ones with a more optimistic view on life. They're good people. Better than me even. He shakes his head. The thing is, people nowadays confuse cynicism with intelligence and a good heart with naivete and stupidity. No one wants to be hurt, to be taken advantage of. They don't want to risk being on the short end of the stick. So they attack first and became the offenders, afraid of being hurt. He looks at me with a deep gaze. You're like that Emma Frost. You're a power-hungry woman that aims for the top to not be hurt by anyone. You're going all out in a preemptive strike in being better than everyone. So you find it hard to believe that I'm simply a guy trying to do good. Because you wouldn't do that. He is not wrong. If you had my powers, you would already be the empress of the world. He laughs after saying this. I like the sound of that. I quip back. I was like that in the beginning too, you know? You can imagine my thoughts when I gained my powers and discovered how many strong people there are out there. He looks at the window again. I was so eager to get power, to be capable of defending myself, to have power so that I wouldn't lose anything anymore. He gives me a meaningful stare. He chuckles again and reclines himself on his seat in a relaxed way. I'm more chill nowadays. You have to be careful with these things, Ms. Frost. If you do anything to get on the top, if you sacrifice everything, even if you arrive at the top, you will look around and notice that you have nothing. Seeking power from itself, without a reason, is a goose chase. For some reason, his words remembers me of my brother. My homosexual brother that suffered a lot of abuse from my father because of this fact. He was my best friend, till he was broken by that shitty father and his homophobic views. I accomplished my revenge. My father can't hurt us anymore, but when was the last time that I visited Christian? Last Christmas? Christian is a shell of his former self. Tried to commit suicide, drinks a lot, and barely goes out. Sincerely, became painful to visit him. Maybe this is why I'm trying to avoid it. Now I'm here, working 16 a day for more money and more power. And then what? I don't know. After I deal with Shaw and everyone that can threaten me, what will change? I will continue to work, maybe be even busier. Now that you understand, I can answer your question. Dolan's voice cut my depressive thoughts. He looks at me with a sympathetic look. Gore, I don't want anyone pity. If I really wanted to indulge myself I would have already done that. Well, I could simply abandon Earth and go to a planet where strength rules and live a life of debauchery and pleasure, doing nothing. That looks fun. I comment with a smile. An interesting thought. The guy can already conquer planets and he didn't do it. So are you saying that you're a selfless guy? I ask with a raised eyebrow. He laughs like he heard a huge joke. More like being the emperor of Earth sounds like a hassle. Not worth it. I'm not that crazy power-hungry guy, but I have an ambition. To Ms. Frost. My endgame. I talked early about empires that span an entire galaxy. Do you know that I can end them? Me alone. He says, narrowing his eyes. Well, isn't this a scary prospect? I can reach the top easily, Ms. Frost. I want to reach it, but... He raises his hand and clenches it in a fist. But I want to bring everyone to the top with me. The future I envision for our race. No more deformities. Everyone will be a super soldier, will be beautiful and healthy. People with powers are assets. Entire solar systems colonized, maybe even the entire galaxy. I believe that in a few decades, I can fast forward humanity standing in the universe in dozens of thousands of years. That's my ambition. He finishes, looking at me with infinite determination in his eyes. Okay, I hate to admit that my heart skipped a bit with his speech. Huff, this guy has charisma. He is more dangerous than Magneto. Do you think will be easy? You must know that people can be difficult. I say to reason with him. He only smiles with his eyes when any change is easy. Ms. Frost? The beginning is the hardest part. This world is divided into so many countries. I say to Probe. It's this guy planning world unification? That's crazy. How many languages are out there? Currency? Cultures? To my Probe, his only answer is I have time. He says calmly, good night, Ms. Frost. He finishes before looking out the window. His move makes me do the same, and when I turn again he disappeared. I nurse my drink in hand, before downing it. All those world leaders and schemers, thinking that at some point they will grab Idolan's weakness and control him. All of them are idiots. People are still underestimating him. No, their brain can't gauge that guy's character. Their imagination doesn't reach his depths. In truth, I think he didn't said all. And this is another scary fact. He just talked about global unification, the solar system colonization and much more, and that is not everything. What more does that man have in mind? I recline in my seat and trying to relax, but is impossible if that guy woke one day and choose violence. We are fucked. Third person POV Harry's party night. Thanks again for giving us a ride, Hector. Mary Jane says in the passenger seat of Hector's car. She is not as much dolled up as someone would expect, only using a little makeup, a loose blouse and jeans. Well, the jeans are a little tighter than normal, Hector noticed, showing that she has huge assets, and the loose blouse shows her midriff. But overall, very normal. Not that she needs to use anything extravagant. She is still one of the most beautiful women Hector met. Yep, helped a lot. Peter says from the back seat, he is together with Ned. That nods and thanks him too. No problem, I didn't think the two of you would go to parties like that. Like me, I thought that you two would prefer to assemble a Lego Death Star. Hector jokes looking at the rear view. Oh ho, normally yes. But a man needs to let their cave sometimes. To hunt. Ned says exaggeratedly cocky, even adjusting his collar and cowboy hat. Mary Jane shakes her head and laughs at the guy's antics. Wow, maybe I should warn the girls that Ned Leeds is out there looking for prey. It will be good. She points at her. And now that we're on this, maybe you should introduce these girls to me too, he says a second later, in a pleading tone. They laugh and throw my friends directly at your jaws? Nah. Hunt alone, Chad. Mary Jane jokes HMPF, I'm more of a lone wolf myself anyway. He shrugs. Peter can't take any more and decides to interrupt Ned. I and Harry are friends for a long time. He explains Hector's initial question. Oh, I see. Hector decides to not say what he is thinking. You two didn't sound too close right now. This would create an awkward mood in the car, and be an indirect hit on Mary Jane. Sometimes, it's better to say nothing. The guy knows how to be social when he wants. Gwendolyn will be there too. It is what he decides to say. Yes. Peter answers. As if he would dare to be at a party without her. Ned scoffs and chuckles. Oh, whipped already? Mary Jane asks with a big teasing grin on her face. And no, obviously will be better with her. Peter mumbles totally whipped. Ned declares he is even toning down with, ouch he starts saying before being elbowed by Peter and realization hit his face with his hobbies. Ned says suddenly. Mary Jane. Hector. This is a little awkward. Everyone in this car knows what Peter and Ned are talking about. Because everyone knows that Peter is Spider-Man. Ned is referring to Peter's night heroic activities that have been slowed down a little thanks to Gwen. While Peter is looking out for the city, Gwen is looking out for him. Gwen is very against Peter going out at night. She is okay with him being Spider-Man during the day, but Peter is not the type of guy that knows when to stop and ended up staying all night as Spider-Man. They tried to make a compromise where Peter would go back home to sleep at a certain time, but the guy can't hold his end of the bargain. So Gwen still tries to keep him from leaving at night, but Peter being Peter still goes 8 out of 10 nights to patrol. But is a progress at least. Hector decides to mess up with the people in the car. Tisk going to a party with alcohol, promiscuity, and without an adult to supervision. You all make me sick, what Spider-Man would say. He shakes his head in a fake disappointment. Even Gwendolyn, the daughter of the chief of police. Look who is talking. You're also going. Ned says just to keep an eye on you young UNS. Hector says like an old guy. I'm an adult, technically. He says a little smug. That's not how emancipation works, I think. Peter states the obvious, and I don't think Spider-Man would care. Mary Jane says, giving a side glance to the back seat. True, with those powers, he should have been crazy in high school. Hector comments lightly. Ned laughs. I don't know, maybe he was more of a nerd. Spider-Man as a nerd. Mary Jane scoffs exaggeratedly. Impossible. He must have got all girls in his school. Hector comments. Peter is holding back the cringe in the back seat. This car has a strange and funny situation. Again, everyone knows that Peter is Spider-Man, but Peter thinks that only Ned knows. And Ned thinks the same. At the same time, Mary Jane knows and thinks that Hector doesn't know, but Hector knows about everything. So, they're playing clueless to the others while teasing Peter discreetly. trying to hide a secret that is not a secret, without letting go of the opportunity to mess with the poor hero. Spider-Man do whatever a spider can. Hector sings a little before smirking. If this is true, do you guys know that some spiders can hypnotize the females? The dude must be a chick magnet, he says, hiding his amusement, and everyone doing the same. And Peter can only hide his face with his hands. You should comb your hair to behind more often. And trim a little too, Mary Jane comments while trying to adjust Hector's unruly hair with her fingers. Woman, stop it. I'm driving. Hector deadpans Peter and Ned exchange some glances. Are you guys dating? Ned asks. No, we're friends. Mary Jane denies it a little too fast. She tried to get on my pants, but I'm not that easy. She needs to conquer me first. Hector jokes with a serious face, receiving a flick on his ear from the redhead. As if she says, please. You're totally head over heels for my charms. Hector rolls his eyes like is obvious. What charms? Mary Jane asks, half outraged. My adorable energy, obviously. Women simply can't resist a socially inept awkward nerd. This makes her laugh out loud. You are not in this category anymore, Tiger. Going to parties. She gives him a big grin. Entering in fights. Very normie. Hector groans. What fight? I simply threw my bag and kicked a guy. Ha, the way Flash described, you fought an Avengers-level threat with your bare hands. Mary Jane laughs. Hector snorts. I just kicked a guy in the balls and threw some hands. Dude, you can't kick someone in the nuts. It's not honorable. Ned says with shock. There's no honor in a street fight. Hector says casually, but deeply. Now we're on the upper-class part of the city, guy. If you look to your left you can see the natural habitat of unum percentis, more popularly known as super rich people. Hector says like a tourist guide. These fantastical animals had the custom or having homes too big for them. Scientists theorize that is to compensate the emptiness of their being or the sense of impending doom that not all the money of the world can't alleviate them from, or their small genitalia. Stop that. Mary Jane slaps his arm while laughing. They just entered the neighborhood full of huge villas and mansions. They occupy entire blocks, so big that in some you couldn't even see the mansion. Looks at those houses. I can almost smell the old money. Ned jokes. What we can see now is not the real old money. Hector says these people become rich relatively recently. Even Stark and Osborn are not old money. If we go a little more deeper in this neighborhood we can see real old money. People that invested first in oil. Their families practically invented capitalism and founded this country. He laughs. He continues. People like Stark can still lose everything if they do huge a mistake, or someone does something better than him. These rich people just need to exist and the money multiplies. Wow. Ned exclaims. I can't even imagine all this money. And how do you know of these rich families living here, Hector? Mary Jane asks. Hector pauses. It looks like he is not gonna answer, till he makes a sharp turn to the left, and after some detour in the route, he gestures to the side with his chin while driving. That one is mine. Wadash. They look at the huge wall stretching through the block. The car continues to go through the empty street till it passes by a huge gate with a bee and a circular shield with a caduceus in the middle, the symbol of medicine, the staff of Hermes. Bellucci. My grandpa started our wealth. He served with Captain America, you know that? Cool, huh? He says casually, and a funny thought pops into his mind. His grandfather knew Captain America. He was part of the Howling Commandos. His parents worked in the same hospital as Doctor Strange. And he is Spider-Man's classmate. Weird. He thinks once is chance, twice is a coincidence, but the third time. 3 generations are close to superheroes. Is destiny again? I'm tied with the supers? Tangled in the mess from the beginning. He starts overthinking before stopping himself. I didn't know that you're this rich. Ned comments. And your grandfather fought with Captain America? Fucking badass. He exclaims afterward, focusing on the interesting part. Right? A pity he died some years ago. Hector says with a sigh and receives some condolences from the 3. And I'm not that rich. Not multi-billionaire rich. My mother never cared about money too, so I was raised far from it in Brazil. He shrugs. This remember me. My uncle's wife was living in that house. I will talk with my lawyer to give them an eviction order. Hector. Peter looked at him weirdly and with a little shock in his voice. Hector sighs. Peter, it's not because someone is your family that they're good people, he says, and Mary Jane imperceptibly nods. They are assholes. The mother is a stuck-up bitch, The son is a lazy bastard that parties every night and uses drugs. The daughter is her mother in miniature but a kleptomaniac to the booth. Everyone is shocked by his bluntness. I won't probably even live there, but that is the house my grandfather built. I will burn in the marble of the nth hell if I allow my cousins to turn it into an orgy club. Well, I can understand your point. Peter says in defeat, don't pity the human trash. They have enough money to live a decade maintaining their lifestyle. After that, he scoffs. He can almost see in the future, they will continue spending money as nothing changed. But they are not receiving money anymore. They will not prepare themselves and will waste everything. In some years, they will turn to him, creating trouble. Plane accidents are common in this world full of superheroes, right? He starts thinking about murder. So, if that house is yours, do you have small genitalia? Mary Jane asks slowly, biting her lips to stifle a laugh. Hector slowly turns to her. Every response that I can give you now will be the wrong answer. So I will use silence to not be cancelled. He turns his eyes to the front road again. You can't win against women sometimes. He sighs and the other three laugh at his expense good-naturedly. He doesn't mind, it's a good way to seem approachable to people. They finally arrive at the Osborne mansion. It's a huge Gothic-style mansion in a ridiculous big land. The area is full of cars that are using the garden as a parking lot. It's possible to hear the loud music of the party that is already going on inside. Hector's eyes gain a sharp glint while looking at the mansion, a change no one notices. They enter the mansion without a problem. If someone was paying attention, would be possible to notice the way that Peter winces slightly because of the loud music. And Hector's eyes narrowing in concentration to not suffer from his own super senses. They are greeted first by Harry Osborne that was talking with Gwen that was waiting for Peter. After the customary greeting and compliments of the house, they start talking while walking inside. Everyone from our high school must be here, Ned comments while looking around. Yes, and even more people from some colleges that I know, Harry says a little proudly. And some S.H.I.E.L.D agents too, Hector thinks to himself. He also notices the amount of attention that Osborne is giving to Mary Jane. Someone is trying to get lucky tonight. He laughs to himself without a care before scanning the surroundings and finding some hidden places. How was the ride? Gwen asks Peter at the side. Uneventful, but fun. We talked about a lot of things. Peter says really a lot, from science and technology, to rich people's genitalia and Spider-Man's capability to hypnotize females. Hector adds with a smirk. Seeing Peter blanch and the way that Gwen looks at him makes him hold a laugh. I understand now why the writers love bullying the poor guy. It's so fun. Hector. They hear Flash shouting when they arrive the place where most of their classmates are talking and drinking. Flash, aren't too early to get wasted? Hector asks casually. Pfft, I still have a long way to go till I get wasted here. Drink with me. Flash offers. Nah, I'm the driver this night. Hector declines. Looking good, Hector, Liz says, approaching him and giving him a once-over. The guy is a little more fashionable, with clothes a little more form-fitting and with his hair taken care for. My grandma always said that I'm a handsome boy. He jokes. Well, she is a wise woman, Liz says with a flirty smile. And what do you think she would say about me? She says, showing her outfit. RTU 2 forward, woman. Not bad I guess, he says disinterestedly, making her huff before getting even more clingy. There's a study about women fetish, women fantasy. Do you know what they are? Pfft, vampires, pirates, werewolves. Those shit. It's the old liking bad boys. The Beauty and the Beast. Hector says to his table with the guys. So this is why Idolin won that poll of the most sexy hero. He is the bad boy of the heroes. Dark, unapproachable. The girls think that he will be nice only to them, that they will be special. I can fix him. Hector says to Leguz. Oh god, that is so true. I can fix him. Ha ha ha. One guy wipes a tear off after cackling. It makes so much sense. Flash wheezes. It's not like Idolin is the most handsome, we can't even see his face. He is just everyone's fetish. Hector concludes. The girls look around in silence. How did the conversation arrive on this topic? Mary Jane asks. I don't know, we started normally with a simple red or green question. Flash says boys will be boys. And they are discussing it so seriously. Sally says with a huff, it's just a simple women's psychanalysis. Hector comments. Now girls, did I say any lie? Hector looks at them. They can't deny it. Go Flash? Are you really gonna lose to him? One of the boys shouts half drunk at the quarterback that is struggling in the arm wrestling with Hector. HNNG, I thought I got you earlier. Flash says through gritted teeth. Hector also looks like is struggling. Yeah, it's all part of my plan. Boost of strength, waste energy, Mr. Quarterback. Explosiveness needs to be used in the right time. Hector smirks. I held my ground and the bet paid off. He says slowly while his arm gains more ground. You can't turn this around. Your energy is slowly sipping away. And boom. Bam! Hector slammed Flash's arm into the table. All around them people cheer and jokingly mocks Flash with "Ooze lost to a nerd?" Hi-ha! One of Flash's friends shouts, throwing himself backward while laughing. The guy is stronger than he looks. I want to see you try. Flash gumbles. Brain power. Hector jokes, strikes a pose, a double biceps. Hector throws the ball at the table. It bounces, landing perfectly in a cup. People cheer and force another cup at Flash. Fuck, how you are so good at this? He asks. I'm the one that is not drunk to start. He deadpans. I think I'm gonna throw up. Flash says with his face blank, staring at the void. Hector just won this game 8 times in a row. Hector, after emptying all of his social battery, goes alone to catch some food and drink something. Is everything here alcoholic? He comments with a sigh. Turning around, he met Peter, Gwen, and Ned talking. He walks to them and hooks an arm around Ned's shoulder. Come with me, third wheel. Loners should stick together, he says without giving the guy a chance to respond, and walk away with him. He looks around. A little older, another school, internship in Osborne, ex-fat and with a more pretty friend. He locates his targets. Hey, have you met Ned? He is already accepted in Caltech. He spins, smoothly delivering Ned close to the girl and hooking up the other friend with his arm and taking her away without elaborating further. Ned splutters a little before realizing what just happened and starts to try talking with the girl. The friend doesn't even protest after seeing his face, height, and body. Is that easy? Just hook your arm around a girl and bam. Well, if you're unattractive is sexual assault, if you're handsome you have riz. After talking and entertaining the girl in his arms for a bit, he dumps her smoothly too and goes in his own way. There are some hidden rooms and a hidden lab in this mansion. The fuss shows that it has not been used for some time. So Harry didn't discover them, probably. He thinks while using X-ray vision discreetly, if I deal with it now, I can stop the birth of another Green Goblin. Well, he knows about his father's secret life. Everyone else in the world. If he wants to go down in the same path, he will go. But I can make things difficult to him. Hector. He hears a shout from the side. In a second he is being dragged across the corridor to another living room by Flash. Come play a game. With you the men-women ratio will be perfect. Flash says, what type of game? Hector looks at him suspiciously. Is not the bottle game, right? He asks, and Flash pauses. No. I mean, yes. But more exciting. The quarterback says with a big smile. Ugh. Relax, you big nerd. There are only hot girls there. And is much better because is the bottle game fused with 7 minutes in heaven. Flash starts to explain. Oh my. Hector considers karate chopping this guy's neck. Well, it's not much of trouble to avoid doing anything with my powers. He ended up going with the flow. Now in the living room where the people are gonna play this game, he found familiar faces like Harry, Mary Jane, Liz, Sally, and others. He noticed that Mary Jane sat down reluctantly after seeing him. I have a bad feeling about this. He thinks Flash makes Hector sit between 2 girls. It's simple. Someone spins the bottle. When lands in the closest of the opposite sex, the 2 will go to an empty room and have to stay there for 15 minutes. Flash says 15 minutes. Hector raises an eyebrow. Yeah, to do something naughty. Flash smiles conspiratorially. Whoa. And what do I do with the other 14 minutes? Play rock, paper, scissors. He jokes, making the people around him laugh. A self-deprecating joke is always nice to break the ice. And when you say these things with confidence, no one really believes or care about whatever you said about Yuzulf. The game goes on, and some couples leave the circle. Some return, and is possible to know that nothing happened. In the end, is the girl's choice if really something naughty happens in those 15 minutes. Hector, that was disinterested for most of the game, suddenly focus when he sees the bottle that Mary Jane just spinned. It landed in him perfectly. It did not land in one of the 2 girls at his side. What would count him, by the way? It really landed in him. Dead center. And no, he didn't use telekinesis to cheat. Yuaki Rito's luck is really something else. he thinks while the people around him whistle in provocation to the couple. Mary Jane's faces go a little red and she discreetly checks Hector's reaction. Hector, that was with his face blank till now, surprises everyone by spinning the bottle fast. People raise some eyebrows in confusion. Is he rejecting Mary Jane? Even her face fell a little, till the bottle land perfectly in Mary Jane. Whoa, people go crazy. What are the chances? 1 in 32. Hector answers calmly, well, it looks like is destiny, he says with a smile while getting up. Instead of acting embarrassed by the situation, he goes around the table and then like a barbarian he lifts Mary Jane by her waist to carry her on his shoulder. He ignores her yelps and weak protests, feeling her laugh and enjoyment over the treatment. Let's play rock paper and scissors, he jokes again before walking away amidst the laughs and whistles of the others. He didn't miss Harry Osborn's sour face. What's the problem, little Goblin Jr.? Gonna cry? Hello there. Life can be unpredictable. I had some things to do and even had to go to a bunch of birthday parties recently. Ugh, I'm not cut to the social life. Initially, I was putting a lot of effort into writing the chapters to meet the schedule and I stopped. Why I'm killing myself doing this. Again. Don't take me wrong, I like writing. Like that you guys like my writing, but if become a chore, will burn me out. It's a hobby. So I took a break and relaxed. It was good. Sorry to make you guys wait, but it's not like this is my job. Maybe I should make a Patreon. Anyway, now we are back on track. Hope you guys liked the chapter. The little calm between arcs. I will deal with the Kingpin before the next Gatcha and the travel ticket arc. By the way, relationships will become a thing now, so to train my writing I have a surprise for you all. A new fanfic with side stories of Hector's adventures? Go to my profile or search the Gatcha Master Omniversal Adventures. There I will put stories that have no space in this main fanfic, like a travel to a world just to have fun. The stories are independent of this main one. More like one-shots with the guy completing his bucket list. Him, in the near future where he can relax a little. Go check it out. Depending on the feedback I will continue it. Mostly to train my writing in Lemon 2, this story will start contain it from now on. There's another small thing to address. Recently I read a comment about how the girls fall easy for the MC. Sincerely, I disagree. No one falls for him that hard. Many have crushes on him. Others have good feelings for him that may blossom if nurtured like Jean. But these are fairly young and inexperienced. The adults ones flirt with him and find him hot, like Emma, She-Hulk or Black Widow, but none of them has fallen from him. The truth is, the guy has charisma people. Look at his assimilations. Light Yagami, Rito, Odin, Roger, fucking Yujiro, Helltaker. The guy has a magnetism. Not only for chicks. He probably can start a cult if he goes preach. These high school girls have no chance. So is not weird if girls will thirst for him, sorry. I even have a meme for this, about the MC being perfect. He has op power with Batman's work ethic. I have seen a comic about how strong Superman becomes when he trains. And angers me people with op powers that commit silly mistakes because they don't train. I remember reading about a fanfic where the MC has the Speed Force in Marvel. I don't remember the name. Dude. The guy was shot. Seriously.